The soft rustle of leaves in the twilight air, the quiet hum of the earth, and the winding path through a dense forest, these were the moments when people would pause, holding their breath, sensing something sacred. For centuries in India, there was one creature that stirred both fear and reverence, one that was whispered about in fireside tales and woven into the very fabric of ancient life. It was the serpent. Long before temples rose to the sky or grand palaces lined the rivers, the serpent was revered, feared, and worshipped. The serpentine form, coiled and silent, carried with it the essence of mystery and power. There was something about its fluid grace, the way it moved between worlds, land and water, light and shadow. For those ancient people, the serpent wasn't just an animal. It was something much more. In the village huts, under the shade of grand banyan trees, stories of the serpent's significance passed down from one generation to the next. Children would gather around their elders, wide-eyed as they heard how the great serpents watched over rivers, lakes, and wells, guarding the precious water that nourished the crops. It wasn't just the physical form of the serpent that they feared, it was the belief that serpents held the key to life's most essential force. To anger a serpent was to invite ruin, but to honor it, that meant protection, fertility, and abundance. Farmers would offer milk, flowers, and prayers near snake pits, pleading for rain and a good harvest. Mothers, fearing the deadly bite of a cobra, would pray for the safety of their children. The bond between humans and serpents grew strong, intertwined with the rhythms of nature itself. In their sleek, coiled bodies, the ancient people saw life and death circling each other endlessly. Life, because serpents brought rain. Death, because their bite could end it all in an instant. The idea of a serpent as a protector wasn't just limited to farms and fields. Ancient civilizations saw the serpent as the guardian of vast treasures. Beneath the earth, in hidden caverns and forgotten rivers, the Nagas, serpent beings, were believed to protect great riches. But their treasures weren't just gold or silver. They guarded the essence of knowledge, spiritual wisdom that could lead one to the path of enlightenment or destruction, depending on how it was used. People spoke of the Nagas not with casual curiosity but with awe. To encounter a Naga wasn't like seeing an ordinary snake. These beings were said to shift between human and serpent form, their scales glistening under the moonlight, eyes as old as time itself. In the quiet moments before a storm or in the eerie calm of a dense forest, some claimed to have glimpsed these mysterious protectors. They were feared, respected, and, above all, worshipped. And then, there were the Nagins, the female serpent beings. They carried a unique grace and power, their beauty often described as both enchanting and terrifying. Legends would tell of Nagins who, in their human form, could lure even the strongest men into their fold. But this wasn't just about seduction. It was about the potent energy they carried, a force of creation and destruction that mirrored the nature of serpents themselves. Stories of the Nagins' transformation, from a stunning woman to a coiled serpent, sent shivers down the spine of those who listened. These tales reminded people that nature, in all her beauty, could be both nurturing and merciless. The serpent, with its slithering grace, seemed to live between worlds. It lived on land, but could glide through water. It was a creature of the earth, yet it rose high, standing upright as if challenging the sky. This duality gave the serpent a unique place in ancient minds. It wasn't just an animal. It was a symbol of the unseen forces that moved the world, the birth of life and the inevitable shadow of death. To watch a snake shedding its skin was to witness a rebirth, a powerful reminder that life was an unending cycle of creation and destruction. In ancient civilizations, from the banks of the Ganga to the edges of the southern seas, the serpent was an essential figure in rituals, stories, and everyday life. Kings and queens would carve serpents onto their thrones, believing the Naga's protection would bring prosperity to their reign. Warriors, before heading into battle, would pray to the serpent gods, asking for their strength and cunning in the fight ahead. And the people, simple villagers, farmers, traders, they all shared a common thread, the belief that the serpent was not just a creature of the earth, but a guardian of the heavens. But with great power came fear. A single glance from a cobra could freeze the blood in your veins. Its bite, swift and silent, brought death quicker than most could comprehend. The same serpent that could bless the land with rain and fertility could also take away life in a heartbeat. There was no room for doubt. The serpent was both the giver and the taker, and to forget this duality was to invite disaster. As dusk settled over ancient lands, the world grew quiet. Temples filled with the hum of prayers, offerings of milk were laid by the anthills and snake pits, and people whispered the names of the serpent gods with both reverence and trembling fear. The stories of Nagas and Nagins weren't just tales meant to entertain, they were lessons, warnings, and blessings passed down through the generations. These stories held the heartbeat of a civilization, a pulse that echoed the movements of the serpents themselves, graceful, silent, ever watching. It was said that those who truly understood the serpent's nature could find a balance in their own lives. For the serpent moved without sound, it lived without fear. It carried within it the secrets of life's greatest mysteries. To understand the serpent was to understand the balance of the world itself, a world where creation and destruction danced together, always in motion, always entwined. And so, as the people of ancient India looked out over their rivers, forests, and fields, they knew one thing for certain: the serpents watched with them, moving quietly through the land, holding the world's secrets in their coils. In the ancient times, when the first hymns of the Vedas were sung by sages under the starlit skies, there were whispers of beings who lived not just on the earth, but beneath it, in hidden worlds of wonder and mystery. These were the Nagas, serpent beings of immense power and wisdom. Their stories were not just myths, but threads woven into the very fabric of existence, whispered in the holy verses, their presence etched into the oldest of texts. In the Vedas, the earliest scriptures of India, there are glimpses of these serpentine creatures. The Vedic hymns, filled with chants to the gods and the elements, spoke of cosmic forces beyond human understanding. Among these forces, the Nagas were mentioned with a quiet reverence. They weren't the central characters, but like shadows that flickered at the edges of the firelight, they were there. The Vedas described them as beings connected to the underworld, associated with water and fertility. They were protectors of rivers, lakes, and wells, guardians of the life-giving waters that nourished the earth. As the ancient priests recited the Rig Veda, they spoke of the great serpent Vritra. Vritra, a massive dragon-like Naga, coiled around the rivers, holding back the waters and causing drought. The people prayed to Indra, the god of thunder, to defeat Vritra and release the waters to flow freely again. The battle between Indra and Vritra wasn't just a fight between a god and a serpent. It was a clash of cosmic forces, where the release of the rivers symbolized the restoration of balance and life to the world. The slaying of Vritra brought rain to the thirsty lands, and the people would celebrate the triumph of Indra, but in the shadows, the Nagas endured, continuing their watch over the waters. These ancient stories of Nagas began to grow in the later texts, the Brahmanas and Upanishads. These scriptures, filled with philosophical musings and spiritual reflections, took the concept of the Nagas beyond just their physical presence. In the Brahmanas, Nagas were seen not merely as creatures of the earth, but as divine beings with great spiritual significance. They were linked to the cycles of life and death, much like the serpents that shed their skin to be reborn. The Upanishads, rich with deep spiritual insight, whispered of the Nagas in a different way. Here, they became more than just protectors of water or earthbound spirits. They were seen as symbols of knowledge, wisdom, and the endless cycle of rebirth. The serpent, coiling and uncoiling, represented the energy that flowed through the universe. In the stillness of meditation, the sages would feel this energy rising like a serpent through the spine, a force they called Kundalini. The Nagas, once feared for their power over life and death, became symbols of inner awakening and spiritual transformation. But it wasn't just the philosophers and the priests who kept the Nagas alive in their stories. Over time, the Nagas found their way into the Puranas, the great collections of myths and legends that filled the hearts of people with wonder and awe. Here, they were no longer just whispers in the background. They were kings and queens, rulers of vast underground kingdoms, their world filled with riches beyond imagination. In the Puranic stories, the Nagas were given names, faces, and personalities. Vasuki, the mighty king of the Nagas, was one of the most famous. His name was spoken with both fear and reverence. Vasuki played a crucial role in the great churning of the ocean, a cosmic event where gods and demons came together to churn the ocean in search of Amrita, the nectar of immortality. Vasuki offered himself as the rope for the churning, allowing the gods and demons to pull him back and forth across the mountain that churned the ocean's depths. It was said that as the gods pulled on Vasuki's immense body, the world trembled, and from the ocean's depths arose not just treasures, but also poison, which only Shiva, the great god, could swallow. Vasuki, like the ocean itself, was both a bringer of life and the bearer of death. Another famous Naga from the Puranas was Takshaka, a serpent king who struck fear into the hearts of many. Takshaka was responsible for the death of King Parikshit, a descendant of the Pandavas. The story of Takshaka was one of revenge and destiny. When Parikshit insulted a sage, the sage cursed him, saying that Takshaka would take his life. True to the curse, Takshaka, with his fiery eyes and venomous fangs, struck Parikshit, killing him instantly. The death of Parikshit led to a great serpent sacrifice, the Sarpasatra, conducted by Parikshit's son, Janamejaya. This sacrifice was meant to wipe out all the Nagas from existence. But even in the face of such destruction, the Nagas survived, protected by their wisdom and their deep connections to the earth. The Puranas are filled with tales of the Nagas, both terrifying and beautiful. They tell of Nagakanyas, the daughters of the serpent kings, whose beauty was said to rival that of the gods. These Nagakanyas were not just beautiful, they were also wise, protectors of great treasures and guardians of sacred knowledge. In one story, a Naga princess named Ulupi fell in love with the hero Arjuna, one of the Pandavas from the Mahabharata. Ulupi, with her serpentine grace, brought Arjuna into the Naga realm, where their union was blessed. The love between Ulupi and Arjuna was more than just a romance, it was a symbol of the harmony that could exist between the human and the divine, between the earth and the water, between life and death. As the Puranic stories spread across the land, the Nagas became woven into the daily lives of the people. They were no longer just distant figures in ancient texts, they were worshipped in temples, their images carved into stone and wood. The people prayed to them for protection, for rain, for fertility, and for wisdom. The Nagas, once hidden in the depths of the earth and water, now stood tall in the temples, their presence felt in every corner of the land. The ancient texts, from the Vedas to the Puranas, created a rich tapestry of stories that brought the Nagas to life. They weren't just mythical creatures, they were guardians, protectors, teachers, and sometimes, destroyers. Their stories echoed the dual nature of existence itself, creation and destruction, life and death, wisdom and mystery. And in those ancient texts, the Nagas slithered through the pages, leaving behind a trail of wonder, power, and timeless wisdom. Across the world, in the farthest corners of ancient civilizations, people spoke of serpents. These creatures, with their glistening scales and silent, hypnotic movements, wove through the myths and legends of countless cultures. And though oceans and mountains separated these people, their stories of the serpent seemed to carry the same deep reverence. From the sun-baked deserts of Egypt to the thick jungles of South America, the serpent slithered its way into the human heart, not just as an animal, but as a symbol of life, death, and the mysteries that lay between. In India, the Nagas ruled the imagination. They were the guardians of rivers, the keepers of hidden treasures, and beings of profound spiritual significance. But India was not the only land where serpents were revered. Across the world, serpents curled around the pillars of creation myths, each culture recognizing in them something ancient, something powerful. Thousands of years ago, in Egypt, the Nile River brought life to the desert. Without it, the land would wither and die. The Egyptians, much like the people of India, knew the value of water and honored the forces that controlled it. In their stories, a great serpent named Apep was said to live in the waters, a creature so powerful that even the gods feared him. Each night, Apep would try to devour Ra, the sun god, and plunge the world into eternal darkness. But Ra, with his strength, would fight back and bring light once again. This eternal battle was a reminder that life was always on the edge of chaos, held in balance by forces both seen and unseen. In the dense rainforests of ancient Mesoamerica, the serpent was not a villain, but a creator. The Mayans spoke of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. With his serpent form and feathered wings, Kukulkan was a god of creation, a being who descended from the heavens to teach the people wisdom and knowledge. In their myths, the serpent did not only represent the earth, but also the sky, a bridge between the worlds. It was said that Kukulkan's body curved through the cosmos, and when he moved, the stars would shift. For the Mayans, the serpent wasn't just a creature of the ground, it was a being of the heavens, a symbol of creation itself. In the cold, misty lands of Scandinavia, the Vikings told tales of Jormungandr, the world serpent. This colossal serpent was said to encircle the entire earth, its tail locked in its mouth, forming a ring. Jormungandr lay deep beneath the sea, and the Vikings believed that when he stirred, the oceans would rage and storms would follow. He was a creature of terrifying strength, and his existence was bound with the fate of the world. When Jormungandr finally let go of his tail, they believed it would signal the end of time, the start of Ragnarok, the great battle that would bring the world to an end. These stories from far-off lands were not so different from the tales of the Nagas in India. In each culture, the serpent was seen as something more than just a reptile. It was the symbol of life cycles, birth, death, and rebirth. It represented creation, destruction, and the endless circle that tied them together. The serpents, whether they slithered through the waters of the Ganga or the Nile, or coiled beneath the seas of the north, carried within them the same ancient power. Fertility was another theme that wound its way through these serpent stories. In many cultures, the serpent was closely tied to the earth and its ability to give life. In Greece, the image of the serpent was often found alongside the goddesses of fertility. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, and her daughter Persephone were sometimes depicted with serpents coiling at their feet. The earth, which gave grain and food, was connected to the serpent, which moved through the soil. To the Greeks, the serpent was a reminder that the same earth that gave life could also take it away. In Africa, among the Dogon people, the serpent was seen as a symbol of both fertility and wisdom. Their creation myths spoke of a great serpent who descended from the stars, bringing with it knowledge of agriculture and the secrets of the universe. This serpent, much like the Nagas, was not just a creature of the earth, but a being connected to the heavens. The idea of serpents as guardians also stretched across cultures. In China, dragons, often portrayed with serpentine bodies, were seen as protectors. They guarded temples, treasures, and even the skies, controlling the rain and the rivers. To anger a dragon was to risk drought or flood, but to honor them was to invite prosperity and protection. Much like the Nagas who guarded their underwater palaces and hidden riches, these serpentine beings were seen as both benevolent and fearsome. Even in the Bible, the serpent makes its presence felt. In the Garden of Eden, the serpent tempts Eve, leading to the fall of mankind. In this story, the serpent is not a guardian or a creator, but a bringer of knowledge, dangerous knowledge. It is a being that walks the line between good and evil, much like the Nagas, who could be both protectors and destroyers, depending on how they were treated. As these stories spread across lands, the serpent remained a figure that commanded both fear and respect. No matter where you turned, the serpent seemed to symbolize something ancient, something primal. Whether it was fertility, creation, or guardianship, the serpent carried within it the essence of life's greatest mysteries. It was a creature that could kill with a single bite, but could also bless the earth with rain, making crops grow tall and strong. It could coil around the earth, holding it together, or it could unravel the world, bringing it to its end. In these stories, from India to Egypt, from Greece to the Americas, the serpent was always more than just a creature of the wild. It was a force of nature, a being that lived in the spaces between the seen and unseen. It reminded people of the fragile balance of life, the thin line between creation and destruction, and the mysteries that lay beyond the understanding of mortal minds. The serpent, whether as a Naga or a dragon, lived on in these myths, its silent, watchful eyes always observing, always waiting. It was a symbol of everything that lay beneath the surface, of forces too great to comprehend, but always felt, like the slow, powerful pulse of the earth itself. It was said that the rivers could whisper if you listened close enough, their currents carrying secrets older than time itself. In ancient India, those who lived by the water knew that these whispers were not just the voice of the river, but the presence of the Nagas, serpent beings who guarded the waters and protected the earth. From the smallest streams that wound through villages to the mighty Ganga that flowed across the land, the Nagas watched over them, ensuring that life could flourish. The people believed that the Nagas were the guardians of the very lifeblood of the earth. Water was more than a resource, it was the essence of life, and the Nagas, with their serpentine grace and ancient wisdom, were its protectors. It wasn't just their duty, it was who they were. They slithered through the rivers, coiling around the roots of trees, their scales shimmering in the depths of the lakes. Sometimes, during the quiet moments of dawn, villagers swore they saw the flicker of a serpent's tail just beneath the surface, as if the Nagas themselves were blessing the waters with their presence. The lakes and rivers were not merely bodies of water, they were sacred. The Nagas, revered as divine beings, ensured that these waters remained pure and plentiful. When the rains came, filling the rivers and flooding the fields, people knew it was the Nagas who had opened the heavens, allowing the water to flow and give life to the land. The farmers would look to the sky and offer their thanks, for they understood that without the Nagas, the land would wither and their crops would fail. But the Nagas didn't just guard the waters, they were tied to the fertility of the land itself. Water and earth, and their delicate balance, depended on each other. As the Nagas watched over the rivers, they also cared for the fields that bordered them. The rich, dark soil of the riverbanks, nourished by the waters, was where crops grew the tallest, where life sprung forth in abundance. The farmers believed that the Nagas walked among their crops in the night, their silent presence blessing the soil, ensuring that the fields would bear fruit when the time came to harvest. There were stories of how the Nagas, when angered, could withhold the rains. In villages where the rivers ran dry, the people would gather by the parched banks, praying to the Nagas to forgive them. They would offer milk and flowers, hoping that the serpents would once again allow the rains to fall. When the first drops of rain finally touched the earth, it was as though the Nagas had smiled upon the land, their mercy restoring life to the crops and the people who depended on them. For those who tended the land, the presence of the Nagas wasn't something distant or abstract. It was felt in every breath of wind that swept across the fields, and every ripple of water that touched the shore. The farmers understood that their prosperity was linked to the Nagas, and they honored them with great respect. Temples were built by the riversides, where stone carvings of serpents coiled around pillars, their heads raised in eternal vigilance. These temples were not only places of worship but symbols of gratitude to the Nagas, who gave life to the earth and protected the waters. During festivals, the people would gather near the rivers, their offerings carried by small boats lit with candles. They watched as the boats drifted into the water, hoping that the Nagas would accept their gifts and continue to bless the land with fertility and abundance. Children would run along the riverbanks, their laughter mingling with the gentle rush of the current, unaware that beneath their feet, ancient beings watched over them, ensuring their future. In times of drought or disaster, when the rains failed and the rivers ran low, the fear of having angered the Nagas grew. Legend spoke of how these divine serpents, when provoked, could bring both blessings and destruction. A dry riverbed was more than just a sign of failed rains, it was a sign that the Nagas had withdrawn their favor. The villagers would gather in sorrow, performing rituals with trembling hands, calling upon the serpents to return, to let the waters flow once more. And when the rains finally came, the relief was not just for the crops, but for the belief that the Nagas had heard their prayers. For those who lived near the great oceans, the Nagas were seen as the protectors of the seas. Fishermen would offer their prayers to these serpent guardians before venturing out into the vast, unpredictable waters. They believed that the Nagas ruled the depths, ensuring that the seas remained bountiful, full of fish and life. Sometimes, after a storm, when the waves calmed and the ocean lay still, the fishermen would speak in hushed tones of how the Nagas had tamed the tempest, calming the waters with their unseen presence. The Nagas were everywhere, their spirits entwined with every element of nature that sustained life. It wasn't just the rivers, the lakes, or the seas, it was the fertility of the soil, the bounty of the crops, and the prosperity of the people. In villages where agriculture thrived, the Nagas were thanked for their blessings. Their connection to fertility wasn't limited to crops, they were also protectors of the land's animals. Farmers believed that their livestock was watched over by the Nagas, who ensured that the cattle grew strong, that the chickens laid plenty of eggs, and that every living thing under their care flourished. But the Nagas were not always seen. Their presence was felt in the balance of the seasons, the rhythm of the rains, and the bounty of the earth. It was said that to anger a Naga was to risk the very lifeblood of the land. Crops would wither, rivers would dry, and the earth would crack beneath the sun. Yet, when honored, when treated with the reverence they deserved, the Nagas would ensure that life continued to blossom, that the fields would be green, and the rivers would be full. For centuries, the people believed in the power of the Nagas. From the smallest trickle of a stream to the roaring waves of the sea, they saw the Nagas' hand in everything that grew, flowed, and thrived. The waters, the earth, the crops, and the animals, all of them were touched by the Nagas' blessing. They were the silent protectors of the world, watching over it with their ancient eyes, ensuring that life, in all its fragile beauty, continued to endure. In the stillness of the universe, before time itself had fully unfolded, there was Shesha, the great serpent. His coils stretched endlessly, wrapping around the very core of existence. His hood, with its 1,000 heads, shimmered with an eternal glow. Shesha, the king of all Nagas, bore the weight of the cosmos on his mighty body. He was the silent guardian, the foundation on which everything rested. Shesha's story is not like those of other serpents. He was no ordinary being. He was born from the mind of the Creator, Brahma, one of the many children of the sage Kashyapa and Kadru. Unlike his siblings, who were often filled with ambition, jealousy, or anger, Shesha was different. From the beginning, he was wise beyond measure, his heart filled with a calmness that even the chaos of the universe could not disturb. It is said that as his brothers quarreled and schemed for power, Shesha withdrew into deep meditation, seeking something greater than worldly desire. His mind, sharp and focused, searched for balance, for a way to bring harmony to the world. With each passing moment, his connection to the universe grew deeper, until even the gods took notice. Brahma, the creator of the universe, saw the purity in Shesha's heart. He saw a being who did not crave power, wealth, or fame, but instead sought only peace and wisdom. Brahma approached Shesha and spoke softly to him, his voice echoing in the stillness of the cosmos. He asked Shesha for a favor, one that only a being of such immense strength and wisdom could fulfill. The earth, Brahma explained, was unsteady. It trembled under the weight of the mountains, the oceans, and the countless beings that roamed its surface. Without a foundation to hold it, the earth would fall into the abyss of the cosmos, lost forever. Brahma needed someone to hold the earth, to cradle it gently in their arms, and ensure that it remained safe and balanced. Shesha, with his infinite patience and unshakable resolve, agreed. He stretched his massive body across the universe, wrapping his coils around the earth, lifting it with ease. His 1,000 heads rose high, each one gazing in a different direction, watching over every corner of the world. The earth, resting upon Shesha's endless form, found stability. It no longer trembled or shook. The mountains stood tall, the rivers flowed freely, and life flourished. But Shesha's service did not end there. As he lay holding the earth, his heart remained devoted to Lord Vishnu, the preserver of the universe. Vishnu, the god who maintains balance and order in the world, would often rest upon Shesha's coils, finding comfort in the soft, cool embrace of the great serpent. Shesha would serve as Vishnu's bed, his body a throne for the god who watched over all creation. Whenever the universe was thrown into chaos, when demons threatened to unravel the order of the world, Vishnu would descend, taking on a new form, a new avatar, to restore balance. And when his work was done, when the battles were fought and the world was at peace once more, Vishnu would return to Shesha. Together, they would float upon the cosmic ocean, Vishnu resting upon the serpent's coils, his eyes half closed, dreaming of the worlds he would one day create and preserve. In these moments, Shesha was not just a servant, he was a companion to Vishnu. His body was the foundation upon which the god could rest, his 1,000 heads singing soft hymns of devotion. Each head had a voice, and though their words were spoken softly, they resonated through the cosmos, a lullaby that kept the universe in balance. But Shesha's love for Vishnu went beyond mere service. It was said that Shesha would stay in his meditative state for eons, waiting for the time when Vishnu would return to rest upon him. Even when the world was in turmoil, Shesha remained steadfast, his faith in Vishnu unwavering. His devotion was absolute, a bond so pure and strong that nothing could break it. There are legends that speak of the times when the end of the world would draw near, when the balance that Vishnu and Shesha maintained would begin to falter. The oceans would rise, the stars would fall from the sky, and the earth itself would tremble once more. But even in those moments, as the universe began to collapse around them, Shesha would hold fast. His body, unyielding, would continue to support the earth, even as the very fabric of existence unraveled. And when the time came for the universe to be reborn, when Vishnu would awaken from his slumber and create the world anew, Shesha would still be there, ready to hold the earth once again. His task was eternal, his strength unfathomable. But what truly made Shesha remarkable was not his strength alone. It was his humility, his quiet resolve. Despite his power, despite the fact that he held the entire world in his coils, Shesha never sought praise or recognition. He did not desire worship or offerings. He served because it was his nature, because he understood the importance of balance and harmony in the universe. In a world filled with gods and beings who sought glory and power, Shesha stood apart. He embodied selflessness, a quiet devotion to something greater than himself. His only desire was to maintain the balance, to ensure that life could continue to flourish, that the earth could remain steady beneath the feet of those who walked upon it. As the stories of Shesha spread across the ages, people began to understand the depth of his sacrifice. They came to see that without him, the world they lived in would be nothing but chaos, adrift in the endless sea of the cosmos. Shesha, with his 1,000 heads and his unbreakable resolve, was the silent protector of all life. And so, whenever the earth trembles, whenever the ground beneath one's feet feels uncertain, it is said that Shesha is there, holding it steady, ensuring that balance is maintained. His presence may be unseen, but it is always felt, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, there is a force that watches over everything, cradling the world in its endless coils. In the boundless stretch of the cosmos, where time and space lose their meaning, there lies a serpent so vast, so ancient, that his very name speaks of infinity. Ananta, the Endless One, whose coils wrap around existence itself, holds a power beyond comprehension. He is more than a guardian, more than a deity. Ananta is the eternal force, a being who has witnessed the birth and death of countless universes, and through it all, he remains, unchanged, unbroken. In the silence before creation, before the stars twinkled in the sky, before the sun and moon found their paths, Ananta lay coiled in the cosmic ocean, waiting. His body, endless and shimmering, drifted upon the waters, each scale reflecting the mysteries of the universe yet to be born. There was no beginning for Ananta, no end. He had always existed, and he always would. His very essence was the cycle of creation and destruction, of life and death, an eternal rhythm that never ceased. As Lord Vishnu, the preserver of the universe, lay upon Ananta's coils, the two beings were intertwined in more than just form. Vishnu, the creator and sustainer, relied on Ananta, for the serpent was the foundation of all things. Every breath Vishnu took, every thought of creation that stirred within him, was cradled by the infinity that Ananta embodied. It was said that when Vishnu dreamt of creation, it was Ananta's endless form that guided the cycle, ensuring that what began would also have an end, only to begin again. Ananta was not bound by time as mortals understood it. To him, the rise and fall of worlds was but the blink of an eye. He had seen empires rise from dust, only to crumble back into nothingness. He had watched the stars burn bright and fade, leaving only the faintest traces of light in their wake. And yet, through it all, Ananta never moved from his place in the cosmic waters, for his role was not to interfere, but to uphold the very essence of existence. Creation, preservation, destruction, these were not separate events to Ananta. They were part of the same endless cycle, a dance that had no beginning and no end. As Vishnu created, Ananta held the universe steady, his vast body ensuring that balance was maintained. When the time came for the universe to dissolve, to return to the cosmic ocean from which it came, Ananta would still be there, watching with eyes that had seen it all before, countless times. The symbolism of Ananta goes far beyond his physical form. He represents the infinite, the unending cycle that governs all life. In him lies the truth that nothing truly ends, everything is part of a greater cycle, one that continues endlessly. Just as the snake bites its own tail, forming a perfect circle, so too does Ananta remind us that life and death, creation and destruction, are intertwined, inseparable. One cannot exist without the other, and through it all, Ananta remains. To the ancient seers, Ananta's endless form was a comfort. He was the embodiment of stability in a universe that was constantly shifting. In a world where nothing was permanent, where even the gods themselves were subject to the flow of time, Ananta was a reminder that some things never change. He was the anchor, the unshakable force that held the cosmos together, ensuring that the cycles of creation continued without faltering. Yet, there was something deeply humbling about Ananta. Despite his immense power, despite the fact that he held the very fabric of the universe within his coils, Ananta did not seek glory or recognition. He did not ask for temples to be built in his honor, nor did he demand offerings from those who worshipped the gods he supported. Ananta simply was. His existence was enough, his presence a silent reminder of the infinite cycles that governed all things. The image of Vishnu reclining on Ananta's coils, resting as the universe unfolds around them, is one of the most iconic in all of mythology. It is a picture of peace, of balance. Vishnu, the creator, and Ananta, the infinite, together represent the delicate harmony that keeps the universe in motion. Without Ananta's support, Vishnu's creation would falter, the cycles would break, and chaos would reign. But as long as Ananta's coils stretch through the cosmos, there is order, there is balance, and the cycles continue. Ananta's role in creation is subtle but profound. He does not create with his own hands, but without him, creation would be impossible. He holds the space in which creation can occur, ensuring that the universe has the stability it needs to flourish. His infinite nature means that he is always there, always watching, always supporting. And when the time comes for creation to end, when Vishnu closes his eyes and the universe begins to dissolve, Ananta will still be there, ready to begin the cycle again. It's difficult to comprehend the true scale of Ananta. His form stretches beyond the stars, beyond the galaxies, beyond the very edges of existence. He is not bound by the same limits that confine mortals. His presence is everywhere and nowhere, his coils wrapped around the very essence of reality. To try and measure Ananta is to try and measure infinity itself. It cannot be done, for Ananta is beyond all measurement, beyond all understanding. But perhaps the most profound thing about Ananta is his patience. He has witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds, yet he remains as calm as the still waters of the cosmic ocean. He does not rush, for he knows that time is meaningless to him. The universe will unfold as it must, and Ananta will be there to support it, just as he has always been. In every ending, there is a beginning, and in every beginning, an end. This is the truth that Ananta holds within his coils. He is the infinite cycle, the endless dance of creation and destruction that keeps the universe in motion. And though his role is quiet, his presence is felt in every moment of existence, a reminder that the universe, like Ananta, is boundless, eternal, and forever in motion. In the quiet, rural villages of Bengal, when the monsoon clouds gather darkly in the sky and the rain begins to fall, there is one name that is spoken with reverence and fear, Manasa. She is the goddess of serpents, the one whose power is both feared and adored, the protector against the venomous bite of snakes that lurk in the fields, waiting to strike. Her name brings both comfort and awe, for Manasa is not just a deity to be worshipped, she is the protector in the shadows, the one who holds the balance between life and death in her hands. Manasa Devi was born in myth, a daughter of the great sage Kashyapa and Kadru, and sometimes said to be the creation of Shiva himself. From the moment of her birth, her destiny was entwined with that of serpents. Serpents, who slithered in the dark, who held the power of life and death in their fangs, found a goddess in her, one who could tame their wild nature, one who could command them as easily as others would command the wind. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was her strength that set her apart. Manasa was not like the other goddesses, adorned in gold and jewels, worshipped in the grand temples. She was the goddess of the people, of the soil, of the simple huts where life hung by a fragile thread during the stormy seasons. Her story is one of longing and resilience. Manasa, born to a world that did not fully accept her, found herself on the outskirts of the divine family. Her stepmother, Parvati, was said to have looked upon her with disdain, and the other gods, though aware of her power, kept their distance. But Manasa, unshaken by the rejection of others, carved her own path. She chose to be the protector of those who feared her, human beings who lived in the shadow of serpents, who toiled in the fields, knowing that at any moment, the bite of a snake could bring death. There is one tale that speaks of Manasa's great power and her ability to command not only the serpents but fate itself. It is the story of Behula, a devoted wife whose love for her husband was tested by the goddess. Lakhinder, Behula's husband, was fated to die on their wedding night by the bite of a serpent. Manasa, determined to assert her divinity, sent her fiercest snake to fulfill this cruel destiny. And so, on the night of their union, while the village slept and the world seemed at peace, the serpent struck, and Lakhinder fell lifeless in Behula's arms. But Behula's love for her husband was greater than the finality of death. She refused to accept the fate Manasa had woven. With her husband's body cradled in her arms, Behula embarked on a journey to the heavens, braving storms and demons, pleading with the gods for mercy. Her devotion, her tears, and her strength moved even the stern heart of Manasa. The goddess, who had brought death, was moved to bring life. She returned Lakhinder to the world of the living, not just as a gift to Behula, but as a testament to the power of love, sacrifice, and devotion. This story of Behula and Lakhinder lives on in the songs and dances performed during the Manasa Puja, the festival dedicated to the serpent goddess. Every year, as the rivers swell with the monsoon rains and the threat of snake bites becomes real once again, villagers gather to honor Manasa. Offerings of milk, flowers, and prayers are made, not in grand temples but under simple trees or in humble shrines. These offerings are given with a trembling heart, asking for the goddess's protection, hoping that she will keep the serpents at bay for another season. The Manasa Puja is not a festival of grandeur, but one of survival. It reflects the intimate connection between life and death, between human beings and the forces of nature that surround them. The stories of Manasa are told again and again, her battles with the gods who doubted her, her fierce determination to be recognized, and her eventual acceptance as a goddess in her own right. But most of all, her role as the protector against snake bites is what defines her worship. For those who live close to the land, who work in fields where snakes hide beneath the tall grass, Manasa is the line between life and death. Manasa's worship is especially strong in Bengal and Assam, regions where the dense jungles and flooded plains are home to countless snakes, including the deadly cobra. It is said that her presence can be felt in the very air during the rainy season. When a farmer kneels by a riverbank to offer milk, when a mother whispers a prayer for her child playing barefoot in the grass, they are speaking to Manasa. They are asking her to hold back the serpents, to keep their fangs from striking, to allow life to continue in the face of such ever-present danger. Her festivals are simple, yet filled with emotion. There are no grand idols or elaborate rituals. Instead, her devotees craft clay images of the goddess, her form often entwined with snakes, her eyes calm but powerful. These images are placed in the heart of the village, surrounded by offerings, and the people gather around them, singing songs that tell her story, that remind them of her power and her mercy. The air is filled with the scent of incense and the sound of drums, but beneath the celebration is a quiet plea, "Keep us safe." Manasa Devi's presence is not one of distant majesty but of intimate power. She is the goddess who walks among the people, who understands their fears and their hopes. She does not sit on a golden throne far away in the heavens, but stays close to the earth, close to the people who need her protection the most. And though her stories are filled with trials and tests, there is a deep undercurrent of compassion in her myths. For Manasa is not just the bringer of death, she is also the giver of life. Her snakes may bite, but with her blessing, they also spare. She stands between the two worlds, holding both the power to take and the power to give, reminding those who honor her that life itself is fragile, but with her protection, it can endure. And so, in the heart of the monsoon, when the rains fall heavy and the rivers rise, the people turn to Manasa. They offer their prayers, their songs, and their tears, hoping that the goddess will watch over them once more, that her serpents will remain hidden, their fangs quiet, and that life, for another year, will go on. In the midst of the dense forests and towering mountains, as battles raged and destinies intertwined, the Ramayana told tales not just of humans, gods, and demons, but of serpents, beings who moved silently beneath the surface of the story. Their presence was woven into the very fabric of this epic, their role hidden yet powerful, like a coiled snake waiting to strike. Among these serpentine figures, Vasuki stood as a legend in his own right. His body, massive and covered in glittering scales, was not just a symbol of strength, but of cosmic duty. Long before Rama's exile or Ravana's rise, Vasuki had played a pivotal role in the churning of the ocean, a moment that would shape the future of gods and mortals alike. As the Devas and Asuras sought the nectar of immortality, they turned to Vasuki, the king of serpents, to serve as the rope. It was his body that they wrapped around Mount Mandara, his strength that bore the weight of the mountain as it churned the ocean's depths. The pain he endured was unimaginable. His body, stretched and pulled, suffered under the pressure of gods on one side and demons on the other. Yet, Vasuki did not falter. His sacrifice was for the balance of the universe, and though the poison that emerged from the ocean's depths threatened to destroy everything, it was a reminder of his power, of the volatile, dangerous force that serpents like Vasuki embodied. His actions echoed through the ages, casting a long shadow over the events of the Ramayana, where his kin would again play crucial roles. Then there was Shesha, the eternal serpent, whose coils cradled Lord Vishnu in the cosmic ocean. Shesha's connection to the Ramayana was not as direct as Vasuki's, but his influence was felt in the divine balance that held the universe together. Vishnu, who incarnated as Rama to rid the world of Ravana's tyranny, rested upon Shesha's body in the time between creation and destruction. Shesha held the weight of the world upon his endless coils, his calm, watchful presence a reminder of the cycles that governed the universe. But Shesha was not just a passive observer. His essence flowed through the story in subtle ways. Lakshmana, Rama's loyal brother, was said to be an incarnation of Shesha himself. This connection was more than symbolic. Just as Shesha supported Vishnu in his divine form, so too did Lakshmana support Rama through every trial and tribulation. Lakshmana's unwavering loyalty, his fierce protection of his brother, mirrored the eternal service of Shesha to Vishnu. It was as if the great serpent's spirit lived within Lakshmana, guiding his every action, ensuring that the balance of Dharma was maintained. And then, there was Kumbhakarna, a being of terrifying strength, whose very presence shook the earth. His connection to the Nagas was not immediately obvious, yet it ran deep. Kumbhakarna, the brother of Ravana, was a figure of immense power, but also of immense suffering. Cursed to sleep for months at a time, his life was one of darkness and isolation. Yet, in his blood ran the legacy of the serpents. Some believed that Kumbhakarna's immense strength, his connection to the earth and its primal forces, was a reflection of his Naga heritage. The Nagas were, after all, beings of the earth. They were tied to the very elements, their power stemming from their connection to the natural world. Kumbhakarna's slumber, his deep connection to the earth during his long periods of sleep, felt like the hibernation of a serpent. And when he awoke, his hunger was insatiable, his rage unstoppable, much like the fury of a snake disturbed from its rest. In his final moments, as he rose to fight in the great battle of Lanka, Kumbhakarna's Naga essence seemed to awaken fully. His movements, slow and deliberate, carried the weight of centuries. His eyes, glowing with an inner fire, mirrored the gaze of a serpent ready to strike. And when he fell, his massive body crashing to the earth, it was as if the power of the Nagas had been unleashed one last time, only to be buried again in the earth from which it came. The Ramayana, with its tales of gods and warriors, also whispered of serpents, beings who, though often unseen, played vital roles in the shaping of the world. Vasuki's sacrifice, Shesha's quiet strength, and Kumbhakarna's connection to the Nagas were reminders that the serpentine forces of the earth and the cosmos were always present, always watching, always waiting for their moment to strike. Arjuna stood by the banks of the Ganga, the weight of the world on his shoulders. His brothers had been exiled, and the Pandavas were scattered. He sought solitude, hoping the river's gentle current might wash away his worries. But in that quiet, something unexpected happened, a ripple that wasn't from the water. Before he could react, a powerful force pulled him beneath the surface, dragging him into the depths. As he struggled to break free, a figure appeared before him. She was unlike anyone he had ever seen, a Naga princess, with eyes as deep as the ocean and skin that shimmered like the scales of a snake. Her name was Ulupi, and she was a daughter of the serpentine realm. Ulupi had fallen in love with Arjuna the moment she saw him, her heart captivated by his strength and valor. But her love was not one of softness and hesitation. It was fierce and unrelenting, like the currents of the river that she ruled. She spoke to him in a voice both commanding and soothing, telling him that she had brought him here to be with her, to become her husband. Arjuna, bound by duty and honor, resisted at first. But Ulupi was persistent, and her love, though sudden, was genuine. She promised him not only love, but protection and guidance. In the end, Arjuna relented, and their union was sealed in the depths of the river, a marriage between a mortal warrior and an immortal Naga princess. Their time together was brief, but in that short span, Ulupi's love for Arjuna was unshakable. She gave him her blessing, ensuring that no creature of the water would ever harm him, no matter where his battles took him. She imbued him with her power, making him even stronger, even more formidable. And when Arjuna returned to the surface, back to the world of men, he carried with him not just memories of Ulupi, but a piece of her spirit, her strength, her love. But the Nagas were not always so benevolent. The story of Takshaka, the Naga king, is one of wrath and revenge. It began with a fire, an all-consuming blaze that devoured the Khandava forest. The forest had been home to countless beings, including the Nagas. But it was burned to ashes at the hands of Arjuna and Krishna, who, in their quest to satisfy the hunger of Agni, the fire god, showed no mercy to the creatures that dwelled there. Takshaka, one of the few to survive the inferno, watched in horror as his home was destroyed, his kin reduced to cinders. The pain of that loss was more than he could bear. Hatred filled his heart, a burning desire for revenge that could not be quenched. Takshaka waited, biding his time, knowing that the day would come when he could strike back at those responsible for his suffering. Years later, his moment arrived. Parikshit, the grandson of Arjuna, sat on the throne of Hastinapura. The kingdom was prosperous, and peace had returned after the bloody battle of Kurukshetra. But Takshaka's thirst for vengeance had not been forgotten. In a cold, calculated move, he sought to end the line of Arjuna once and for all. Takshaka struck Parikshit with his deadly venom, killing him with the precision of a snake's bite. The death of Parikshit was not just an act of revenge, it was a reminder that the Nagas, though often hidden, had a power that could shake the foundations of the world. The role of the Nagas did not end there. As the Great War of Kurukshetra raged, a battle that would determine the fate of the world, the Nagas watched from the shadows. They were not mere spectators, they were intricately tied to the events unfolding on the battlefield. The serpents, with their ancient wisdom and hidden strength, were part of the cosmic forces that shaped the outcome of the war. In the depths of the earth, Shesha, the great serpent who supported the world on his many hoods, remained ever vigilant. His brother Vasuki, who had once helped churn the ocean, now watched as the destinies of gods and men collided on the blood-soaked plains. The Nagas, though unseen, were present in every arrow that flew, and every drop of blood that stained the earth. They were there in the quiet moments between battles, and the silence before the storm. And then there was Ashvatthama, the son of Drona, whose own fate became intertwined with that of the Nagas. After the war, in a moment of blinding rage, Ashvatthama unleashed the Brahmastra, a weapon of unimaginable destruction. But the Nagas had not forgotten their connection to the ancient forces that governed the universe. In that moment, they moved through the very air, whispering to the gods, reminding them of the balance that must be maintained. The Nagas, in the Mahabharata, were not just characters in a story. They were symbols of the forces that lie beneath the surface, forces that are often hidden but are always there, waiting. They were the reminders that even in the greatest of battles, even in the most heroic of deeds, there are ancient powers at play, powers that cannot be ignored. Ulupi's love, Takshaka's revenge, and the Nagas' quiet presence during the Kurukshetra War all tell the story of beings who existed in the margins, yet whose influence shaped the course of history. They were the guardians of the earth and the waters, protectors and destroyers, and their legacy lived on in the hearts of men, in the blood of kings, and in the whispered prayers of those who feared their bite. The moon hung low over the ancient land, casting a silver glow on the still waters. Beneath the surface, where human eyes could not see, an entire kingdom thrived, ruled by Naga kings, serpent lords of immense power and wisdom. These were no ordinary rulers. They commanded the forces of nature, the depths of the earth, and the flow of rivers. Yet their influence didn't end at the borders of their hidden world. They shaped the destiny of human kings, not through brute strength alone, but through politics, diplomacy, and, when necessary, war. One such Naga king was Vasuki, a figure known not only for his role in cosmic events, but also for his leadership among the Nagas. His kingdom was vast, stretching across sacred rivers and beneath ancient forests. Human kings both respected and feared him, for Vasuki's wrath could bring floods, while his favor could turn a barren land into a lush paradise. His kingdom was one of mystery, hidden beneath the sacred waters, but its power was felt in the courts of earthly rulers. Kings would send emissaries to Vasuki's realm, bearing gifts and seeking alliances, knowing that a single favor from the Naga king could change the fate of their entire kingdom. But alliances with Naga kings were not forged easily. The Nagas, with their deep connection to the earth and water, were careful in choosing their allies. They looked not for wealth or glory but for balance and respect. The Nagas valued harmony with nature, something many human rulers often overlooked in their pursuit of power. And when that balance was threatened, the Nagas would not hesitate to take up arms. In the Mahabharata, the story of the burning of the Khandava forest is a stark reminder of what happens when human ambition clashes with the Naga realm. The forest, home to many Naga families, was set ablaze by Arjuna and Krishna at the request of Agni, the god of fire. As the flames roared and the sky darkened with smoke, Takshaka, the Naga king of the forest, watched in despair as his home and people were consumed by the inferno. His grief soon turned to rage, a rage that would drive him to seek revenge not only against those who destroyed his kingdom but against their descendants as well. Takshaka's retaliation was cold and calculated. Years after the burning of Khandava, when the grandson of Arjuna, King Parikshit, sat on the throne of Hastinapura, Takshaka saw his opportunity. With the precision of a serpent striking in the dark, Takshaka ended Parikshit's life with a deadly bite, his venom a symbol of the Naga king's long-held fury. This was not just a personal vendetta, it was a statement, an assertion of the Naga's enduring power, even in the face of time and distance. But not all interactions between Naga and human kings ended in conflict. There were times when diplomacy prevailed, when the two realms found common ground. The marriage of Ulupi, the Naga princess, to Arjuna is one such example. Ulupi's love for Arjuna transcended the boundaries of their worlds, and their union brought peace between the Pandavas and the Nagas. Through this marriage, Ulupi became not just a wife to Arjuna, but a bridge between two realms, showing that the Nagas, though often fierce and protective of their own, were also capable of great love and loyalty. Ulupi's role in Arjuna's life was not merely one of companionship. After their brief union, she helped Arjuna in moments of great need. During the Great War of Kurukshetra, it was Ulupi who brought Arjuna back from the brink of despair, reminding him of his duty and purpose. Her wisdom and guidance, rooted in the ancient knowledge of the Nagas, became a beacon for Arjuna in his darkest moments. In her, the power of the Naga kings and queens was not just physical, but deeply spiritual, influencing the course of human history through subtle, yet profound, interventions. However, not all Naga-human relations were as harmonious as Ulupi and Arjuna's bond. In many regions, the relationship between human kings and Naga rulers was tense, marked by territorial disputes and misunderstandings. The Nagas, with their dominion over water bodies, often clashed with human rulers who sought to expand their territories into lands governed by the Nagas. These conflicts were not just about land or resources, they were battles for the survival of entire cultures. In the ancient texts, there are tales of kings who attempted to conquer Naga territories, only to be met with disasters, floods, plagues, and curses. The Nagas, though often silent and unseen, had their ways of reminding the humans that they were not to be trifled with. Some kings, driven by greed, would try to drain sacred lakes or divert rivers, unaware that they were encroaching on Naga domains. Such actions would awaken the wrath of the Naga kings, and their retaliation was swift and merciless. Yet, there were also wise kings who understood the importance of respecting the Naga realms. These rulers sought not to conquer, but to coexist. They would send envoys bearing offerings of gold, precious stones, and sacred herbs, seeking the blessings of the Naga kings for the prosperity of their kingdoms. In return, the Nagas would bless the lands with fertile soil, abundant rains, and protection from natural calamities. These alliances were built on mutual respect and the understanding that the Nagas, though different in form, were equals in power and wisdom. One such tale speaks of a human king who, in his arrogance, sought to claim a sacred river governed by a Naga king. The river, which brought life to the surrounding lands, was revered by the locals, who believed it flowed from the Naga king's palace deep within the earth. The human king, blinded by his desire to expand his kingdom, ordered his army to divert the river's course. That night, as the soldiers dug their trenches and prepared to alter the river's path, the earth trembled. From the depths emerged the Naga king himself, towering and majestic, his eyes burning with anger. In a voice that shook the heavens, the Naga king warned the human ruler of the consequences of his actions. But the king, too proud to heed the warning, pressed on. The next day, a great storm descended upon the land. The river, once calm and gentle, rose in fury, flooding the fields and destroying entire villages. It was only after the human king begged for forgiveness, offering his crown and kingdom to the Naga king, that the waters receded and peace was restored. The Nagas, through their kings and rulers, played a vital role in shaping the politics and warfare of the ancient world. Their influence was felt not just through their battles, but through their wisdom, their diplomacy, and their connection to the forces of nature. They were not mere mythological figures, they were guardians, protectors, and, when wronged, formidable adversaries. In the dim glow of a full moon, the forest whispered secrets, leaves rustling as if in anticipation. A figure moved through the shadows, graceful and silent, her eyes gleaming with a hypnotic allure. She was no ordinary woman, there was something otherworldly about her, something both enchanting and terrifying. The villagers spoke of her in hushed tones, calling her Nagin, a creature of seduction, power, and transformation. Stories of the Nagin have echoed through the ages, capturing the imaginations of those who feared and admired her. She was both protector and destroyer, capable of love as fierce as her vengeance. Her form, half woman and half serpent, made her a symbol of duality, embodying the tension between beauty and danger. In her eyes, one could lose themselves, drawn into a world of mystery, where nothing was as it seemed. In mythology, the Nagin's power was unparalleled. She could shift between her human form and that of a serpent at will, using her abilities to both deceive and defend. Her allure was legendary, with stories of kings and warriors falling hopelessly in love with her, only to realize too late the peril they were in. But the Nagin was not merely a temptress. Beneath her enchanting exterior lay a force of nature, capable of great destruction when wronged. One tale tells of a Nagin who fell in love with a mortal man, a humble farmer who lived near her sacred lake. Their love was pure, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. But as with many such unions, their happiness was short-lived. The farmer's jealous brother, driven by greed and fear, betrayed them. In a moment of rage, he struck the Nagin's lover down, his life bleeding out into the earth. The Nagin, heartbroken and enraged, transformed into her serpent form, her grief fueling her power. The skies darkened as if mourning alongside her, and the winds howled with her sorrow. In her fury, she unleashed her vengeance upon the brother, cursing him and his descendants to a life of endless torment. Yet, her punishment was not merely out of anger. It was a reflection of the depth of her love, the unbearable pain of losing the one person who had truly seen her for who she was, beyond her serpentine nature. This story, like many others, paints the Nagin as more than just a seductive figure. She was a protector of those she loved, fiercely loyal and unwavering. Her transformation into a serpent symbolized her ability to move between worlds, navigating the fine line between human emotion and the primal forces of nature. The Nagin was not bound by the rules of one realm. She existed in both, commanding respect and fear from mortals and immortals alike. In art, the depiction of the Nagin often emphasizes her duality. She is shown as a woman of stunning beauty, her hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, her eyes filled with secrets. But beneath this allure, the artist hints at her serpent form, a coiled tail, scales glistening like jewels in the sunlight. These images evoke a sense of wonder and trepidation, reminding viewers of the Nagin's power to shift between her two identities. The Nagin was both the protector of the natural world and a force that could bring chaos when provoked. Culturally, the Nagin holds a place of reverence and fear, especially in regions where snakes are considered sacred. Her connection to fertility, life, and death makes her a potent figure in rituals and ceremonies. The Nagin is often invoked for protection against evil, but also as a warning: never betray her, for her wrath is as deadly as her love is profound. In some traditions, the Nagin represents the untamed aspects of the feminine spirit. She is wild, independent, and refuses to be controlled. Her transformation from woman to serpent is a symbol of her ability to adapt, to become what the situation demands, whether that is a nurturer or an avenger. Her serpentine form, often seen as sinister, is also a representation of wisdom. In many cultures, the snake is a symbol of knowledge, and the Nagin's ability to transform reflects her mastery over both the physical and spiritual realms. The Nagin's allure is not just physical. It is her power to transform, to shift and change as she wills, that makes her such a captivating figure. Her seduction lies in her unpredictability, her ability to offer love or destruction, depending on how she is treated. Those who honor her, who see beyond her serpentine exterior, may find in her a protector, a guide through the mysteries of life and death. But those who wrong her will face her fury, as swift and deadly as a snake's strike. In religion, the Nagin is often seen as a guardian of sacred spaces, especially those related to water, rivers, lakes, and springs. Water, with its life-giving properties, is closely tied to fertility, and the Nagin's connection to these bodies of water reinforces her role as a symbol of creation. Yet, water can also be destructive, just as the Nagin can bring devastation when her anger is roused. Festivals and rituals dedicated to the Nagin often celebrate this dual nature. Offerings of milk, flowers, and sweets are made to her, asking for her blessings. These rituals are a reminder of the Nagin's power over life and death, her ability to both nurture and destroy. Worshippers approach her with reverence, knowing that her favor can bring prosperity, but her anger can bring disaster. One popular legend speaks of a village cursed by a Nagin after the death of her mate. The villagers had unknowingly killed her beloved, not realizing the depth of the bond between them. In her sorrow, the Nagin cursed the land, turning the once fertile fields into barren wasteland. Desperate, the villagers begged for her forgiveness, building a shrine in her honor and offering prayers day and night. Moved by their devotion, the Nagin relented, lifting the curse and restoring the land's fertility. But the lesson remained: never underestimate the power of the Nagin, for her love and her vengeance are two sides of the same coin. The Nagin's legacy is one of transformation, of embracing both the light and the dark within. She is a figure of seduction, not just of the body but of the mind and soul, drawing people into her world where beauty and danger are inseparable. To understand the Nagin is to understand the nature of life itself, a constant dance between creation and destruction, love and loss, power and vulnerability. On a quiet night, when the moon bathed the earth in its gentle silver light, Arjuna, the great Pandava warrior, found himself wandering alone by the banks of the Ganga. His heart was heavy with the weight of exile, a punishment he had accepted after inadvertently breaking a vow. As he stood at the water's edge, contemplating his fate, the river seemed to shimmer and stir with a life of its own. Before he could react, something strange happened. Arjuna felt himself being pulled beneath the surface of the water, into the depths of a mysterious and hidden world. He was not drowning, nor was he in danger. Instead, Arjuna found himself in a kingdom beneath the waves, where the air was rich with an otherworldly beauty. In this enchanted realm, he was greeted by a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. She was Ulupi, the Naga princess, her eyes filled with warmth and wisdom, her presence both regal and tender. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back, and though she had the grace of a human, there was an aura around her that revealed her true nature as a Naga, half-human, half-serpent. Ulupi had been watching Arjuna from afar. Drawn to his bravery and honor, she had used her powers to bring him to her underwater kingdom. But this was not an act of mere curiosity. Ulupi's heart was filled with love for Arjuna, a love that had blossomed quietly and unexpectedly. As she stood before him, her voice soft yet commanding, she expressed her feelings. Arjuna, who had seen many strange things in his life but never encountered a being like Ulupi, was captivated by her sincerity and beauty. The Naga princess did not demand or force Arjuna's love. Instead, she spoke to him with such gentleness that Arjuna, moved by her devotion and the strange circumstances that had brought them together, accepted her hand in marriage. Their union was brief, yet filled with meaning. In the intimacy of their shared moments, Ulupi gave Arjuna something far greater than just companionship. She restored his faith in himself, reminding him of his purpose, even in exile. She told him that no matter the trials ahead, he would emerge stronger, and that their bond would be an eternal one, transcending time and distance. Arjuna's time in Ulupi's underwater kingdom passed like a fleeting dream, but the impact of their marriage lingered in his heart. Ulupi, with her unwavering love and her deep connection to the mystical realm of the Nagas, had become an integral part of his life. Though he left her kingdom to continue his journey, Ulupi's love followed him, a quiet strength that would come to his aid when he needed it most. Years later, during the great battle of Kurukshetra, Arjuna found himself overwhelmed, his spirit weighed down by the endless violence and bloodshed. It was then that Ulupi reappeared in his life, as if the very earth had remembered the bond they once shared. In a moment of great despair, Ulupi's presence became his anchor, reminding him of the wisdom she had bestowed upon him. It was her love that helped Arjuna gather his strength, her guidance that brought him back from the brink of hopelessness. But Ulupi's role in Arjuna's life was not just that of a lover or a distant memory. She was a force of protection, a guardian who ensured that Arjuna's destiny remained intact. One of the most poignant moments of their relationship came when Arjuna's son, Iravan, was fated to die in battle. Ulupi, with her powers as a Naga princess, offered her wisdom and comfort, standing by Arjuna and ensuring that his lineage and legacy would continue. Her love was not selfish, it extended to Arjuna's entire world, his family, and his people. The tale of Ulupi and Arjuna is more than just a story of romance between a mortal and a Naga. It symbolizes the profound connections that can exist between the human world and the mystical realms of nature. In the Mahabharata, Naga-human relationships are not just fantastical elements, they represent the union of earth and water, of the mortal and the divine. Ulupi, with her serpent heritage, was a being of the earth's depths, and her love for Arjuna was a bridge between the terrestrial and the aquatic, the known and the unknown. This union also held great symbolic significance. Ulupi represented transformation and healing, qualities often associated with serpents in Indian mythology. Her marriage to Arjuna was not just the merging of two beings, but a representation of Arjuna's inner journey, his ability to accept the unknown, to embrace love in its most unexpected forms, and to find strength in his vulnerabilities. Ulupi's love for Arjuna was unwavering, even when they were apart. After their brief marriage, she did not demand his constant presence, nor did she seek to bind him to her underwater world. She understood the greater purpose of his life, his responsibilities, and his destiny as a Pandava. This selflessness, this willingness to let go while still offering support, made Ulupi one of the most extraordinary figures in Arjuna's life. Her significance in the Mahabharata goes beyond her personal story. Ulupi's presence in the epic reminds us of the intricate relationships between humans and the natural world. The Nagas, with their serpent forms, are often seen as protectors of the earth's treasures, its rivers, lakes, and forests. Through her bond with Arjuna, Ulupi symbolizes the unity between humans and the elemental forces that sustain life. She is both a lover and a guardian, embodying the nurturing and protective aspects of nature itself. The tale of Ulupi is not just about love or marriage. It is a story of healing, strength, and the power of connection. Through her, Arjuna found solace during his exile and a reminder of his purpose during his greatest trials. Ulupi's love, like the waters she came from, flowed through his life, offering him support in moments of both joy and sorrow. She was a Naga princess, yes, but in her heart, she was something much more, a beacon of hope, a symbol of unwavering devotion, and a reminder that love, no matter how brief, can leave an eternal mark on the soul. On the shores of a quiet river, under the thick shade of ancient trees, there was a stillness that seemed to hold the world in place. But beneath the surface of those calm waters, there were stories untold, tales of beings both magical and mysterious, their lives entwined with the fabric of the earth and sky. Among these stories were the Nagakanyas, the daughters of the great serpent kings, each one a figure of grace and power. These divine maidens moved between worlds, their presence shaping the fates of both mortals and their serpentine kin. In one such legend, a young prince wandered deep into the forest, lost and weary from the struggles of his kingdom. His father had fallen ill, and the future of the land seemed uncertain. As he sat beside a quiet stream, the prince felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. But then, the waters began to ripple, not with the wind, but with something more alive, something ancient. From the depths of the river emerged a figure of unimaginable beauty, her skin glowing faintly in the twilight. She was a Nagakanya, a daughter of the Serpent King, and her name was Padmavati. Padmavati's eyes held a wisdom beyond her years, and the prince, captivated by her grace, felt a deep sense of peace wash over him. She spoke to him of balance, of harmony between the realms of men and the Nagas. Her voice was gentle, yet carried the weight of ancient knowledge. She knew of the prince's sorrow, of the illness plaguing his father, and with a touch as light as a breeze, she offered him a remedy, water from the river she guarded. It was no ordinary water, but a gift from the depths of the Naga realm, a token of peace and goodwill between their two worlds. The prince, grateful beyond words, returned to his kingdom with the water Padmavati had given him. True to her promise, the king's health was restored, and with it, the kingdom found new strength. The prince never forgot the Nagakanya who had saved his father's life, and from that day forward, he made it his mission to foster peace between his people and the Nagas, knowing that their worlds were more connected than anyone had ever realized. This story of Padmavati is just one of many tales that highlight the role of the Nagakanyas in the ancient myths of India. These serpent daughters were not only figures of great beauty and power, but they also played crucial roles in maintaining the balance between the human world and the mystical realm of the Nagas. Often, they would appear to humans in times of great need, offering their wisdom, their healing, or their protection. One of the most striking aspects of the Nagakanyas was their ability to foster peace between two realms that were often at odds. In a world where misunderstandings between humans and Nagas could lead to violence and conflict, the Nagakanyas stood as mediators, their very existence a bridge between these two worlds. They were not bound by the enmity that sometimes existed between their serpent kin and the human rulers. Instead, they sought understanding, recognizing that harmony between the earth and its creatures was essential for the survival of all. In another legend, a Nagakanya named Shesha appeared to a king who had been at war with the Nagas for many years. His people had been cursed by a powerful Naga, and their crops had withered, their rivers had dried up. Desperate for a solution, the king had ordered his men to burn the forests where the Nagas lived, hoping to drive them away and reclaim the land for his people. But Shesha, seeing the devastation this war was causing to both her people and the humans, decided to intervene. Disguising herself as a human, Shesha went to the king's court, her heart heavy with the suffering she had witnessed. She spoke to the king of the need for peace, for a resolution that did not involve more bloodshed. She told him of the great powers that the Nagas possessed, powers that could bring life back to the land, if only there was mutual respect and understanding. Her words moved the king, and for the first time, he began to see the Nagas not as enemies, but as guardians of the earth's resources. Through Shesha's intervention, a truce was established, and the rivers flowed once again. The crops began to grow, and the land was restored to its former glory. The king, grateful for Shesha's wisdom, made a vow to protect the Naga lands, and in return, the Nagas promised to safeguard the kingdom's water and soil. It was a peace that lasted for generations, all thanks to the compassion and foresight of a single Nagakanya. The Nagakanyas were not merely passive figures in these stories. They were powerful agents of change, using their influence to heal rifts and bring about transformation. In some tales, they even married human kings and warriors, further strengthening the bonds between their two worlds. These unions were seen as symbols of unity, a reminder that the lines between the human and the divine, the earthly and the mystical, were not as rigid as they seemed. One of the most famous of these unions is the marriage of Ulupi, a Naga princess, to the Pandava prince Arjuna. Ulupi's love for Arjuna and her role in his life is a testament to the deep connection that could exist between humans and Nagas. She not only saved Arjuna's life, but also played a crucial role in his journey, guiding him and offering her support in times of great need. Ulupi's story, like those of other Nagakanyas, is a reminder of the power of love and understanding to bridge even the most profound divides. The Nagakanyas, with their grace, wisdom, and power, were more than just mythical figures. They embodied the hope for a world where humans and nature could coexist in harmony, where conflicts could be resolved through dialogue and compassion, rather than violence. Their stories continue to resonate, reminding us of the delicate balance that exists between all living things and the importance of preserving the connections that bind us to the natural world. In the moonlit silence of an ancient forest, a young man wandered, heartbroken and lost. The path beneath his feet seemed to vanish into the mist, as if the world itself had dissolved into mystery. As he paused by a quiet stream, the air suddenly felt alive, as though a secret presence stirred nearby. He turned, and there she was, a woman, her beauty unlike anything he had ever seen. Her eyes, dark and shimmering, held the secrets of centuries, and her very presence seemed to pulse with a power he couldn't understand. What the young man didn't know was that this was no ordinary woman. She was a Nagin, a serpent in human form, a creature born of both the earth and the unknown, and her story, like so many others, was woven with the threads of magic and transformation. The ability of Nagins to change form is one of the most haunting and captivating aspects of their legends. In many stories, these powerful beings are depicted as shapeshifters, transforming seamlessly between their serpent and human forms. But it is not just the transformation itself that captivates, it is what these changes represent. The act of becoming human, and then returning to their serpent form, speaks to the duality of their existence, at once part of the natural world and yet above it, forever walking the line between the human and the divine. One of the most well-known tales of transformation is that of the Nagin Queen, a story passed down through generations in hushed whispers. It begins with a humble man, a woodcutter, who once saved a snake trapped in a net. Grateful for his kindness, the snake revealed her true identity, a Nagin princess who had been cursed. She returned to her human form, a vision of grace and beauty, and offered the woodcutter a reward. But instead of riches, he asked for her companionship, enchanted by her kindness. The Nagin, deeply moved, agreed to marry him. For years, they lived in happiness, but the woodcutter had promised never to reveal her true identity. However, as time passed, the burden of his secret grew heavier, and one day, in a moment of weakness, he confessed to the villagers about his wife's true nature. Betrayed and heartbroken, the Nagin transformed back into her serpent form and vanished into the forest, never to be seen again. This tale speaks not only of the mystical powers of the Nagin but also of the fragile balance between trust and betrayal. Her ability to change between forms is a symbol of her vulnerability and strength. As a human, she opens herself to love, but as a serpent, she guards her heart and her kingdom. In folklore, Nagins are often portrayed as fierce protectors of their world, and their transformations are a reflection of the shifting emotions they feel, their wrath when wronged and their tenderness when shown compassion. Another famous story is that of Princess Sulochana, a Naga queen who fell in love with a mortal king. Her transformation from serpent to human was not just physical but emotional. She longed for the love of a human, desiring the warmth and connection that her life as a Nagin could not offer. For years, Sulochana lived with her husband in perfect harmony, her serpent past hidden from the world. However, like so many of these tales, their love was tested when a jealous courtier discovered her secret. Fearing the power she held, he revealed her true identity to the king. But unlike the woodcutter in the earlier story, this king was different. His love for Sulochana was so deep, so unwavering, that even knowing she was a Nagin could not change his heart. In a powerful moment of acceptance, the king declared that he loved her no matter her form, and in doing so, broke the curse that had bound her to her serpent identity. Sulochana was free to live as a human forever, her love and trust rewarded with a life of happiness. These legends of Nagins transforming into humans and back again reveal much about the human condition. They are stories of longing, of the search for acceptance, and of the pain of betrayal. The transformation is not just about the physical, it is about the emotional journey of these beings who navigate worlds that are often in conflict with each other. As serpents, they are powerful, connected to nature and the earth's rhythms. As humans, they experience vulnerability, love, and the complexity of human relationships. In many ways, the Nagin's ability to transform symbolizes the eternal struggle between freedom and limitation. In serpent form, they are free, unbound by human laws, untethered by the constraints of society. But in human form, they are bound by the very emotions that define human existence: love, loss, loyalty, and fear. It is this tension that makes their stories so poignant, so filled with heartache and wonder. The legendary Naga queen Nagini Devi is another figure who embodies the transformational powers of Nagins. In her story, Nagini Devi falls in love with a prince but is bound by a curse that forces her to remain in serpent form unless her love is pure and unconditional. For years, she watches over the prince, guarding him from harm, silently longing for the day when she can reveal her true self. But when the prince finally learns of her identity, he reacts with fear, rejecting her. In sorrow, she returns to her serpent form, her love unrequited, her heart forever tied to the human world she can never fully enter. These stories are not just about magical transformations, they are metaphors for the human experience. The Nagin's ability to shift between worlds, between forms, is a reflection of the dualities within all of us, the balance between strength and vulnerability, freedom and restraint, love and fear. Each transformation is a moment of reckoning, a decision about which world to belong to and what it means to truly be oneself. The tales of Nagin queens and princesses are rich with emotion, filled with moments of both sorrow and joy. They remind us that transformation is not just about changing from one form to another, it is about the journey of the heart, the search for connection, and the hope that, no matter the form we take, we will find a place where we are truly understood. In the ancient world, where gods and demons walked the earth, a great crisis unfolded that threatened to destroy all that existed. The celestial nectar of immortality, the Amrit, had been lost, hidden deep beneath the cosmic ocean. Without it, even the gods felt the cold touch of mortality creeping closer. A solution had to be found, and thus began one of the most dramatic events in all of mythology, the churning of the ocean, Samudra Manthan. At the heart of this epic tale stands Vasuki, the mighty king of the Nagas, who would play a role so pivotal, so profound, that the balance of the universe itself rested on his coiled form. When the Devas and the Asuras, eternal rivals, agreed to join forces to retrieve the Amrit, they needed something of great strength, something that could wrap itself around Mount Mandara, the mountain that would serve as their churning rod. No ordinary being could fulfill this task. It required a creature of immense power and endurance. All eyes turned to Vasuki. Vasuki, the great serpent king, stretched his colossal body, shimmering with scales as radiant as the night sky. His presence alone commanded reverence and fear. He had long been a guardian of the underworld, a protector of hidden treasures, but now he was called upon for a task that transcended anything he had ever known. The gods asked him to be the rope that would churn the ocean itself, a task so monumental that it could shatter even the strongest of beings. But Vasuki, with his deep sense of duty, agreed. The sight of Vasuki coiling around Mount Mandara was a spectacle of unimaginable grandeur. His body, like a river of shimmering light, spiraled upward, encircling the massive peak. On one side, the Devas held his head, and on the other, the Asuras grasped his tail. The ocean stretched out endlessly before them, dark and still, waiting for the great churning to begin. And then, with a mighty heave, they pulled. The mountain began to turn, and the ocean roared in response, waves crashing against the churning rod. Vasuki's body strained as he endured the violent push and pull. The Asuras, filled with arrogance, had chosen to hold his tail, believing themselves superior to the Devas. But they did not understand the consequences of their choice. As the churning continued, Vasuki's breath, filled with potent venom, began to seep from his mouth. The fumes were toxic, burning the air and darkening the skies. The Asuras, who held his tail, were directly in the path of this venom, and they soon began to suffer, weakened by their own pride. But the churning could not stop. The ocean needed to yield its treasures. With every pull, the waters foamed and frothed, revealing wonders beyond imagination. Precious gems, celestial beings, and divine herbs emerged from the depths. Yet, with each turn, Vasuki's strength was tested. His immense body, stretched between the forces of good and evil, bore the weight of the entire cosmos. Suddenly, a darkness more terrifying than anything they had ever seen began to rise from the depths. It was Hala, the deadly poison, born from the very churning meant to save the universe. The gods and demons recoiled in horror as the poison threatened to destroy everything. Even Vasuki, mighty as he was, could feel the venomous cloud suffocating the air around him. In that moment of despair, Shiva, the great destroyer and protector, stepped forward. With a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation, he drank the Hala, holding it in his throat, turning his neck blue but sparing the world from its destructive force. The churning could continue, but the memory of that venomous moment would forever linger in Vasuki's heart. The churning went on, and the ocean gave up its greatest gift, the Amrit, the nectar of immortality. The Devas rejoiced, their immortality restored, and the balance of the universe was preserved. But none of it would have been possible without Vasuki, the great serpent, who had endured unimaginable strain and suffering to maintain the cosmic balance. Vasuki's role as the divine rope in this cosmic event was more than just physical. He symbolized the tension between opposing forces, the Devas and Asuras, good and evil, creation and destruction. His body, stretched between them, represented the delicate balance that holds the universe together. Without his sacrifice, without his willingness to endure, the universe would have collapsed into chaos. Yet, even after the churning, Vasuki's story did not end. He returned to his place as the king of the Nagas, a symbol of power, wisdom, and resilience. His name would be forever etched in the hearts of those who remembered the great churning, and he would be honored as one of the most revered beings in both heaven and earth. But there is something more profound in Vasuki's story. It is the idea that even the greatest of beings must sometimes be willing to bear the burden of the world on their shoulders, to endure pain and hardship for the greater good. Vasuki's sacrifice was not just for the gods or the demons, it was for the universe itself, for the balance of life and death, for the continuation of existence. As the tale of Samudramanthan echoes through the ages, the image of Vasuki, coiled around Mount Mandara, remains a powerful symbol of strength, endurance, and the eternal struggle to maintain balance in a world constantly teetering on the edge of chaos. His legacy, like the ocean he helped churn, is vast and unending, a reminder that sometimes, the greatest acts of heroism come not from the desire for glory, but from the willingness to serve, to sacrifice, and to endure. Vasuki, the king of the Nagas, remains an eternal guardian, a force that, even in silence, holds the very fabric of the universe together. His role in the churning of the ocean is more than a myth. It is a testament to the power of resilience, the strength of the spirit, and the quiet, unyielding force of those who carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. In the deep shadows of ancient forests, where the winds whispered tales of vengeance and fate, there was a name that struck fear in the hearts of kings and commoners alike: Takshaka, the Serpent King. His eyes gleamed with the fire of anger, his coiled body waiting patiently beneath the earth, always watching, always biding his time. His story wasn't just one of power, but of a terrible, heart-wrenching act of revenge that would change the course of history. King Parikshit, the grandson of the great Arjuna, ruled with strength and wisdom. He was beloved by his people and respected by his court. Yet, fate is a fickle companion, and it was a small act of carelessness that would seal his doom. One day, while hunting in the forest, Parikshit became separated from his companions. Tired and thirsty, he stumbled upon a sage deep in meditation. Frustrated by the sage's silence and unaware of the sacredness of his practice, Parikshit made a grave mistake. In a moment of arrogance, he placed a dead snake around the sage's neck, mocking the holy man's deep meditation. The sage, however, did not stir, but his young son, Shringan, who witnessed the insult, was filled with rage. With the fury of a child whose father's honor had been disgraced, he uttered a curse that would echo through the annals of time. He cursed King Parikshit to die by the bite of Takshaka, the powerful Serpent King, within 7 days. The curse spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of Parikshit himself. Fear gripped his heart, for Takshaka was no ordinary serpent. His venom was legendary, capable of bringing instant death. Desperate to avoid his fate, the king sought refuge in a fortified tower, surrounded by his most trusted guards and protected by powerful spells meant to ward off any serpent that dared approach. But Takshaka was patient, and his vengeance ran deeper than any magic could hold back. For Takshaka's hatred wasn't born of the curse alone. It was a bitterness that had festered over time, an ancient grudge between the Naga races and humankind. To him, Parikshit's death would be more than just fulfilling a curse. It was justice for the wrongs done to his kind. On the 7th day, Takshaka knew his moment had come. Disguising himself as a simple Brahmin, he tricked the guards at the gates and made his way into the king's fortress. But even then, he didn't strike immediately. Instead, he watched, waiting for the perfect moment. His body coiled with tension, his venom burning with the anticipation of retribution. As the day drew to a close and the king believed he had outsmarted fate, Takshaka revealed his true form. His great, shimmering body slithered through the cracks of the fortified tower, defying all the spells meant to protect the king. With terrifying speed, he struck. The bite was quick, but its impact was fatal. In an instant, the venom coursed through Parikshit's veins, and the great king collapsed, his life extinguished by the Serpent King's wrath. News of the king's death spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of his son, Janamejaya. The young prince, upon hearing of his father's tragic end, was consumed by a rage even more potent than that which had driven Shringan to curse Parikshit. He swore revenge, not just against Takshaka, but against all serpents. Thus, Janamejaya summoned the greatest priests and sages in his kingdom and ordered a Sarpa Satra, a snake sacrifice. The goal was clear: to annihilate the entire Naga race. The ritual began with terrifying power. Flames rose high into the heavens as the priests chanted sacred mantras, drawing serpents from the depths of the earth into the sacrificial fire. One by one, serpents of all sizes and kinds were dragged from their homes, helpless against the pull of the powerful incantations. The fire consumed them, their hisses of agony filling the air as Janamejaya watched, unmoved by their suffering. But Takshaka, the one who had delivered the fatal bite to King Parikshit, was not so easily defeated. The Serpent King hid himself deep within the realm of Indra, the king of gods, seeking refuge in the celestial domain. Janamejaya's priests, however, were determined. Their chants grew louder, more powerful, pulling Takshaka toward the flames. Even Indra, despite his divine strength, could not protect the Serpent King from the force of the ritual. As Takshaka began to feel the pull of the fire, he realized that his end was near. The flames licked at his scales, and the chance threatened to drag him into oblivion. But before the ritual could claim him, the great sage Astika intervened. Astika, a wise and compassionate Brahmin, stepped forward, imploring Janamejaya to stop the sacrifice. He spoke of the futility of revenge, of the destruction it would bring not just to the serpents, but to the balance of the world. Janamejaya, still burning with anger, hesitated. But something in Astika's words touched the young king's heart. Perhaps it was the wisdom of the sage, or perhaps the sight of so many lives lost in the fire, but Janamejaya relented. He ordered the priests to stop the Sarpa Satra, sparing Takshaka and the remaining serpents from certain death. Takshaka's life was spared, but the scars of vengeance lingered in both the human and Naga worlds. The tale of Takshaka and King Parikshit, of Janamajaya's wrath and Astika's intervention, became a story told across generations, a reminder of the destructive power of revenge and the need for understanding between different races and realms. Takshaka, the Serpent King of Revenge, remains a figure of both fear and respect in Indian mythology. His venom, swift and deadly, had changed the course of a kingdom. But his story, entwined with that of Parikshit, Janamejaya, and Astika, speaks to the deeper truths of anger, justice, and the fragile balance between life and death, revenge and mercy. The Yamuna River, once a source of life and purity, had turned into a deadly, poisonous stream. No birds dared fly above its waters, and animals avoided its banks. The trees nearby withered, their leaves curling as if scorched by an invisible fire. The river was haunted, its crystal-clear waters now thick with poison, swirling with darkness. And at the heart of this deadly plague was Kaliya, a monstrous serpent whose venom had infected the very soul of the river. The people of Vrindavan, who lived near the Yamuna, feared this serpent more than anything else. The once lively banks, where they used to play and fetch water, were now desolate. Mothers would warn their children not to go near the cursed waters, their voices trembling with fear. The poison had spread so far that even the air near the river seemed to sting with an unseen danger. But in the heart of this fear, there was a young boy, Krishna. His laughter could brighten the darkest day, and his courage seemed endless. To the people of Vrindavan, Krishna was no ordinary child. He had shown his strength and divine nature time and time again. Yet, even with his many miracles, none had prepared them for what he would do next. One day, while Krishna and his friends were playing near the river, the ball they were playing with rolled into the poisonous waters of the Yamuna. The children froze, too terrified to retrieve it. They could feel Kaliya's presence, lurking beneath the surface, and none dared approach. But Krishna, with his boundless courage, stepped forward. His eyes gleamed with determination, and without hesitation, he dove into the toxic river. The waters churned and bubbled as Krishna disappeared beneath the surface. His friends screamed, their hearts pounding in fear, but none could stop him. Beneath the murky depths, Krishna met Kaliya, a serpent with 1,000 heads, each one hissing and spewing venom. The serpent's massive coils wrapped around Krishna, trying to crush him, but the boy was calm, his divine presence glowing even in the darkest waters. Kaliya had terrorized the Yamuna for years, and now he sought to destroy the one who dared enter his domain. His heads darted forward, snapping at Krishna, but every time, the boy evaded him with grace and agility. The struggle between them shook the river, sending ripples that reached the shore, where Krishna's friends and family watched in horror, fearing the worst. But Krishna was no ordinary child. With a swift, powerful motion, he broke free from Kaliya's deadly grip and rose above the serpent. Standing tall on Kaliya's massive, slithering heads, Krishna began to dance. It was a sight unlike anything the world had ever seen. Krishna's feet moved with elegance and precision, each step striking the serpent's heads, subduing Kaliya with every graceful motion. The serpent, who had once brought fear and destruction, now felt the weight of Krishna's divine dance. With each step, Kaliya's strength waned, his venom drained of its power. The poison that had once darkened the Yamuna began to dissipate, as if Krishna's dance was cleansing not just the river, but the very soul of the serpent. Kaliya writhed beneath Krishna's feet, trying to escape, but there was no escape from the power of the divine. As Krishna danced, the heavens themselves seemed to pause. The birds, the animals, even the trees that had withered along the banks, all watched in awe. The waters of the Yamuna, once black with poison, began to clear. The venomous stench that had hung in the air for so long was replaced by a refreshing breeze, as if the earth itself was sighing in relief. Krishna's dance was not just a physical act, it was a cosmic reminder of the triumph of good over evil, of love over hatred, of life over death. Realizing his defeat, Kaliya's pride crumbled. His once powerful and terrifying form now seemed small and fragile beneath Krishna's feet. He begged for mercy, his head bowing in submission. And Krishna, with the compassion that only a divine being could possess, stopped his dance. He looked down at the broken serpent and granted him forgiveness. Krishna instructed Kaliya to leave the Yamuna and find refuge elsewhere, where his venom could no longer harm anyone. Kaliya, humbled and grateful for his life, slithered away, leaving the Yamuna clean and pure once again. As he departed, the river sparkled with newfound life, its waters crystal clear, reflecting the bright blue sky. The people of Vrindavan rejoiced, their fears washed away with the serpent's departure. The tale of Krishna dancing on Kaliya's heads is more than just a story of a boy defeating a serpent. It's a symbol of the cosmic dance of life, where even the most poisonous forces can be subdued with grace, love, and compassion. Kaliya's heads, representing arrogance, pride, and destruction, were crushed beneath the feet of Krishna, who danced not to destroy, but to purify. His steps were gentle, yet firm, reminding us all that even in the face of the darkest challenges, light and goodness will always prevail. Krishna's dance on Kaliya's heads became a symbol of transformation, not just for the serpent, but for all who witnessed it. The poison that once threatened to destroy life was vanquished, and in its place, there was peace and prosperity. The Yamuna flowed once more with purity, nourishing the lands and bringing life to the people of Vrindavan. To this day, the story of Krishna and Kaliya lives on in the hearts of those who hear it. It is a reminder that no matter how great the darkness, there is always a light strong enough to overcome it. The poisonous serpent of the Yamuna was subdued, not with anger or force, but with a dance of divine love and infinite compassion. The vast ocean lay silent, stretching endlessly beneath the heavens, holding within it the mysteries of creation. But beneath the calm surface, a great power stirred, a power that would decide the fate of gods and demons alike. The ocean was about to be churned, and from its depths would emerge the nectar of immortality, the Amrita, a divine elixir coveted by all. In this epic event, known as the Samudra Manthan, the Nagas played a critical role. Without them, the churning would have never begun, and the cosmic balance might have remained forever out of reach. The gods, led by Vishnu, and the demons, led by their king, had struck an uneasy alliance. They would churn the ocean together, using Mount Mandara as the churning rod and the great serpent Vasuki as the rope. As the day of the churning approached, the gods and demons gathered at the ocean's edge. Their eyes fell on Vasuki, the king of the Nagas, whose massive, coiled body lay glistening in the sunlight. Vasuki's presence was awe-inspiring, his length stretching farther than any of them could see. His fangs, sharp and menacing, gleamed as he was summoned to assist in the task of churning the cosmic ocean. Vasuki, with the weight of the universe in his coils, understood the importance of his role. He knew that the future of all beings rested on this moment. The gods would pull one end of his body, while the demons would pull the other, creating the force needed to churn the ocean. Though a mighty and proud serpent, Vasuki agreed, knowing that without his help, the Amrita, which held the key to immortality, would remain forever hidden in the ocean's depths. With Mount Mandara placed in the center of the ocean, Vasuki wrapped his immense body around it, allowing the gods and demons to grasp onto him. As they began to pull back and forth, the ocean heaved and roared. The waves crashed violently against the shore, as if in protest, and the once calm surface was now a whirlpool of chaos and creation. The tension between the gods and demons surged like the storm that raged above, but neither could let go. Both sides were too invested in the promise of Amrita. The gods, understanding Vasuki's divine nature, had taken the serpent's head, while the demons, unaware of the dangers, pulled on his tail. With each pull, Vasuki's body grew tighter around Mount Mandara, the friction scorching the air with heat. But soon, the demons began to realize their mistake. As they tugged on Vasuki's tail, the great serpent, his body strained from the immense pressure, released thick, black fumes of poison from his mouth. The air turned foul, and the demons, gasping for breath, recoiled in horror. The poison was so powerful that even the gods, standing at a distance, felt the deadly venom seeping into the air. At this moment, when it seemed the churning would be their undoing, Lord Shiva stepped forward. With infinite grace and compassion, he gathered the poison into the palm of his hand and drank it. His throat turned blue from the venom's potency, earning him the name Nilkant, the blue-throated one. Shiva's sacrifice saved the world from certain destruction, allowing the churning to continue. With renewed vigor, the gods and demons pulled harder on Vasuki, who endured the torment of being the cosmic rope, his body groaning under the tension. Despite the unimaginable strain, he remained steadfast, his loyalty to the cosmic order unshaken. The churning grew fiercer, and from the ocean's depths, wonders began to emerge. First came the Kalpavriksha, the divine wish-fulfilling tree, followed by Kamadhenu, the sacred cow, and the beautiful goddess Lakshmi, who would later become Vishnu's consort. Each treasure that rose from the ocean's depths was a sign that the churning was nearing its end, but the ultimate prize, the Amrita, remained elusive. The gods and demons grew weary, their hands raw from the constant pulling, but they dared not stop. They knew that within the ocean, the nectar of immortality waited, and with it, the power to tip the balance of the universe. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the ocean heaved one last time, and from its swirling waters emerged Dhanvantari, the divine physician, holding in his hands a radiant golden pot filled with Amrita. The sight of the nectar stirred a frenzy among the demons, who lunged forward, eager to claim it for themselves. The gods, too, strained to reach it, knowing that whoever drank from the pot would hold the key to immortality. But Vishnu, ever the preserver of balance, took on the form of the enchanting Mohini, a woman of unmatched beauty. With her charm and grace, she distracted the demons, coaxing them into a trance while distributing the nectar among the gods. The demons, mesmerized by her, failed to realize the deception until it was too late. The nectar had already been consumed by the gods. As the gods drank the Amrita, their bodies glowed with divine radiance, their immortality secured. The demons, enraged by the trickery, could only watch in bitter defeat. But the balance had been restored, and the universe, once again, was at peace. And there, at the heart of it all, was Vasuki, the Naga king, who had endured the agony of being stretched and pulled, his body scorched and poisoned, all for the sake of cosmic order. Though he did not taste the nectar himself, his role in its creation was undeniable. He had been the silent force, the unyielding strength, that made it possible. The story of the Samudra Manthan is not just one of gods and demons battling for immortality, it is a tale of sacrifice, endurance, and the delicate balance of creation. The churning of the ocean represents the eternal struggle between good and evil, order and chaos, and the constant effort to bring forth harmony from discord. In this great cosmic event, the Nagas were not mere spectators. They were the rope that bound the universe together, the force that made the churning possible. And through their involvement, they became a symbol of transformation, showing that even the most dangerous and feared creatures have a role to play in the grand design of the cosmos. Beneath the surface of the earth, far below where sunlight reaches, there exists a world unlike any other, Patala, the mysterious and mesmerizing realm of the Nagas. It is a place that stirs both awe and fear, hidden deep within the folds of the cosmos. For those who believe in its existence, Patala isn't just a myth or legend. It's an entire world, teeming with life, ruled by serpent kings and queens who possess powers beyond the understanding of mortals. Patala is not a land of desolation or darkness as one might think when they hear the word underworld. It is a kingdom of astonishing beauty. The stories describe its cities as glowing with a soft light, adorned with jewels that sparkle like stars, rivers that flow with waters as clear as crystal, and gardens so lush that their colors seem brighter than anything on earth. Every corner of Patal Lok pulses with life, an eternal, quiet, hidden life, guarded by the Nagas, the serpent beings whose dominion over this underworld is absolute. At the heart of this mystical world sits the throne of the Naga kings. They are not just the protectors of Patala, but rulers of an entire realm that exists parallel to the world above. While the gods reside in the heavens and mortals walk the earth, the Nagas command this realm beneath, their power intricately tied to the forces of water, earth, and life itself. In Patala, their wisdom is infinite, their gaze far-reaching, and their ability to shape destinies as potent as the deities above. The structure of the universe in Hindu cosmology is vast, spanning layers that reach from the highest heavens to the deepest depths. While humans live on the earthly plane, 7 layers of the underworld stretch below, with Patala being one of the most magnificent. It is not a place of punishment or torment like the underworlds of some other mythologies. Rather, it is a land of abundance and beauty, inhabited by the Nagas, who are revered for their knowledge and feared for their venomous power. The Nagas themselves are not just rulers, they are embodiments of the primal forces that exist between creation and destruction, life and death. Their snake-like forms coil with the energy of nature, and their wisdom runs as deep as the rivers that flow in their hidden cities. In the lore, they have a duality, at once feared and respected. On the one hand, they are protectors of treasures, both material and spiritual. On the other, they are guardians of secrets too dangerous for ordinary beings to know. The Naga kings, with their gleaming scales and hypnotic eyes, are said to sit upon thrones made of pure gold, their kingdoms filled with riches that the world above can scarcely imagine. Yet these treasures are not freely given. The Nagas are selective in their blessings, choosing to bestow their gifts only upon those who have proven themselves worthy, those who approach with reverence, humility, and respect. In the stories, mortals who have ventured into Patala either by divine will or their own folly have often been captivated by its beauty and the power of its rulers. Some have been granted boons beyond their wildest dreams, while others, overwhelmed by the Nagas' wrath, have faced terrifying fates. The Nagas are protective of their realm, especially when it comes to guarding their sacred spaces and the treasures hidden within them. But Patala isn't just a realm of kings and warriors, it is also home to Naga queens and princesses, whose grace and wisdom have enchanted even the gods. These beings, with their dual forms of beauty and power, serve as intermediaries between Patala and the mortal world. They have the ability to travel between realms, offering their knowledge and protection to those they deem deserving. One such story is that of Ulupi, the Naga princess who fell in love with the hero Arjuna from the Mahabharata. She pulled him into the waters of Patala and offered him shelter when he was exiled. Through her love and wisdom, she became his protector, guiding him in his moments of despair and offering him strength. Ulupi's story is just one of the many tales that illustrate the deep bond between the world of the Nagas and the world of humans, a bond that is as old as time itself. In Patala, the Nagas also hold sway over the element of water. They are the protectors of rivers, lakes, and oceans, and their presence is believed to bring fertility and abundance. Farmers in ancient times would worship the Nagas, seeking their favor for prosperous harvests, and it was common to find sacred groves and temples dedicated to these serpent beings near water bodies. The belief that the Nagas control the life-giving waters extends into the cosmic realm as well, with their role as rulers of Patala symbolizing their connection to the life forces that flow through all things. The Nagas' kingdom is not without its dangers, however. Their power, like the currents of the oceans, can be unpredictable. They possess the ability to unleash floods or droughts, to bring life or death. This duality makes them both worshipped and feared by those who seek to understand their nature. The Nagas are not just serpents, they are cosmic beings with a deep connection to the earth and its cycles. They understand the balance between creation and destruction, life and death, and their rule in Patala reflects this understanding. Their venom, while deadly, can also be healing. Their wisdom, though often hidden, can illuminate the darkest paths. In many ways, Patala serves as a reminder of the unseen forces that govern the universe. It is a world that exists beyond the perception of most beings, yet its influence is felt everywhere, from the rivers that nourish the land to the rain that falls from the sky. The Nagas, in their hidden realm, are the guardians of these forces, ensuring that the balance between worlds remains intact. To speak of Patal is to speak of the eternal mysteries of existence, of the forces that shape our world even though we cannot see them. It is a place where the Nagas reign, not with cruelty or malice, but with a wisdom that is as ancient as the universe itself. Their kingdom is not one of the dead, but of life, vibrant, potent, and endlessly powerful. In the heart of ancient lore, there is a place whispered about in reverence and fear, a hidden world beneath the earth known as Nagaloka, the abode of serpents. It is said to be a realm so captivating, so enchanting, that once you set foot there, the memory of its beauty will never leave your soul. Yet it is also a world that humbles even the mightiest kings, for Nagaloka is not merely a home to serpents, it is a kingdom, ruled by the powerful and majestic Nagas. Nagaloka is not a place one stumbles upon by accident. In the sacred Puranic texts, it is described as a realm layered beneath the earth, a dazzling world adorned with treasures far beyond human imagination. Unlike the world above, with its open skies and fleeting lives, Nagaloka is timeless, a place where the air shimmers with magic, where the rivers glow with a mysterious light, and where precious gems line the walls of its hidden cities. Here, the Nagas reign supreme. These serpentine beings, half human and half snake, possess a beauty and power that mortal eyes can barely comprehend. Their scales glisten like emeralds, their eyes gleam with ancient wisdom, and their movements are graceful, like the gentle flow of a river. Some say that the Nagas are as old as time itself, their origins entwined with the birth of the cosmos, and they carry within them the secrets of both life and death. In Nagaloka, the Nagas do not dwell in caves or shadows, as one might expect of creatures tied to the underworld. Instead, they reside in opulent palaces, cities that shimmer with gold and jewels, illuminated not by the sun but by the radiant energy that flows through their realm. It is said that Nagaloka's capital city, Bhagavati, is a sight to behold, with towers that rise like serpents from the ground, spiraling into the air, their tips adorned with gemstones that sparkle like stars in the night sky. But while Nagaloka may seem like a paradise, it is not a place that welcomes outsiders easily. Human kings, in their pride and ambition, have tried to forge alliances with the Nagas, seeking their wisdom, their wealth, or their power. Some have succeeded, but not without paying a heavy price. For the Nagas, with their deep knowledge of the earth and its cycles, do not view the world as mortals do. They live in harmony with nature, understanding the balance between creation and destruction, life and death. And those who disrupt this balance are met with a force as fearsome as any king's army. There is a story, passed down through generations, of a king who dared to venture into Nagaloka. This king, driven by greed, sought the treasures hidden in the Naga realm. He believed that with the wealth of the Nagas, he could expand his kingdom, conquer new lands, and become immortal in the eyes of history. He journeyed to Nagaloka, bringing with him gifts of gold and offerings of jewels, hoping to appease the serpent rulers. But the Nagas are not swayed by material wealth. They see through the hearts of men, reading their intentions as easily as one might read a book. The king was brought before the Naga king, Vasuki, who watched him with unblinking eyes. There was a stillness in the air, a silence that seemed to stretch on forever. The king spoke of his desire for riches, for power, but Vasuki did not respond. Instead, the Naga king asked the mortal what he would give in return for such gifts. The king, eager to please, offered his loyalty, his soldiers, even his kingdom. But Vasuki merely smiled, a smile that sent a chill through the king's bones. "You offer what is not yours to give," Vasuki said softly, his voice as smooth as the slither of a snake. "The earth, the water, the treasures you seek, they belong not to you, but to the forces that created them. You cannot take what is not yours, for the cost of such greed is more than you can bear." The king, blinded by his ambition, refused to listen. He reached for the treasures that lay before him, jewels that shone brighter than the sun, and in that moment, the ground beneath him trembled. The air grew heavy, and the king realized, too late, the true power of the Nagas. In a flash, the treasures vanished, the walls of the palace seemed to close in, and the king found himself back in his own kingdom, empty-handed, with nothing but the memory of Vasuki's words echoing in his mind. Not all interactions between human kings and the Nagas were driven by greed, however. There are tales of wise rulers who sought the counsel of the Nagas, not for wealth or power, but for guidance. These kings understood that the Nagas, with their deep connection to the earth, possessed knowledge that could benefit both the mortal and immortal worlds. In these stories, the Nagas would appear in dreams, offering cryptic messages, or they would send emissaries to the human world, forging alliances based on respect and mutual understanding. One such story is of a king who faced a great drought in his land. The rivers had dried up, the crops had withered, and his people were on the brink of despair. In desperation, the king turned to the Nagas, praying to them for rain, for the life-giving waters that would save his kingdom. For days, he fasted and meditated, his heart filled with humility, not asking for riches or power, but for the survival of his people. Moved by his sincerity, the Nagas heard his plea. One night, as the king slept, a Naga princess appeared before him, her scales shimmering like moonlight. She spoke to him in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, telling him that the Nagas would bring the rain, but only if he promised to protect the rivers and lakes, to honor the earth and ensure that his people lived in harmony with nature. The king, filled with gratitude, swore the oath, and the next morning, the heavens opened, the rains fell, and the kingdom was saved. From that day on, the king kept his promise, building temples to honor the Nagas, ensuring that the waters of his land were pure, and teaching his people to respect the forces of nature that sustained them. It is said that his kingdom flourished, and the bond between the Nagas and the human world remained strong for generations. Nagaloka, the abode of serpents, is not just a realm of mythical beings. It is a reminder of the delicate balance between worlds, the seen and the unseen, the mortal and the divine. In this hidden realm, the Nagas continue to watch over the earth, their power stretching beyond the boundaries of time, their wisdom flowing like the rivers that connect our world to theirs. In the heart of ancient mythology, there stands a mountain unlike any other, Mount Meru. It rises majestically above the world, a pillar of light and energy that connects the heavens and the earth. This sacred mountain is not merely a physical entity, it is the cosmic axis, the center of the universe, where the forces of creation and destruction converge. Surrounding this great mountain are the Nagas, the serpent beings who play a vital role in supporting its grandeur and stability. Their connection to Mount Meru goes beyond mere geography, it is a bond that intertwines their existence with the very fabric of the cosmos. Mount Meru is often depicted as a massive, pyramidal peak, adorned with lush greenery and shimmering waters. It is said to be the home of gods and celestial beings, a place where the divine essence flows freely. As the axis mundi, or world axis, it is believed that all creation revolves around this mountain, and its presence keeps the balance of the universe intact. But what gives Mount Meru its strength and vitality are the Nagas, who dwell in the waters and shadows surrounding it. The Nagas, with their serpentine forms, are not just guardians, they are the very lifeblood of this sacred mountain. They coil around its base, entwined in its roots, providing support and nourishment. Their existence is essential, for they symbolize the interconnectedness of all life. Just as a serpent sheds its skin, the Nagas represent renewal and transformation. They breathe life into the earth, ensuring that the energy flowing through Mount Meru remains vibrant and alive. Many tales speak of the Nagas' strength and wisdom. They are seen as protectors of the earth's treasures, guardians of water and fertility. In their presence, rivers flow with clarity, and forests bloom with abundance. The Nagas are also keepers of ancient knowledge, understanding the rhythms of nature and the cycles of life. Their connection to Mount Meru is like the roots of a tree holding firm to the ground, ensuring that the mountain stands tall against the tempests of time. One poignant story tells of a great calamity that threatened to shake the very foundation of Mount Meru. An imbalance in the universe caused the celestial bodies to shift, leading to chaos and unrest. The gods, filled with concern, called upon the Nagas for assistance. They knew that only the serpents, with their profound understanding of the cosmic order, could restore balance. As the Nagas gathered at the foot of Mount Meru, they formed a magnificent, shimmering circle around the mountain. Their bodies, draped in iridescent scales, glimmered like stars against the twilight sky. They began to chant ancient mantras, their voices intertwining like the melodies of 1,000 flutes. With each word, they invoke the energies of creation, calling upon the forces that bind the universe together. As the Nagas chanted, the ground trembled beneath them. A radiant light emerged from the peak of Mount Meru, illuminating the darkened skies. The very essence of the universe flowed through the mountain, and the Nagas acted as conduits, channeling this energy into the world. The chaos began to settle, the stars realigned, and a sense of peace enveloped the land. It was a breathtaking display of unity between the mountain and the serpents, a testament to their sacred bond. The Nagas' role in supporting Mount Meru extends beyond mere physical presence. It is a symbol of the delicate balance between nature and the cosmos. The serpents embody the forces of creation, reminding us that every living being is interconnected. Just as the Nagas coil around the mountain, we too are intertwined with the world around us. Our actions ripple through the fabric of existence, influencing the delicate equilibrium that sustains life. Mount Meru, with its towering presence, stands as a reminder of the power of unity and balance. It serves as a beacon for those who seek wisdom and strength. The Nagas, guardians of this sacred mountain, represent the potential within each of us to connect with the greater cosmos. They inspire us to honor the natural world, to recognize the divine forces that flow through everything, and to understand our place in the grand tapestry of existence. In many cultures, Mount Meru is seen as the gateway to enlightenment, a path toward higher consciousness. The stories of the Nagas intertwine with this journey, teaching us that true wisdom comes from embracing our connection to the earth and the cosmos. Just as the serpents support the mountain, we are called to support one another, nurturing the bonds that unite us as a global family. The legends of Mount Meru and the Nagas resonate deeply within the human spirit. They remind us that we are not separate from nature, we are a part of it. The serpents teach us about transformation, renewal, and the importance of balance in our lives. When we acknowledge this connection, we tap into a wellspring of wisdom that has been passed down through generations. As we reflect on the sacred relationship between Mount Meru and the Nagas, we are encouraged to honor the environment around us. Each river, tree, and mountain holds stories waiting to be told. By nurturing these natural wonders, we keep the spirit of the Nagas alive, ensuring that the cosmic balance remains intact. In a world often overshadowed by chaos and division, the tale of Mount Meru and its serpent guardian stands as a testament to the power of unity and harmony. The Nagas remind us that we are never alone, we are supported by the very earth beneath our feet and the cosmos above. With each step we take, we can honor this ancient connection, drawing strength from the mountain and the wisdom of the serpents. The legacy of Mount Meru and the Nagas lives on, woven into the fabric of our lives, inviting us to recognize the beauty in our shared existence. As we gaze at the stars or walk among the trees, we can remember that the spirit of the Nagas surrounds us, whispering tales of balance, unity, and love. Their timeless presence inspires us to embrace our role in this cosmic dance, where every breath we take contributes to the ever-evolving story of the universe. In the hidden depths of ancient lore, the Nagas stand as majestic guardians, protectors of treasures and wisdom that many seek but few can find. These serpent beings embody the very essence of richness, not just in material wealth, but in spiritual insight and knowledge. Their role as gatekeepers transcends mere myth. It resonates deeply with our desire to seek that which is precious, be it gold, jewels, or the enlightenment that nourishes the soul. Legends tell of the Nagas living in intricate underground palaces, where treasures glisten like stars against the darkness. These riches are not easily accessible. They are said to be concealed in deep caves or hidden beneath the earth's surface, guarded fiercely by the Nagas, who possess a wisdom that is both ancient and profound. It is believed that only those with pure hearts and intentions can approach these guardians. The Nagas will test those who seek their treasures, challenging them to prove their worthiness. It is a journey of understanding, humility, and respect, a reminder that true wealth comes not just from possessions, but from the journey of the seeker. In Buddhist and Jain traditions, the Nagas play a vital role as protectors of sacred teachings. They are often depicted as wise beings who safeguard the teachings of the Buddha, keeping the profound truths safe from those who would misuse them. One famous story tells of how a Naga named Mukalinda wrapped his coils around the Buddha during a storm, shielding him from the rain. In this act of devotion, the Naga demonstrated the deep respect the serpent guardians have for enlightenment and wisdom. It is a beautiful reminder that even those who are seen as fierce or intimidating can possess a heart full of compassion. The treasures that the Nagas guard go beyond material possessions. They symbolize spiritual wealth, the kind that enriches our lives and leads to personal growth. Each story of a treasure guardian Naga brings forth a lesson about patience, perseverance, and the value of inner wisdom. The treasures they protect are often described as those that awaken the soul, granting insights that can transform lives. Those who manage to connect with the Nagas often find themselves enriched in ways they never expected. In Jain tradition, the Naga is seen as a spiritual being, a protector of sacred knowledge. Stories speak of how the Nagas watch over the teachings of the Tirthankaras, ensuring that these teachings are preserved and respected. They embody the principles of nonviolence and compassion, guiding followers on their spiritual paths. The relationship between humans and Nagas in these stories reflects a deep mutual respect, where the Nagas, with their wisdom, help guide the faithful toward enlightenment. One particularly touching tale involves a king who, seeking wealth and knowledge, ventured into the depths of the earth, determined to find the Nagas' hidden treasures. As he journeyed, he faced many trials. Each challenge tested his character, his patience, and his understanding of what true wealth meant. When he finally encountered the Naga, he realized that the true treasure was not gold or jewels, but the wisdom gained through his struggles. The Naga, seeing the king's transformation, blessed him with knowledge that would guide his reign, making him a wise and beloved leader. This story echoes a universal truth: sometimes, the greatest treasures lie in the lessons learned along the way. The Nagas are also known for their role in bestowing blessings. It is said that when approached with respect and reverence, they may share their insights or grant boons to worthy individuals. This interaction illustrates the bond between the Nagas and humanity, a connection built on trust and understanding. Many rituals and prayers are dedicated to these serpent guardians, as people seek their blessings for prosperity, health, and wisdom. The Nagas are seen not only as protectors, but as allies on the spiritual path, guiding individuals toward their highest potential. In the vibrant tapestry of folklore, the Nagas symbolize the balance between the material and spiritual worlds. They remind us that true wealth is not just about what we have, but about what we become through our experiences and challenges. They teach us to honor our intentions and strive for purity of heart in our pursuits. The treasures they guard serve as a metaphor for the spiritual growth we all seek, urging us to dig deep within ourselves to uncover our own hidden gems of wisdom. As we reflect on the role of the Nagas as guardians of wealth and wisdom, we are inspired to honor the treasures of our own lives. Each moment holds the potential for learning and growth, each challenge a stepping stone toward greater understanding. The stories of the Nagas remind us that we are all seekers on a journey, and that sometimes, the path to our own treasures may be filled with trials that shape us into who we are meant to be. The tales of the Nagas are rich with emotion and meaning, drawing us into a world where the pursuit of knowledge and wealth is intertwined with respect for the guardians who protect these gifts. They encourage us to approach life with a sense of wonder and reverence, to seek not just the gold that glitters, but the wisdom that lies beneath the surface. In doing so, we become part of an ancient tradition, honoring the profound connection between humanity and the sacred guardians of treasure and truth. In the heart of ancient forests and tranquil rivers, the Nagas weave through Buddhist tales like vibrant threads in a tapestry of compassion and protection. These mystical serpent beings hold a special place in Buddhist scriptures, embodying both power and grace. They are not just creatures of myth, they are revered protectors, guardians of wisdom, and fierce allies of the Buddha. Their stories resonate with profound emotion, revealing a bond that goes beyond mere existence, a connection rooted in love and respect. Nagas in Buddhism are often depicted as majestic beings with the ability to change form and embody the very essence of nature. Their presence is both awe-inspiring and comforting, reflecting the balance of the world around us. They are often seen as protectors of the Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha, ensuring that wisdom and compassion endure throughout time. In the sacred texts, Nagas appear in moments of great significance, guiding, shielding, and nurturing the teachings that shape the path to enlightenment. One of the most touching stories involves Mukalinda, a Naga who demonstrated unwavering devotion to the Buddha. After the Buddha attained enlightenment, he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, basking in the glow of understanding. As he meditated, a fierce storm erupted, pouring rain and thunder upon the earth. Mukalinda, moved by compassion for the Buddha, emerged from the depths of the earth. With his mighty coils, he enveloped the Buddha, shielding him from the relentless rain. His hood unfurled like a protective canopy, keeping the storm at bay and creating a sacred space of peace and serenity. This act of devotion speaks to the essence of love and protection, the willingness to shield another from harm, even at great personal cost. As the storm raged, the Naga remained steadfast, a symbol of loyalty and unwavering support. This moment reflects the profound connection between the natural world and the spiritual realm, where Nagas act as intermediaries, ensuring the teachings of the Buddha are nurtured and protected. Mukalinda's story echoes through the ages, reminding us of the power of compassion and the importance of protecting what is sacred. Another enchanting tale tells of the Naga king, Naga Vasuki, who played a crucial role in the cosmic event of the churning of the ocean. In this magnificent act of creation, Vasuki was used as a rope, coiling around Mount Mandara to churn the ocean of milk in search of the nectar of immortality. His sacrifice and strength became a symbol of unity and collaboration in the pursuit of enlightenment. This tale illustrates how the Nagas, despite their formidable appearance, embody the virtues of cooperation and harmony, serving as vital players in the grand tapestry of existence. The role of Nagas as protectors extends beyond mere stories. They are often invoked in rituals and prayers, where their blessings are sought for protection, health, and prosperity. In many Buddhist traditions, practitioners honor the Nagas, recognizing their powerful influence in safeguarding the teachings and guiding individuals along the path of Dharma. This connection fosters a deep sense of gratitude and respect for the Nagas, as they are seen as guardians who tirelessly watch over the teachings, ensuring that the light of wisdom never dims. In the Buddhist world, the presence of Nagas is not merely symbolic. They represent the elemental forces of nature, reminding us that the spiritual journey is intertwined with the natural world. Just as the Nagas protect the Buddha and the Dharma, we too are called to protect and honor the environment around us. The stories of Nagas inspire us to cultivate a deep respect for nature and its elements, recognizing that they are not separate from our spiritual journey but integral to it. As we reflect on the tales of Nagas in Buddhism, we see how they embody the qualities of compassion, loyalty, and strength. They remind us that every journey is marked by challenges and storms, and yet, in those moments of vulnerability, we can find support and protection in the most unexpected places. The Nagas teach us to extend our love and compassion to others, to be protectors of those who seek refuge, and to nurture the wisdom that resides within us. These stories of Nagas protecting the Buddha and the teachings echo through time, touching the hearts of those who hear them. They remind us of the importance of being guardians in our own lives, protecting our loved ones, our communities, and the values we hold dear. In a world that often feels chaotic, the lessons from the Nagas inspire us to be steadfast in our commitment to compassion and understanding. Nagas in Buddhism are more than just mythical creatures, they are symbols of the interconnectedness of all beings. Their stories teach us about the profound impact of kindness and the importance of standing up for what is sacred. As we carry these lessons with us, we learn to see the beauty in the world around us and recognize the Nagas within ourselves, the guardians of wisdom, compassion, and love that lie deep within our hearts. Through their stories, we find inspiration to embrace our own journeys, protecting and nurturing the light that guides us toward enlightenment. In the stillness of the forest, the Buddha sat in deep meditation under the Bodhi tree, having just attained enlightenment. His mind had found peace, and his heart had touched the essence of truth. The world around him seemed to pause, as if holding its breath in reverence for this sacred moment. But nature, in all its unpredictability, was about to test this newfound serenity. Dark clouds gathered, the sky rumbled, and soon, a violent storm swept through the land. Thunder cracked across the heavens, and heavy rain began to pour, drenching the earth. The winds howled, bending trees and whipping up the waters of a nearby lake. It was as though nature itself was trying to shake the calm of the Buddha, challenging the purity of his meditative state. In the lake, a Naga king named Mukalinda stirred. This mighty serpent, guardian of the waters, felt the storm's fury and knew that it could disturb the Buddha's peace. Mukalinda was no ordinary being. He was both powerful and compassionate, capable of sensing the depth of the Buddha's realization. Rising from the water, Mukalinda approached the meditating Buddha, his heart filled with a protective instinct that transcended any worldly concern. As the rain poured down, Mukalinda began to coil his massive body around the Buddha, creating a shelter of warmth and safety. His great hood expanded above the Buddha's head, forming a canopy, shielding him from the storm's relentless downpour. With each coil, Mukalinda wrapped his devotion around the Buddha, ensuring that the elements could not disturb the sacred silence of enlightenment. For 7 days, Mukalinda stood watch, his protective presence guarding the Buddha against the storm. During this time, the Buddha remained undisturbed, his mind focused and his heart unshaken. The storm may have raged on the outside, but within, there was only stillness and light. This act of protection is one of the most touching moments in Buddhist tradition. It speaks of a love that goes beyond the ordinary, a love born out of respect for the sacred, for wisdom, and for the transformative power of enlightenment. Mukalinda's actions remind us that true power lies not in domination but in the ability to protect, to nurture, and to offer sanctuary when it is most needed. In Buddhist art, this scene is often depicted with the Buddha seated in serene meditation, while Mukalinda's great serpent form encircles him, his hood stretched above like a majestic umbrella. It is a powerful image, rich with symbolism. Mukalinda's coils represent the layers of protection that wisdom offers, shielding the mind from distraction and fear. His hood, spread wide, symbolizes the vastness of compassion, offering shelter not just to the Buddha, but to all beings who seek refuge in the Dharma. The story of Mukalinda also carries deeper symbolic meanings. The storm represents the inevitable challenges and sufferings of life, the chaos that can arise when we least expect it. Yet, just as the Buddha remained undisturbed, we too are reminded that peace is possible, even amidst the greatest storms. Mukalinda's protection is symbolic of the protective power of wisdom, which shields us from the turmoil of the world and guides us toward inner peace. Mukalinda's gesture of protection is more than just an act of kindness, it is an expression of the Naga king's own transformation. In Buddhist tradition, the moment he came to shelter the Buddha was also the moment of his own conversion. Mukalinda, a being of great strength, recognized the profound significance of the Buddha's enlightenment and was moved to offer his service. In doing so, he too became part of the journey toward awakening. His coils, which once might have represented worldly power or territorial defense, became symbols of devotion and the desire to preserve what is pure and good. The connection between Mukalinda and the Buddha also highlights the relationship between humans and the natural world. Mukalinda, as a Naga, is deeply connected to the earth, the waters, and the rhythms of nature. His protective act is a reminder of how the natural world, in its own way, supports the path to enlightenment. Just as the Buddha found peace beneath the shelter of the Bodhi tree, Mukalinda's protection shows that nature itself can offer sanctuary to those who seek wisdom and compassion. In this story, there is also a profound lesson about the nature of protection. True protection does not come from isolating oneself from the world or controlling others. Instead, it comes from a place of love, from recognizing the sacred in others and offering oneself in service to that sacredness. Mukalinda's coils did not bind the Buddha, they gently embraced him, offering warmth and safety without hindering his freedom. This is the essence of compassionate protection, to create a space where others can flourish, free from fear, yet without losing their autonomy. The tale of Mukalinda and the Buddha is one that continues to inspire, reminding us of the quiet power of compassion. It teaches us that even in the midst of the storm, there are forces of love and kindness that protect us. And it shows that those who protect others are often transformed themselves, finding their own path to wisdom through acts of service and devotion. As the storm finally subsided and the clouds parted, Mukalinda uncoiled himself, returning to his lake. The Buddha, still in his meditative state, opened his eyes to a world renewed, the air fresh and the ground nourished by the rain. Mukalinda had completed his role, a silent protector who asked for nothing in return. The Naga king, once a guardian of waters, had become a guardian of wisdom, his heart forever linked to the enlightenment he had witnessed. This beautiful story lives on in the hearts of those who seek understanding, reminding us that the path to peace is often walked with the help of others, even those we might not expect. It is a testament to the power of love, protection, and the transformative journey of the spirit. In the ancient stories of Jainism, the Nagas emerged not just as mythical beings, but as protectors, guides, and symbols of the intertwined relationship between the spiritual and the earthly. The air feels thick with the weight of these ancient tales, carrying with them the whispers of devotion, sacrifice, and transformation. Within the Jain scriptures, Nagas are not merely serpents. They are revered, deeply entwined with the journeys of enlightened souls, offering their strength and protection in moments of profound vulnerability. One such story is that of Parshvanatha, the 23rd Tirthankara of Jainism, a soul so pure and compassionate that his very existence seemed to ripple through the fabric of the universe. As a young prince, Parshvanatha renounced the luxuries of his royal life, seeking instead the path of truth and nonviolence. His heart beat in rhythm with the suffering of all creatures, and his spirit resonated with the essence of Jain teachings, the belief that all life, no matter how small, was sacred. One day, during his deep meditation, Parshvanatha was confronted with a harrowing test. A raging storm, fierce and unrelenting, lashed against his body. The winds howled, the skies darkened, and it seemed as if nature itself sought to challenge his resolve. Yet, Parshvanatha remained unmoved, his soul anchored in its pursuit of enlightenment. But in the midst of this violent storm, a woodcutter nearby, unaware of the sanctity of life, chopped down a tree, unknowingly disturbing a Naga couple living within its trunk. Writhing in agony, the Nagas were caught in the flames that the woodcutter used to burn the tree's remains. Parshvanatha, sensing the suffering of the Nagas, called out to the woodcutter, urging him to stop, but it was too late. The flames had already begun to engulf the serpents. Yet, Parshvanatha's presence had not gone unnoticed. The Naga king Dharanendra, feeling the compassionate energy radiating from the meditating ascetic, arrived in his divine form. With swift grace, Dharanendra coiled himself around Parshvanatha, spreading his multi-hooded crown to shield the Tirthankara from the relentless storm. It was a gesture not just of protection but of profound reverence, a Naga king recognizing the power of a human who stood for the sanctity of all life, including his own. This tale of Dharanendra and Parshvanatha stands as one of the most poignant examples of the bond between Nagas and spiritual seekers in Jainism. It is a story filled with emotion, where the very forces of nature seem to acknowledge the presence of a soul destined for greatness. Dharanendra's act of sheltering Parshvanatha was not just an act of gratitude, it symbolized the alignment of earthly and divine forces, coming together to support the path of righteousness. In Jainism, the portrayal of Nagas often emphasizes their role as protectors and guardians. Unlike in some Hindu traditions where Nagas can have more ambivalent or even malevolent characteristics, in Jainism, they are seen as deeply connected to the principles of nonviolence, ahimsa, and respect for all forms of life. The Nagas, with their power and mystery, symbolize the strength that lies in humility and the wisdom that comes from understanding the interconnectedness of all beings. Yet, despite these similarities, there are notable differences in how Nagas are depicted in Jain and Hindu traditions. In Hinduism, Nagas can be both revered and feared. They are associated with water, fertility, and sometimes with vengeance. Vasuki, for instance, plays a pivotal role in the churning of the ocean, embodying both divine cooperation and the potential for destruction. In contrast, Jainism's Nagas lean more toward protectors, beings whose primary role is to assist and support those on the path of spiritual enlightenment. This divergence in portrayal reflects the broader theological differences between the two traditions. Jainism's strict adherence to nonviolence and its emphasis on self-purification naturally aligns Nagas with more peaceful roles, whereas in Hinduism, where the cosmic balance often involves both creation and destruction, the Nagas embody a wider range of attributes. However, both traditions highlight the Nagas' connection to water, a life-giving and purifying force, and their association with hidden wisdom, treasures of the earth, and the mysteries of the universe. There is something deeply stirring about the way Jainism presents the relationship between humans and Nagas. It speaks of a world where the boundaries between the divine and the earthly, between the human and the animal, are not as rigid as they seem. Nagas, with their serpentine grace, are beings that move effortlessly between these realms, reminding us that enlightenment is not a solitary journey but one supported by the forces of the universe, forces that often come in unexpected forms. The story of the Naga king Dharanendra is not the only tale in Jain tradition that highlights this connection. Many Jain temples feature intricate carvings of Nagas, coiling protectively around Tirthankaras, symbolizing the idea that those who walk the path of truth are never truly alone. These depictions serve as a reminder that the universe itself, through its various beings, whether human, divine, or animal, comes to the aid of those who seek to live in harmony with its laws. In Jainism, Nagas also embody the spiritual treasures that lie hidden beneath the surface of life. Much like the wisdom that is often concealed, waiting to be uncovered through meditation and self-discipline, the Nagas are said to guard the treasures of the earth, both literal and metaphorical. They are keepers of secrets, holding the keys to knowledge that can only be accessed by those who are pure of heart and mind. The presence of Nagas in Jain scriptures and traditions, therefore, is not merely symbolic but deeply tied to the core values of the religion. They are reminders that the path of nonviolence, compassion, and truth is one that is supported by the very fabric of the universe. Whether it is through the protection of a Naga king during a storm or the subtle wisdom they guard, the Nagas are ever present, watching over those who seek to rise above the cycles of suffering and ignorance. These stories evoke a sense of awe, where the boundaries between myth and reality blur, and where beings like Nagas are not just creatures of legend, but living symbols of the forces that guide and protect us all. In Jainism, the Nagas are more than just serpents. They are the guardians of life's greatest treasures, the truth, the light, and the wisdom that lead to liberation. In the southernmost lands of India, where ancient traditions blend seamlessly with everyday life, there is a reverence that runs deeper than words can express. The earth itself seems to pulse with stories of divinity, and none are as hauntingly beautiful as the ones whispered about the Nagas. In the states of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, these serpent deities are not feared but cherished, worshipped as sacred beings who hold the delicate balance of nature in their coils. In Tamil Nadu, where the sun beats down on vast stretches of fertile land, people come together to pay homage to the Nagas, knowing that these beings, with their sinuous forms, are guardians of life itself. The people here believe that the Nagas protect the earth's fertility, ensuring the crops grow tall, the rivers flow freely, and the rains bless the soil at the right times. It is a relationship as old as time, where the people and the Nagas are bound together by the invisible threads of reverence and respect. In every village, you will find small shrines dedicated to the Nagas, often under the shade of a grand, old tree. The air around these shrines is thick with devotion. People come, offering milk, turmeric, and flowers to the stone idols of serpents, praying for protection, health, and fertility. The stone images, with their coiled bodies and raised hoods, seem to exude a quiet power, a reminder that these ancient beings are ever watchful, ready to bestow blessings on those who approach with pure hearts. Kerala, too, holds the Nagas in deep reverence, but here the connection is even more profound. The lush green landscapes, with their dense forests and flowing rivers, feel like the perfect home for these serpent deities. And it is in this land that the story of Nagaraja, the Serpent King, comes to life in all its magnificence. There is a temple in Kerala, tucked away in the serene beauty of the state's natural splendor, that holds a special place in the hearts of its people. This is the Manarasala Temple, dedicated to Nagaraja, the King of Serpents. As one steps into this sacred place, the world outside seems to fade away. The air is thick with the scent of incense, and the rustling of leaves feels like the whispers of the Nagas themselves. It is said that the temple is home to thousands of serpents, who live peacefully in the surrounding groves. The people who come to this temple believe that Nagaraja, with his mighty presence, governs not just the physical world but also the unseen forces that govern life, death, and rebirth. His presence is palpable here, and the temple is considered one of the most powerful places to seek the blessings of the Nagas. Legend has it that long ago, Kerala was a land covered in thick forests, and the Nagas ruled over these lands with grace and wisdom. But as humans began to clear the forests and build their homes, the Nagas were forced to retreat deeper into the wilderness. The people, realizing the importance of these divine beings, built temples in their honor, offering prayers and seeking forgiveness for the disruption they had caused. One such temple was Manasala, where the Naga deities were enshrined with utmost reverence. Over time, the temple became a sanctuary, not just for the Nagas, but for all those who believed in the sacredness of life and nature. The temple's high priestess, traditionally a woman, is considered the earthly representative of the Serpent King himself, embodying the wisdom and compassion of the Nagas. The rituals at Manasala are unlike any other. Devotees offer turmeric, rice flour, and tender coconut water, believing that these simple offerings please the Nagas and bring peace and prosperity into their lives. Women, especially those seeking children, come here in the hope that Nagaraja will bless them with fertility. The temple is a place of healing, where the Nagas are invoked to remove obstacles, cure ailments, and bring harmony into the lives of those who seek their grace. But it is not just in Manasala that the Nagas are revered. Throughout Kerala, snake temples can be found, each one carrying its own set of stories and legends. Some say that the Nagas can hear the prayers of those who offer their devotion in silence, responding with their unseen presence. Others believe that the Nagas can appear in dreams, offering guidance or warning those who stray from the path of righteousness. The story of the Nagas in South Indian mythology is one of deep connection between the divine and the earthly. In Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the Nagas are not distant, mythical creatures but living beings who walk among the people, watching over them, protecting them, and ensuring that the natural balance of the world is maintained. There is an unmistakable emotional undercurrent in these stories. The devotion of the people is not born out of fear, but out of a deep sense of gratitude. They recognize the Nagas as protectors of life, beings who have the power to bless or curse, to heal or harm. And so, the people tread lightly, offering their prayers with humility, knowing that the Nagas are always listening. As the sun sets over the verdant landscapes of Kerala, casting a golden glow on the snake idols that dot the land, one cannot help but feel a sense of awe. The Nagas, with their ancient wisdom and silent strength, continue to inspire reverence in the hearts of those who believe. They are the silent guardians of the land, watching over the people and the earth, ensuring that the balance of life is never disrupted. And as long as there are those who believe, the Nagas will continue to weave their presence into the fabric of South Indian life, their stories living on in the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the quiet prayers of those who seek their blessings. In the mist-covered villages of Assam and Bengal, where rivers wind through fields and the air is heavy with stories passed down through generations, the presence of the Nagas is felt deeply. The serpents are not merely creatures of folklore, they are revered, feared, and worshipped. Their tales weave through the lives of the people like the rivers themselves, sometimes calm, sometimes wild, but always part of the land's lifeblood. Among the many deities that are cherished in this region, none is as prominent as Manasa Devi, the serpent goddess. Her name carries with it the weight of centuries, a deity both feared and loved. Manasa Devi is more than just a goddess to the people of Assam and Bengal. She is a protector, a punisher, a giver of life, and, at times, a reminder of its fragility. Her story runs through the veins of these lands, where serpents are not seen as mere animals, but as divine forces that can either bless or destroy. Manasa's tale is one of complexity, and her relationship with the people is equally intricate. In some stories, she is portrayed as the daughter of the great sage Kashyapa and Kadru, the mother of serpents. Her divine lineage ties her to the Nagas, and it is through them that she exerts her power over the mortal world. For many, she is the embodiment of both life and death, her serpents slithering through the underworld, yet her blessings raining down on those who offer her their devotion. In Assam, her presence is ubiquitous. The lush, green landscape is dotted with shrines dedicated to her, small and large, where people come to seek her protection from snake bites and the other dangers of rural life. Her temples are places of deep reverence, where devotees pray with folded hands and hearts full of hope, believing that their humble offerings will reach her ears and bring them her blessings. At the same time, they know her wrath can be as sudden and fierce as the bite of a cobra. But it is not just fear that drives the worship of Manasa, it is also love. She is a goddess of fertility, and women, in particular, turn to her with prayers for children, for health, and for the safety of their families. They see in her a reflection of their own lives, filled with struggle, yet also with the power to nurture and protect. The people's relationship with Manasa Devi is built on stories, ancient tales of her interactions with humans that are passed down from one generation to the next. In these stories, the boundaries between the divine and the mortal blur, and the Nagas move easily between the two worlds, as though they belong to both and to neither. One of the most well-known tales of Manasa Devi is the story of her battle for recognition, a story that echoes through the villages and towns of Bengal and Assam like a song carried on the wind. It is said that when Manasa first descended to the earth, she sought the worship of the people. But they were hesitant, unsure of her power and fearful of her serpentine nature. Among those who refused to worship her was the wealthy merchant Chand Saudagar, a man whose defiance would set the stage for one of the most heartbreaking sagas in Bengali folklore. Chand Saudagar, proud and stubborn, rejected Manasa's divinity. In response, Manasa unleashed her serpents upon his family. One by one, his 6 sons were killed by snake bites, their young lives cut short by the very creatures their father refused to revere. The anguish of Chand Saudagar's heart was unbearable, but still, he refused to bow to the goddess. The story of Chand Saudagar is not one of simple punishment. It is a tale of pride, grief, and, ultimately, reconciliation. When Chand's 7th son, Lakhinder, was born, the merchant believed that his fate was sealed. He took every precaution to protect his son from Manasa's wrath. A house of iron was built, sealed on every side, with no openings for a snake to enter. But Manasa's will could not be so easily thwarted. Through a tiny crack in the foundation, one of her serpents entered, and on the night of his wedding, Lakhinder too fell victim to the goddess's vengeance. The sorrow of Behula, Lakhinder's young bride, was beyond words. Refusing to accept her husband's death, she embarked on a journey that would take her through the heavens and the underworld, her heart filled with the desperate hope of bringing him back to life. With a devotion that rivaled the gods themselves, Behula pleaded with Manasa to restore her husband's life. Moved by her unwavering love and determination, Manasa granted her request, bringing Lakhinder back from the dead. This tale of loss and redemption is not just a story, it is a reflection of the complexities of the human heart and the divine forces that shape it. It speaks of love that defies even death, of the pain of pride, and of the ultimate power of reconciliation. Through it, the people of Assam and Bengal understand the dual nature of Manasa, the giver of life and the taker of it, a goddess who, like the serpents she commands, moves between two worlds. Manasa Devi is not the only Naga deity to leave a mark on the folklore of these lands. The Nagas, as a whole, play a significant role in Assamese and Bengali culture, their stories intertwined with the lives of humans in ways that are both mystical and practical. In some villages, it is believed that the Nagas once walked among the people, their snake bodies shifting into human form, guiding and protecting those who honored them. Farmers would leave offerings at the edge of their fields, praying for the Nagas to bless their crops, while fishermen would invoke their names before setting out on the rivers, hoping for safe passage and bountiful catches. Even today, the worship of serpents continues, particularly during the festival of Nag Panchami, when people across Assam and Bengal come together to honor the Nagas. Women perform rituals, offering milk and flowers to the snake idols, while chanting prayers that have been passed down through the generations. It is a day when the connection between humans and the divine serpents feels closer than ever, when the line between the spiritual and the earthly seems to fade. In these stories, the Nagas are not distant deities but intimate protectors, beings who watch over the land, the water, and the people with both kindness and severity. Their power is vast, but so too is their capacity for grace. And it is this balance that has made them such an enduring part of Assamese and Bengali folklore, where every tale, every prayer, and every offering carries with it the weight of centuries of reverence. In the lush hills of Manipur, where mist often blankets the valleys and the winds carry whispers of ancient tales, the legend of the Naga people takes root like the deep forests that surround them. The connection between the Naga clans and serpents is not just a story told by elders but a living part of the land's soul. The people of Manipur don't just recall this legend, they feel it in the very earth they walk upon, in the rivers that flow, and in the mountains that watch over them. The Naga clan is said to descend from serpents, mystical creatures of wisdom and power. In the winding paths of Manipur, the belief in these serpent ancestors shapes not only their identity but their relationship with nature, life, and the universe. The Nagas believe that they were born from the union of earth and water, symbolized by the serpent, an entity that can traverse both realms with grace and might. In these stories, the serpent is not a symbol of fear but one of deep reverence and respect. It embodies life's duality, both the creator and the destroyer, both protector and challenger. It is said that the Naga ancestors could communicate with these serpentine beings, drawing strength from their connection to the earth's core. The hills of Manipur are seen as sacred, their peaks touching the sky while their roots dig into the underworld, the realm of the serpents. For the people of Manipur, the serpents are not just mythical creatures but part of their bloodline. They tell stories of how their forefathers shared a symbiotic relationship with the serpents, living side by side with these magnificent beings, learning from their wisdom and receiving their protection. There are tales of how the serpents would guard the Naga villages, their presence a silent yet powerful force that kept enemies at bay and ensured peace in the land. One of the most cherished legends is the story of a great Naga king who was believed to have serpent blood running through his veins. His strength was unmatched, and his wisdom was said to come from the ancient serpents that once ruled the earth. The people would gather in awe as he performed rituals to honor the serpent spirits, calling upon them for guidance and blessings. The king was not just a ruler of men, but a bridge between the human and serpent worlds. This connection between the Naga people and serpents is woven into the history of northeastern India. The Nagas believe that their very existence is a testament to the union of two powerful forces, humans and serpents. They see themselves as guardians of this ancient bond, protectors of both the natural world and the spiritual energies that flow through it. The story of the Naga people is not only about their past, but about their present, too. Even today, the legend of the serpent ancestors shapes the identity of the Naga tribes. It is reflected in their rituals, their dances, their songs, and their way of life. The serpent is honored, not just as a mythical creature, but as an ancestor, a symbol of their heritage, and a guide for their future. Manipur itself feels like a land where the serpents still live. The rivers, glistening under the sun, wind like serpentine bodies through the valleys, while the hills, with their undulating curves, seem to echo the movement of a great serpent coiled in the earth. The Nagas believe that these natural forms are not mere coincidence but signs of the serpents that once roamed freely, their spirits still watching over the land. In the folk traditions of Manipur, it is said that the Nagas once had the ability to transform into serpents at will. The elders speak of warriors who, in times of great danger, would call upon their serpent ancestors, and their bodies would take on the form of a snake, powerful and swift, able to strike down their enemies with unparalleled speed. These tales are not just about physical transformation but about the connection between human will and the ancient forces that still run through their veins. There is also a deep belief in the healing power of the serpent. The Nagas speak of how the serpents once taught their ancestors the art of healing, using herbs and rituals that could cure any ailment. To this day, traditional healers in Manipur invoke the spirit of the serpent in their practices, believing that the wisdom of the ancient Nagas flows through them, guiding their hands as they heal the sick and injured. The festivals in Manipur are a vibrant expression of this connection with serpents. During certain ceremonies, the Naga people gather to honor their serpent ancestors through dance, song, and offerings. These festivals are filled with joy, yet they carry an underlying reverence, a reminder that the serpents are always present, watching over their descendants. Perhaps the most emotional of these ceremonies is when the elders tell the story of the Naga people's origin to the younger generations. As the flames of the ceremonial fires crackle and the shadows of the mountains loom large in the night sky, the young children listen with wide eyes as their elders recount the tale of their serpent ancestors. The sense of pride and belonging that fills the air is palpable, as if the very spirit of the serpents is present, listening along with them. The integration of Naga myths into the history of northeastern India is not just about preserving old stories. It is about keeping alive a connection that goes beyond time, a connection that ties the people of Manipur to the earth, to their ancestors, and to the divine forces that guide them. The serpents, both feared and revered, are not just a part of their mythology, they are part of their identity, shaping who they are and who they will continue to be. Through their legends, the Naga people of Manipur remind us of the power of ancestry, the importance of connection to the land, and the wisdom that can be found in the natural world. The serpents may no longer be visible to the naked eye, but their presence is felt in every corner of Manipur, in the wind that whistles through the trees, in the rivers that carve their way through the land, and in the hearts of the people who still carry their legacy. High in the towering Himalayas, where the clouds brush the peaks and the silence of the mountains is broken only by the whispering winds, stories of the Nagas, the mighty serpent beings, are still told with reverence. In the kingdoms of Nepal, Bhutan, and Tibet, these ancient serpent deities are more than just myth. They are protectors, symbols of power, and guardians of balance between the human and spiritual worlds. In the heart of Nepal, the Nagas are deeply woven into the very essence of the land. The sacred Bagmati River, which flows through the Kathmandu Valley, is said to be under the guardianship of Nagas who reside beneath its shimmering waters. The valley itself is believed to have been a vast lake once, ruled by powerful serpent beings before human settlements. As the story goes, when the great sage Manjushri drained the lake to make way for human life, the Nagas, though displaced, did not vanish. They remain, watching over the waters and ensuring their purity. In return, the people of Nepal honor them through rituals, offerings, and festivals, knowing that their lives are tied to the goodwill of these serpentine protectors. One of the most powerful symbols of Naga worship in Nepal is the rain. Farmers still offer prayers and sacrifices to the Nagas, believing that these ancient beings control the life-giving rains. During the monsoon season, when the dark clouds gather and the first drops begin to fall, there is a collective breath of gratitude. The Nagas, who are believed to reside in the waters and skies, have once again blessed the earth with their gift. In Bhutan, the reverence for Nagas is similarly profound. The rugged, forested landscape of this Himalayan kingdom is dotted with sacred sites where Nagas are believed to dwell. In the minds of the Bhutanese people, the Nagas are not just protectors of the natural world, but also guardians of moral and spiritual purity. The ancient texts speak of serpentine beings who ensure that the forces of nature remain in harmony, punishing those who disrespect the earth and its creatures. For the Bhutanese, the relationship with the Nagas is one of deep respect, as these beings are seen as powerful intermediaries between the material world and the spiritual realms. Monks and laypeople alike pray to the Nagas for protection, prosperity, and spiritual guidance. Sacred offerings of milk, flowers, and incense are made to appease the Nagas, especially during festivals dedicated to their honor. Tibet, with its high-altitude plains and sacred monasteries, holds its own rich tapestry of Naga mythology. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Nagas are believed to reside beneath the earth, in lakes, and in the sky, protecting hidden treasures of both material wealth and spiritual wisdom. These beings are considered part of the intricate web of life that connects all things in the universe. One of the most famous stories in Tibetan Buddhism involves a Naga who guarded a powerful scripture that was buried beneath a lake. It is said that only a pure-hearted monk, blessed with wisdom and courage, could retrieve the sacred text. After years of meditation and spiritual preparation, a monk succeeded, emerging from the lake with the scripture that would guide countless generations of Buddhists. The Naga, far from being a mere obstacle, was a protector of this sacred knowledge, ensuring it would only be revealed to the worthy. This deep connection between Nagas and spiritual wisdom is not limited to scripture alone. In the Tibetan tradition, there are stories of Nagas who have taken human form to protect temples, monasteries, and holy men from danger. These Nagas, with their ability to move between realms, are seen as beings who can guide practitioners along the path of enlightenment, ensuring that the teachings of the Buddha are preserved and respected. The Nagas' role in the Himalayan Buddhist traditions goes beyond protection; they are symbols of transformation. Just as a snake sheds its skin, Buddhists believe that through dedication and spiritual practice, one can shed ignorance and attain enlightenment. The serpent, in its constant renewal, represents the soul's journey toward liberation. But the Nagas are not always gentle protectors. There are tales of their wrath when disrespected or disturbed. In Tibetan villages, there are stories passed down of how the Nagas would bring misfortune to those who polluted the waters or disrupted the sacred land. Crops would fail, illness would spread, and the land would wither under their anger. To prevent such calamities, the people would hold rituals to apologize, offering their prayers and asking for forgiveness from these powerful beings. The myths of Nagas in the Himalayan Buddhist traditions are also deeply connected to the natural world. The Nagas are believed to be closely tied to the elements, earth, water, and air, and their moods reflect the state of the environment. When the rivers run dry or when natural disasters strike, it is seen as a sign that the Nagas are displeased, urging the people to restore balance to nature. It is through this belief that the Himalayan kingdoms developed a profound respect for their environment, knowing that their actions could either invoke the blessings or the curses of the Nagas. The worship of Nagas in the Himalayan kingdoms of Nepal, Bhutan, and Tibet is more than just an ancient tradition. It is a reminder of the deep interconnectedness between the human and natural worlds, a bond that transcends time. The serpents, revered and respected, continue to play a vital role in the spiritual and everyday lives of the people. Whether in the form of rain, the protection of sacred texts, or the guardianship of the natural world, the Nagas remain ever present, their influence woven into the very fabric of life in the Himalayas. In these serene yet powerful lands, the Nagas watch silently, their presence felt in every river, every mountain, and every prayer whispered in the quiet of the night. Their tales are not just stories, they are living memories, passed down through generations, teaching the people of the Himalayas to honor the forces of nature and to walk the path of wisdom with humility and respect. As the monsoon clouds gather in the sky, a quiet anticipation fills the air across India. The rains have arrived, soaking the earth and bringing new life to the fields and rivers. But as nature transforms, so too do the hearts of the people, for this is the time when the serpents, the mysterious guardians of the underworld, are honored. It is the time of Nag Panchami, a festival that holds an ancient and profound significance in Hindu culture. Nag Panchami is a day of reverence, a day when the bond between humans and nature's most enigmatic creatures is acknowledged with love, respect, and humility. Across the country, people prepare for the festival in different ways, but the purpose remains the same, to honor the Nagas, the serpent beings who are both feared and revered, symbols of protection, fertility, and divine power. The sight of a snake, with its coiled body and unblinking eyes, often stirs fear in the hearts of many. Yet, on Nag Panchami, that fear is transformed into devotion. It is said that on this day, the serpents come out of their hidden realms to bless those who offer them their prayers and respect. The belief runs deep that worshipping the Nagas on Nag Panchami brings protection from their wrath, as well as prosperity and good fortune. The festival holds particular importance in rural areas, where farmers depend on the rains for their crops. Snakes, often seen slithering through the fields, are viewed as protectors of the land, keeping harmful pests at bay. In these communities, Nag Panchami is not just a religious ritual but a heartfelt expression of gratitude to the serpents for guarding their livelihoods. In many homes, images of snakes are drawn on the walls with turmeric or sandalwood paste, and small clay idols representing the Nagas are placed on altars. Milk, rice, and flowers are offered to these idols, and prayers are said to seek the blessings of the Nagas. It is believed that by offering milk to the serpents, people show their respect for their role in nature's delicate balance, ensuring that the serpents will protect them from harm. In temples dedicated to snake deities, especially in southern India, the festival takes on a grander scale. Large idols of the serpent king, Nagaraja, are bathed in milk and adorned with flowers as priests chant ancient hymns. The sound of bells rings through the air, and the scent of incense fills the temple, creating an atmosphere of sacred devotion. One of the most beautiful aspects of Nag Panchami is the way it is celebrated across India, with each region adding its unique touch to the festival. In Maharashtra, women dress in their finest clothes and visit temples where they offer milk to snake idols. Songs are sung, and the women pray for the well-being of their families, asking the Nagas to bring peace and harmony to their homes. In the southern state of Kerala, Nag Panchami holds even deeper roots, as the serpent worship here is tied to the ancient practice of honoring snake gods in sacred groves known as Sarpakavu. These groves, often untouched by human hands, are believed to be the dwelling places of the Nagas. On this day, devotees gather in these groves, offering prayers and performing rituals to appease the serpent gods. The people of Kerala believe that by honoring the Nagas in their natural habitat, they ensure the continued fertility of the land and the health of their families. In the eastern state of West Bengal, Nag Panchami is intertwined with the worship of Manasa Devi, the goddess of snakes and protector against snake bites. Temples dedicated to Manasa Devi are filled with devotees who offer their prayers to the goddess, asking for protection from the dangers of the monsoon season, when snake bites become more common. The image of the goddess, often depicted with a canopy of serpents over her head, serves as a reminder of the close connection between humans and these mysterious creatures. For many, the most striking part of Nag Panchami is the way it bridges the gap between fear and faith. Snakes, which are often seen as dangerous and unpredictable, are on this day embraced as symbols of life and rebirth. The shedding of a snake's skin, which it does as it grows, is seen as a metaphor for spiritual renewal, a reminder that life is a constant cycle of transformation. In Varanasi, one of India's holiest cities, Nag Panchami takes on a more ritualistic form. Here, the Ganga River, sacred to Hindus, is believed to be watched over by the Nagas, and people flock to the riverbanks to offer their prayers. Clay models of snakes are cast into the river as offerings, while families gather to perform rituals that have been passed down for generations. Even the act of fasting is a common ritual on this day. Devotees abstain from food, believing that the sacrifice will bring them closer to the divine and allow them to receive the blessings of the Nagas. The fast is broken only after the rituals are completed, usually with simple meals of rice and milk, symbolic of purity and devotion. As the day draws to a close, the significance of Nag Panchami lingers in the hearts of those who have participated. The serpents, so often misunderstood, have been honored with respect and reverence. The earth, freshly soaked by the rains, seems to hum with life, and the bond between humans and nature feels stronger. Nag Panchami is more than just a festival. It is a reminder of the ancient ties that connect humans to the natural world. The Nagas, with their mysterious and powerful presence, represent both the beauty and the danger of nature, the balance between life and death. By honoring them, the people reaffirm their respect for that balance, knowing that without it, life itself would cease to exist. And so, year after year, as the monsoon rains fall and the rivers swell, the people of India continue to celebrate Nag Panchami, offering their prayers to the serpent gods, seeking their protection and blessings, and remembering the ancient truths that bind them to the world around them. It is a day when fear gives way to faith, and the serpents, so often feared, are embraced as sacred beings, guardians of the earth and all its mysteries. In the heart of India, amidst its bustling cities and quiet villages, stand shrines and temples unlike any other. These are not dedicated to gods with human forms or divine warriors. They honor a presence more ancient, more primal, the Nagas, the serpent deities. These serpents, coiled in mystery and revered across millennia, are enshrined in sacred spaces where stone meets the earth and the divine flows through the air. There is something undeniably mesmerizing about the serpent, its movements smooth and silent, its gaze fixed yet unknowable. It's no wonder that the ancients saw in the serpent both the giver and the taker of life, a being that could slip between the realms of the mortal and the immortal. The temples dedicated to the Nagas are places where this duality is celebrated. Here, reverence for these guardians of wealth and wisdom is woven into every prayer, every offering, every footfall on the temple floor. In Kerala, the temples dedicated to Nagaraja, the serpent king, are among the most significant. The Manarasala temple, nestled in a dense forest, feels like it belongs to another world. As you walk through its pathways, shaded by trees, the air feels thick with reverence. It is said that the temple is home to thousands of snakes, real and divine. The sanctity of the space comes alive through the stories passed down through generations, stories of how the Nagas protect and bless their devotees. The Manarasala temple is not just a place of worship but a living testament to the bond between humans and serpents. Here, women seeking fertility offer their prayers, believing that the blessings of the Nagas will bring them the gift of life. The temple's architecture reflects the presence of these serpents, with coiled forms etched into the very stone. Every corner of the temple whispers of the Nagas, their silent watchfulness, and their connection to the deepest mysteries of creation. Far away in the northern reaches of India, in the city of Jaipur, stands another serpent temple that holds immense significance. The Machkan temple, dedicated to the serpent deity, draws pilgrims who come to seek blessings and protection. The temple, with its ancient stone carvings, shows serpents winding their way around the pillars and walls, their forms both graceful and powerful. It's a place where the earthly and the divine meet, where the prayers of the people merge with the timeless energy of the Nagas. The architectural symbolism of serpents in temples across India speaks to their deep-rooted significance. In Hindu mythology, the serpent represents both the Kundalini energy, the dormant spiritual force within each human, and the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. This is why serpents often adorn the doorways and thresholds of temples, coiled protectively around the deities or slithering up the pillars that support the sacred sanctum. Their presence symbolizes both the protection of the divine and the pathway to spiritual awakening. In Karnataka, the Kuk Subramanya temple is a famous pilgrimage site for Naga worship. Located in the lush green surroundings of the Western Ghats, this temple is dedicated to Lord Subramanya, who is believed to have merged with the serpent king Vasuki. Pilgrims travel from far and wide to offer their prayers, perform rituals, and seek protection from snake-related fears and problems. The temple exudes an atmosphere of serenity, yet beneath it lies the untamed energy of the serpents, ready to bless or punish as they see fit. Even the very design of these temples holds symbolic significance. The coiled serpents engraved in the stone are more than just decoration, they are reminders of the cosmic forces that the Nagas represent. They are protectors of the temples, standing guard against negative energies. They are reminders of the cycles of nature, birth, death, and rebirth, and the ever-present flow of time. In many temples, a Naga stone or Naga idol stands as the focal point of worship, where devotees offer milk, flowers, and other offerings to appease the serpent deities. In the eastern state of West Bengal, the worship of Manasa Devi, the goddess of snakes, holds a special place. Temples dedicated to her are adorned with images of serpents, symbolizing her divine power over snakes and her ability to protect her devotees from their wrath. The temples, small and humble in structure, are nonetheless filled with a sense of deep faith and reverence. Devotees come, often barefoot and with offerings of milk and sweets, praying for protection from snake bites and for the health of their families. The symbolism of serpents in Indian temple architecture is not confined to Hinduism alone. In Buddhist and Jain traditions, the serpent also holds a revered place. The imagery of the Naga protecting the Buddha during his meditation is a powerful reminder of the connection between serpents and spiritual wisdom. In many Buddhist temples across India and Southeast Asia, Naga sculptures can be seen guarding the entrance to temples, coiled around the Buddha or forming canopies above his head. In Nepal, serpent worship is still prevalent, especially during the annual Naga Panchami festival. The shrines dedicated to serpents are visited by families who offer milk and flowers to ensure the blessings of the Nagas for their homes and fields. The shrines themselves, often simple and unadorned, serve as potent reminders of the ancient relationship between people and serpents, a relationship built on both fear and reverence. Each serpent shrine or temple, whether grand and towering or small and hidden, tells a story of devotion and connection. These spaces are where the human and the divine meet, where the mystery of the serpent is honored, and where prayers are sent out to the guardians of wealth, wisdom, and the unknown. They stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their stones worn smooth by the hands of countless devotees, their sanctity preserved through the ages. In every corner of India, these serpent shrines remind us of an ancient reverence for the unseen forces of nature. The serpents, coiled in stone or slithering through the wilds, are more than just symbols of fear or danger. They are keepers of the earth's most ancient wisdom, guardians of the thresholds between the known and the unknown. And within the sacred confines of their temples, they offer protection, power, and the promise of understanding those mysteries that lie just beyond the reach of human knowledge. In the quiet of dawn, before the first rays of sunlight pierce the sky, there is a sacred stillness in the air. The ground beneath feels alive, pulsing with a silent, ancient power that has existed long before humanity took its first breath. It is the power of the Nagas, serpent deities who watch over the earth, protect its treasures, and hold sway over life and death. For centuries, people have turned to these mysterious beings for protection, for blessings, and for the assurance that life will flourish under their watchful eyes. One of the most profound ways people seek the Nagas' favor is through rituals. These rituals are not just traditions passed down through generations, they are acts of faith, where the line between the human and the divine blurs. Among these, the most urgent and heartfelt are the rituals for protection against snake bites. In many parts of India, where snakes roam the fields and forests, the fear of their deadly bite is very real. Yet, instead of responding with fear alone, people seek the Nagas' protection. In villages and towns, offerings of milk are placed by the entrances of homes and near ant hills, believed to be the homes of serpents. The milk, symbolizing purity and nourishment, is given to soothe the Nagas, a gesture of respect and an acknowledgement of their dominion over the earth. Flowers, especially fragrant jasmine and marigolds, are laid delicately around snake idols, their petals soft against the stone, carrying with them the prayers of protection. The belief is simple: a pleased Naga will ensure the safety of the family, keeping the venomous snakes away from their homes and fields. But beyond protection, the Nagas are seen as divine forces who hold the keys to life itself. Their connection to fertility runs deep, and it's said that their blessings can bring the gift of new life. Women longing to conceive visit temples dedicated to the Nagas, offering prayers with hearts full of hope. The rituals they perform are imbued with love and devotion, their hands trembling slightly as they pour milk over the sacred Naga idols, each drop a wish, a plea for a child. At these temples, the atmosphere is thick with emotion. Mothers-to-be kneel before the Naga shrines, whispering their prayers into the air, hoping the ancient serpents will hear their cries. The offerings they bring are simple yet meaningful: flowers, coconuts, and sweets. But it's not the material offerings that matter, it's the faith behind them. It's the belief that the Nagas, with their coiled power, can unlock the mysteries of creation, can breathe life into the wombs of those who seek their favor. In Kerala, the sacred groves known as Sarpakavu stand as sanctuaries for the Nagas, where rituals for fertility and prosperity take place. These groves, with their dense trees and untouched earth, are said to be home to countless serpents, both seen and unseen. Women come to these places, barefoot and silent, their hearts heavy with yearning. They tie threads around the trees, each knot a prayer for fertility, a hope that the Nagas will bless them with the children they long for. But the Nagas are not only sought for protection from danger or the gift of life. They are also invoked to bring prosperity and abundance. Farmers, before the sowing season, offer prayers to the Nagas, hoping for a bountiful harvest. They believe that the serpents, as guardians of the earth's treasures, can ensure the fertility of the soil, can bring the rains that will nourish their crops, and can protect the fields from pests and disease. The rituals here are filled with reverence. Incense smoke curls into the air as mantras are chanted, each word a plea for the land to flourish. In the northeast of India, particularly in Assam, the worship of Manasa Devi, the serpent goddess, holds special significance. She is both feared and revered, her power over snakes undeniable. During the Manasa Puja, offerings are made to her in the hope that she will protect the people from snake bites and bring prosperity to their homes. Devotees build small clay idols of the goddess, decorating them with flowers and vermilion, their prayers rising with the smoke of incense. They seek her blessings, knowing that under her protection, the serpents will not harm them. The rituals for Naga protection and blessings are as varied as the people who perform them, but at their heart lies the same truth: the Nagas are not distant deities to be feared, but beings to be respected, honored, and loved. Their presence is felt in the earth beneath our feet, in the rain that nourishes the crops, in the quiet of the night when the world is still and only the serpents stir. These rituals are more than just acts of devotion. They are a reminder of humanity's connection to the natural world, a recognition that the earth and all its creatures, including the serpents, are sacred. The offerings of milk, flowers, and prayers are not just gifts to the Nagas, they are acknowledgments of the ancient bond between human life and the forces that sustain it. Through these rituals, people seek to live in harmony with the serpents, to earn their favor, and to ensure that life continues to thrive under their protection. In the end, it's not the rituals themselves that hold the power, but the faith that drives them. The belief that a serpent, coiled in silence beneath the earth, can bring safety, life, and abundance. The hope that through prayers and offerings, the Nagas will bestow their blessings upon those who call to them. And in that faith, in those moments of devotion, the power of the Nagas comes alive, not as distant deities, but as protectors, guardians, and givers of life. The world of classical Indian literature is woven with the most exquisite stories, where gods walk among men, and serpents glide not just through the rivers, but through the hearts of epic tales. Nagas, the mystical serpent beings, have always held a special place in these ancient stories, breathing life into the pages written by the greatest poets. These beings, both feared and revered, slither silently into the most unexpected moments, leaving trails of mystery, wisdom, and sometimes heartache in their wake. Kalidasa, one of the most celebrated poets of India, crafted stories that stir the soul. In his works, Nagas are not mere creatures of the underworld, but beings with deep emotions, caught between the realms of the divine and the human. There's a timeless beauty in how he portrays them, capturing both their terror and tenderness. The serpents he wrote about are as much a part of the world as the rivers and mountains. They belong to the earth itself, their presence felt in every breath of the wind, and every shadow that stretches across the land at dusk. In his magnificent work, Kumar Sambhavam, Kalidasa tells the story of the birth of Kartikeya, the god of war. As Kartikeya is born to save the heavens from demons, the Nagas, too, stir from their deep slumber, as if sensing that a new power is rising. Their hoods flare like a crown of flames, ready to defend, to strike, to protect the cosmic balance. The imagery is so powerful that it leaves the reader with a sense of awe, making one feel as if they, too, are standing on the edge of the universe, watching these serpentine beings play their ancient roles. Bhavbhuti, another master of classical Sanskrit literature, takes us deeper into the emotional core of the Nagas. His drama Mahavirakarita, which narrates the life of Lord Rama, brings forth moments where the presence of Nagas symbolizes both danger and protection. The Nagas in Bhavbhuti's works are not mere villains, as they are often cast in lesser tales. Instead, they represent a primal force, something beyond good and evil, something more elemental. They are guardians of a truth that humanity may never fully grasp. Bhavbhuti's writings draw us into the quiet moments, where Nagas appear not with fanfare, but in silence, silent watchers of destiny. There is a particular tenderness in how they observe the human world, almost with sorrow, as though they understand the fleeting nature of human life, while they themselves remain eternal. They slither through his verses, like shadows through a forest, elusive and mesmerizing. In classical Sanskrit dramas, Nagas often appear as beings of immense power, their form striking fear but also evoking curiosity. They stand at the threshold between the known and the unknown. In the works of ancient poets, they are not just serpents, but beings of intelligence and purpose, their very breath imbued with the weight of ancient knowledge. To encounter a Naga in these stories is to be pulled into a vortex of both fascination and fear, as one gazes upon a creature that has seen the birth of worlds and will witness their end. One can sense this in the descriptions of serpent kings, their jeweled crowns glistening in the light, their scaled bodies coiled in readiness. These Nagas are kings in their own right, with their own domains and rules, not subservient to any other force in the universe. Their power is undeniable, their wisdom deep and unfathomable. They guard treasures not just of gold, but of secrets, secrets that even the gods tread carefully around. In these dramas and narratives, Nagas also serve as messengers between the worlds. Their serpentine form allows them to move between realms with ease, carrying with them messages of hope or doom, depending on the will of fate. Their ability to navigate both the celestial and the earthly makes them invaluable in stories where the gods themselves seek their help. In some tales, the Nagas are portrayed as protectors of hidden knowledge. They hold the wisdom of the ages in their coils, guarding it fiercely, only allowing those deemed worthy to approach. This portrayal in classical literature gives the Nagas an almost divine role, where their purpose is not only to protect the treasures of the earth, but the treasures of the mind and soul. To encounter a Naga in these stories is to be tested, to face one's deepest fears and desires, and to come out either enlightened or lost forever. Sanskrit poets also explore the theme of transformation through the Nagas. In some stories, humans who show great valor or wisdom are rewarded by the Nagas, either through gifts of immense power or through a transformation that aligns them with the serpent's essence. This transformation is not just physical but spiritual, a shedding of the old skin, an awakening to a higher understanding of the world. The presence of Nagas in these classical works is a reminder of the delicate balance between the known and the mysterious. They are beings that transcend the ordinary, their very existence blurring the lines between gods and mortals, between good and evil. To write about them, as Kalidasa and Bhavbhuti did, is to attempt to capture something that is ultimately ungraspable, a force that moves through the world, unseen yet ever present. Even in their moments of stillness, the Nagas pulse with life. There's something almost tragic about their role in these stories. They are eternal, yet they are often relegated to the shadows, watching as the human world moves on, untouched by time. There is a loneliness in their power, a weight to their knowledge. And it is this depth that classical poets like Kalidasa and Bhavbhuti manage to bring to life so beautifully. Their depictions are not just of serpents, but of beings who carry the weight of the universe in their coils. They guard the secrets of existence, watching silently as humans live out their fleeting lives, as gods battle in the heavens, knowing that long after all this is gone, they will remain eternal, silent, and powerful. And so, the Nagas slither through the pages of classical Indian literature, not as mere characters, but as forces of nature, mysterious, powerful, and deeply connected to the heartbeat of the universe. They remind us of the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding, waiting, watching, and perhaps, one day, revealing themselves to those who dare to seek them. As you walk through the ancient temples of India, a world unfolds around you, a world where stone breathes life and artistry intertwines with spirituality. Amid the intricate carvings and soaring pillars, the imagery of Nagas emerges like a heartbeat of the earth itself, resonating with tales that echo through time. These serpent beings, often depicted with elegance and power, are not just figures in stone. They embody deep connections to the divine, nature, and the mysteries of existence. The representation of Nagas in sculptures and temple art is a testament to their significance in Indian culture. You can find them coiled around pillars, their bodies gracefully twisting and turning as if frozen in a dance. The craftsmanship is astonishing, revealing not only the skill of the artists, but also their understanding of the spiritual essence of these beings. Each curve, each scale carved into the stone speaks of a story, a belief, a moment where the earthly and the divine intersect. In the grand temples of South India, especially in places like Tamil Nadu and Kerala, Nagas are celebrated as guardians of the sacred. Intricate sculptures depict them in majestic poses, their hoods flaring open, creating an awe-inspiring canopy above deities and worshippers alike. The sight can send shivers down your spine as you stand before a Naga, feeling the weight of history and spirituality enveloping you. The artists pour their souls into these creations, aiming to capture the essence of Nagas as both protectors and symbols of wisdom. Moving through time, the evolution of Naga iconography is a fascinating journey. During the early dynasties, such as the Maurya and Gupta periods, Nagas were often shown in their more primal forms, powerful yet fearsome. They slithered alongside deities, guarding treasures and wisdom. The sculptures from this era reveal the respect and reverence that ancient cultures held for these creatures. You can sense their power in the tense muscles of a carved serpent, coiling protectively around the feet of a god, a visual representation of devotion and fear intertwined. As time progressed into the medieval period, particularly during the reign of the Chola and Vijayanagara dynasties, Naga imagery began to evolve. The serpents took on a more graceful demeanor, often depicted in artistic poses that conveyed not only strength but also beauty. This change reflects a shift in perception, where Nagas were seen not only as fearsome guardians but also as gentle protectors of fertility and prosperity. In the carvings, you can almost feel the softness in their scales, inviting devotees to seek their blessings for a bountiful harvest or a successful life. In the majestic temples of Khajuraho, where artistry and spirituality harmonize beautifully, you'll find Nagas intertwined with the narratives of love and devotion. Here, the serpents symbolize the fluidity of life, how it winds and twists, sometimes in surprising directions. Their depiction in these sacred spaces adds layers to the stories of gods and mortals alike, capturing the delicate balance between danger and protection, passion and restraint. You can feel the emotions radiating from the stone, a reminder of the intertwined fates of humans and the divine. The craftsmanship in these sculptures is remarkable. Each carving is imbued with emotion, telling stories of devotion, protection, and the eternal connection between nature and spirituality. As you trace your fingers over the intricacies of a Naga scales, you can almost hear the whispers of the past, the prayers of those who stood in awe before these beings, seeking their blessings and guidance. In northern India, the Nagas also found a place in the elaborate carvings of temples built during the Mughal era. Here, the imagery shifted slightly, incorporating influences from Persian art. The Nagas were often depicted alongside floral patterns and intricate geometric designs, creating a visual feast that symbolizes the unity of nature and spirituality. This blending of styles adds a unique richness to the representation of Nagas, showing how they transcended regional boundaries to become a universal symbol of protection and wisdom. The integration of Nagas into temple architecture is also significant. In many temples, they act as protectors, their stone forms guarding the entrances, silently watching over those who enter. These sculptures serve not only as decorative elements but as spiritual sentinels, reminding devotees of the presence of the divine in everyday life. The sensation of walking beneath the watchful eyes of these serpents evokes a sense of safety and connection, as if the Nagas themselves are blessing your steps. As the centuries rolled on, the depiction of Nagas in Indian art began to embody various facets of life and spirituality. In some representations, they symbolize the duality of existence, the intertwining of good and evil, light and darkness. The image of the Naga coiled around a linga, for instance, speaks to the union of male and female energies, a powerful reminder of the balance that sustains the universe. This iconography serves as an invitation to contemplate one's own existence and the forces that shape our lives. In contemporary Indian culture, the imagery of Nagas remains potent. Artists and sculptors continue to draw inspiration from ancient traditions, infusing modern interpretations with timeless significance. The essence of Nagas, as protectors of treasure, knowledge, and life itself, resonates with people from all walks of life. Whether in a bustling temple or a quiet corner of a village, the spirit of the Naga continues to thrive, reminding us of the interconnectedness of all beings. Walking through these temples, surrounded by the artistry that celebrates Nagas, evokes a profound sense of reverence and wonder. Each sculpture tells a story, a tale of devotion, courage, and the relentless pursuit of wisdom. The images of Nagas etched in stone are not just relics of the past, they are living reminders of the spirit that flows through all creation, a reminder to seek balance, protection, and understanding in our own lives. In this way, the representation of Nagas in Indian sculpture and temple art captures the very essence of human experience, our hopes, fears, and aspirations. It serves as a bridge between the earthly and the divine, an eternal reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. As you stand before these magnificent creations, you can't help but feel a connection that transcends time, a connection to the heart of India's rich cultural tapestry, woven together by the imagery of Nagas, serpents of wisdom, protection, and grace. In the heart of India, vibrant colors swirl together in beautiful harmony, telling stories that stretch back through generations. Among these stories, the Nagas and Nagins weave their enchanting tale, capturing the imagination of artists and folk creators alike. These serpentine beings, revered in many cultures, come alive in traditional Indian paintings, where they dance across canvases and walls, bringing an air of mystique and spirituality. As you gaze upon a traditional painting, you might see the graceful form of a Naga coiling around a blossoming lotus, symbolizing purity and enlightenment. The delicate brush strokes bring out the scales of the serpent, each one glistening with life, as if the artist has breathed spirit into the very fabric of the painting. The colors, rich and bold, evoke a sense of wonder. Reds, greens, and golds blend seamlessly, creating an atmosphere that feels both inviting and sacred. The Naga often appears alongside deities in these artworks, emphasizing their protective role. In a beautiful piece depicting Lord Shiva, the Naga is portrayed as a guardian, its hood raised majestically above the god's head, sheltering him from the elements. The image resonates with power and reverence, illustrating the bond between the divine and the serpent. In these paintings, Nagas are not merely figures, they are symbols of strength, wisdom, and protection. They remind us of the deep connections that exist between humanity and the spiritual realm, echoing the belief that the world is alive with unseen forces. Folk art also tells stories of Nagas, often merging mythology with everyday life. In the villages of India, artisans bring the tales of these serpents to life through intricate designs on pottery, textiles, and murals. You can find the image of the Naga woven into tapestries, its body swirling around, as if it were dancing to an ancient rhythm. The bright colors used in folk art, yellows, blues, and earthy tones, speak of the land and its people, capturing the essence of life itself. In Madhubni paintings from Bihar, for example, Nagas are depicted in a style that bursts with energy and vibrancy. The bold outlines and intricate patterns create a visual feast, inviting the viewer to explore the stories hidden within each stroke. Here, Nagas are portrayed not just as mythical beings, but as vital participants in the cycle of life. They embody the blessings of fertility and abundance, intertwined with the hopes and dreams of the community. The serpentine motifs in folk art often represent more than just the Nagas themselves, they symbolize the flow of life and the interconnectedness of all beings. A simple line can become a river, a winding path leading to the heart of existence. These motifs, seen in everything from wall paintings to decorative crafts, remind us of the harmony that exists in nature. They evoke feelings of nostalgia, connecting us to our roots and the wisdom passed down through generations. As you walk through a village adorned with folk art, the images of Nagas seem to whisper secrets of the past. You might see a mural depicting a Naga entwined with a tree, symbolizing the deep relationship between nature and spirituality. This connection is palpable, as the roots of the tree stretch down into the earth, while the Naga's body twists and turns above, representing the duality of existence. It is a poignant reminder that we are all part of a greater whole, and our lives are intertwined with the natural world around us. In traditional Indian paintings, the presence of Nagas and Nagins adds layers of meaning to the art. These serpents are often depicted with human-like features, highlighting their unique position in mythology. A Nagin, the female counterpart of the Naga, is often shown with long flowing hair and graceful movements, embodying beauty and mystique. In many paintings, she is seen dancing joyously, her movements mesmerizing, captivating everyone who gazes upon her. The Nagin's portrayal reflects the reverence for femininity, emphasizing the nurturing aspect of these mythical beings. The artistic expression surrounding Nagas transcends time and space, creating a timeless connection between the viewer and the artwork. The emotions conveyed through these paintings are powerful, evoking feelings of awe and reverence. You can almost feel the heartbeat of the earth resonating through the colors and shapes, a reminder that the stories of Nagas are not just relics of the past, but living narratives that continue to inspire and uplift. The use of serpentine motifs in crafts further highlights the importance of Nagas in everyday life. Craftspeople incorporate these designs into items that hold both beauty and function: pots, textiles, and jewelry. Each piece tells a story, a connection to the land and its culture. As you run your fingers over a hand-woven fabric adorned with Naga motifs, you can sense the love and dedication poured into it. It becomes more than just a piece of art, it transforms into a vessel of history, carrying with it the whispers of the artisans who crafted it. In the hustle and bustle of modern life, the imagery of Nagas continues to resonate with people. Artists, inspired by tradition, adapt these motifs to create contemporary works that reflect their identity and experiences. The essence of the Naga, its strength, beauty, and mystique, transcends time, reminding us of the enduring connection to our roots. These images serve as a bridge between generations, allowing the stories of the past to flow into the present. The depiction of Nagas in traditional Indian paintings and folk art creates a vibrant tapestry of culture and spirituality. Each brushstroke, each intricate design holds within it the power to evoke emotions and transport us to a world where the divine and the earthly intertwine. As you immerse yourself in this rich heritage, you can feel the heartbeat of the Nagas, a reminder that their stories continue to shape our lives, resonating through the art that surrounds us. The beauty of these images lies not just in their craftsmanship, but in the connections they forge between the past and the present, the seen and the unseen, the individual and the collective. It is a celebration of life itself, expressed through the enchanting imagery of the Nagas, who forever weave their magic into the fabric of Indian culture. In the quiet depths of the earth, where darkness meets light and creation dances with destruction, the Nagas move silently, their presence felt in every whisper of the wind and ripple of water. These serpentine beings, with their sleek bodies and ancient wisdom, are not simply creatures of myth. They carry within them the profound duality of existence, the ability to both nurture life and bring about its end. Nagas are revered as protectors, guardians of hidden treasures and keepers of the sacred balance. In many stories, they emerge from the shadows to offer protection, their powerful forms coiling protectively around those who seek their shelter. They are the embodiment of care and guardianship, often associated with fertility, rain, and the nourishment of the earth. When rains are abundant and the rivers flow gently, the Nagas are seen as benevolent spirits, breathing life into the world, ensuring crops grow and rivers thrive. Yet, the very same beings who nurture can also strike with terrifying force. The Nagas are not just gentle protectors, they are also beings of immense power, capable of unleashing destruction with a single flick of their tails or a venomous hiss. Their wrath is feared, for when angered or provoked, they can summon floods, droughts, and disasters, reminding humankind of the delicate balance they uphold. This duality, this fine line between creation and destruction, gives them an enigmatic power that both attracts and terrifies. In one moment, the Naga is the bringer of life. In another, it becomes the harbinger of death. This contrast is not just symbolic, it is the essence of their being. They embody the cycles of life itself. Just as the rain gives life to the earth, it can also drown and devastate. The snake, often seen as a symbol of regeneration, sheds its skin to be reborn, yet it carries venom potent enough to kill. Nagas remind us that life and death are intertwined, that one cannot exist without the other. In myth after myth, Nagas emerge as protectors of the natural world. They live in rivers, lakes, and the depths of the ocean, their presence vital to maintaining harmony in the waters. When they are at peace, the waters are calm, the rains fall gently, and life flourishes. But when these guardians are disturbed or disrespected, their fury knows no bounds. Storms rage, rivers overflow, and chaos ensues. They are the guardians of sacred spaces, protecting the earth from desecration and punishing those who seek to harm the balance they guard so fiercely. But their role as destroyers is not born of malice. It is a reminder that every action has consequences. When humanity forgets its place in the natural order, when it takes more than it gives, the Nagas respond, unleashing their destructive force to restore balance. In this, they are not evil, but rather agents of justice, their fury a reflection of the world's imbalance. Their destruction is not senseless, it is purposeful, meant to teach and correct, to remind us of the fragility of the world we inhabit. This duality is perhaps best seen in the way Nagas interact with the gods and humanity. In one story, they are the protectors of sacred treasures, defending them against greed and corruption. In another, they bring devastation upon those who disrespect the natural world. This tension between creation and destruction, protection and punishment, defines their role in mythology. They are neither wholly good nor wholly bad, but something far more complex, beings that mirror the duality of life itself. Even in their form, this dual nature is reflected. The serpent, long and sinuous, moves silently, a creature of grace and danger. Its beauty is undeniable, but so is its capacity for violence. The same fangs that can defend and protect can also deliver death. In this way, the Naga becomes a symbol not just of the forces of nature, but of the human condition itself, the constant pull between creation and destruction, between love and fear. The stories of Nagas speak to the deepest parts of the human soul. They remind us that life is not simple, that it is filled with contradictions and complexities. The Naga, in its silent, coiled form, is the perfect representation of this paradox. It is beautiful and terrifying, peaceful and destructive, nurturing and deadly. And in this duality, it finds its power. In Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain traditions, this dual role of the Nagas is revered. They are not seen as beings to be feared, but as forces to be respected. They offer blessings of fertility and abundance, but only to those who approach them with humility and reverence. To those who act with arrogance or greed, they bring destruction, teaching valuable lessons about the need for balance and respect in the world. In Buddhist tales, for instance, the Naga Mukalinda wraps itself around the meditating Buddha, shielding him from the storm. Here, the Naga is the ultimate protector, its powerful body creating a sanctuary of peace. Yet, in other stories, when disrespected, the Nagas bring floods or poison, their wrath swift and unforgiving. This is the paradox at the heart of the Nagas' existence: they protect, but they also destroy. In a world where we often seek simplicity, the Nagas remind us that life is anything but. They embody the forces that shape our world, forces that can both create and destroy, nourish and devastate. They are the silent guardians of the Earth's mysteries, watching over the natural world with a fierce protectiveness. But they are also a warning, a reminder that to disrespect the world we live in is to invite disaster. As the Naga slithers through the myths of ancient India, it carries with it the weight of this duality. It is both creator and destroyer, protector and punisher. And in its coils, it holds the fragile balance of life itself. In the quiet moments when the sun dips below the horizon and darkness begins to cradle the world, there is a sense of something eternal, a force that breathes life and death in the same breath. Nagas, those mysterious serpentine beings, are woven into the very fabric of this eternal cycle. They are more than just guardians of treasures or spirits of the earth, they embody the endless rhythm of life, death, and rebirth. With every shed skin, with every quiet, coiling motion, the Naga whispers of immortality, of the ancient dance that binds us all. The serpent has always symbolized rebirth, its ability to shed its skin serving as a metaphor for renewal and transformation. In Nagas, this power is magnified. They are not simply creatures that renew themselves, but beings that hold the keys to the eternal cycle of existence. In the flicker of their eyes and the smooth glide of their bodies, one can feel the weight of ages, the knowledge that life is not a straight line but a circle, always beginning where it ends. Stories of Nagas speak to this cycle of rebirth with a haunting beauty. They are the keepers of the threshold between life and death, guiding souls through the shadowy realm of the afterlife. In ancient tales, when death comes for a soul, it is often a Naga who appears, offering safe passage to the world beyond. They glide silently alongside the newly departed, their presence both comforting and formidable as they guide the soul toward the next stage of existence. In Hindu belief, the Naga is closely connected with immortality. It is said that they guard the elixir of life, the Amrita, which grants eternal life. This myth reveals not just the Naga's role in the cycle of life and death, but their mastery over it. They do not merely participate in the cycle, they control it, possessing the power to grant immortality to those deemed worthy. Yet this gift is not one to be taken lightly, for immortality in the hands of those unworthy brings chaos, a breaking of the delicate balance the Nagas protect. Perhaps one of the most poignant roles the Nagas play is in aiding the dead. In Buddhist and Hindu traditions, Nagas are often depicted as companions for the souls making their way through the afterlife. When a person dies, their soul embarks on a journey fraught with challenges, and the Nagas serve as protectors and guides, ensuring that the soul reaches its destination safely. It is said that Nagas know the hidden pathways of the afterlife, and their wisdom helps the dead avoid the dangers that lurk in the shadowy realms beyond. This protective role is not limited to the afterlife. Nagas are often invoked in life to safeguard people from untimely death or to grant long life and prosperity. In rituals and prayers, their blessing is sought to keep death at bay, to ensure that life's natural cycle is not interrupted before its time. But even in life, the Nagas' connection to death is always present. They remind us that death is not an end, but a transformation, a necessary part of the cycle that allows rebirth to occur. In some stories, Nagas themselves experience death and rebirth. They are immortal, yes, but their immortality comes through continuous renewal. Just as a snake sheds its skin to be reborn, the Naga too undergoes transformation. This makes them both immortal and mortal, timeless beings who exist within the cycle of life and death while also transcending it. In this way, they become symbols of the eternal nature of existence, of the way life renews itself through death. In the sacred art and iconography of many traditions, the Naga is often depicted coiled around the tree of life, its body encircling the world. This image captures the essence of their role in the cycle of life and death. They are the guardians of life, but they also hold death in their coils, understanding that both are necessary for the world to continue. The Naga's presence in these images is a reminder that life cannot exist without death, that every end is a new beginning, and that the cycle will continue, endlessly, through time. One of the most beautiful aspects of the Naga's role in life and death is their connection to the earth. They are said to dwell deep within the earth, and hidden places where the forces of life and death converge. From these hidden realms, they emerge to bring fertility to the land, to nourish life with their blessings. But just as they bring life, they are also connected to the earth's role as the resting place of the dead. The earth, after all, is where life begins and where it returns when death comes. The Nagas, living deep within the earth, are the guardians of this sacred cycle. The stories of Nagas aiding the dead are not just tales of the afterlife, they are stories of love, protection, and the eternal connection between the living and the dead. When a soul leaves the body, it is not abandoned. The Nagas, with their ancient wisdom and quiet strength, are there to guide it, to ensure that it reaches its next destination safely. This is a comforting thought, a reminder that death is not a lonely journey but one that is guided by those who understand the mysteries of life and death. The duality of the Naga's role, as both bringers of life and guides in death, reflects the duality of existence itself. Life and death are not opposites, but two sides of the same coin, forever intertwined. The Nagas, with their serpentine grace and timeless wisdom, remind us of this truth. They are the silent witnesses to the cycles of the world, watching as life rises and falls, as death comes and goes, and as rebirth begins once more. In the end, the Nagas' role in life and death is a reminder of the eternal nature of existence. They are the guardians of life, the guides in death, and the symbols of rebirth. Their presence in myth and tradition speaks to the deepest parts of the human soul, reminding us that life is not a straight path, but a circle, one that begins and ends, endlessly, in the same place. And in the quiet, coiling movements of the Naga, we see the reflection of our own journey, one that continues long after life fades away. There is a silence that descends when the mysteries of the world are close, a deep stillness that envelopes everything. In this silence, the serpentine form of the Naga stirs, coiling through time and space, holding within its being the most ancient of truths. For ages, Nagas have been revered not only as protectors but as guardians of hidden knowledge, keepers of wisdom that runs deeper than what the eye can see, knowledge that can change the course of a soul's journey. The image of the Naga is one that immediately stirs something primal within us. It winds through the depths of our consciousness, mysterious and powerful, holding both fear and fascination. For those who seek truth, the Naga is a guide, a silent teacher who offers lessons not through words but through its presence, through the slow, deliberate movements that mirror the unfolding of wisdom. The Naga's wisdom is not something learned in books or whispered in the marketplace. It is something felt, something that grows within as one learns to listen to the world's quietest voices. Throughout spiritual traditions, the Naga is seen as more than just a serpent. It is a symbol of esoteric wisdom, the kind of knowledge that cannot be easily grasped. In Tantric traditions, the Naga is revered as a keeper of sacred teachings, knowledge that is not meant for the masses, but for those who are ready to understand the deeper mysteries of existence. The teachings of the Naga are not offered lightly. They require devotion, discipline, and above all, a willingness to confront one's own soul. The connection between Nagas and esoteric knowledge is profound. In many mystical practices, the Naga is invoked as a guide to spiritual enlightenment. Its serpentine form is not just a symbol of the earth or the physical world, but of the winding paths of the spirit, the long journey one must take to uncover the truth within. The coiling of the Naga represents the coiling of energy within the body, the way spiritual energy, often referred to as Kundalini, lies dormant at the base of the spine, waiting to be awakened. It is in the stillness of meditation, in the silence of the mind, that the Naga begins to stir. The wisdom it guards is not something external, it is the very essence of the self, the pure truth that lies buried beneath layers of distraction and illusion. The awakening of this wisdom is like the shedding of skin. Just as a serpent sheds its skin to grow, so too must the soul shed its false layers to reveal the truth beneath. In tantric practices, Nagas are deeply intertwined with the awakening of spiritual energy. The coiled serpent at the base of the spine is a metaphor for Kundalini, the dormant energy that lies within every being. As the Naga awakens and rises, so too does one's spiritual awareness. The journey of the Naga is the journey of the soul, rising from the base of the physical world, through the chakras, and into the realms of higher consciousness. Each twist and turn of the Naga is a step closer to enlightenment, a step closer to the ultimate truth. This connection between Nagas and hidden knowledge extends beyond individual spiritual practices. Throughout history, Nagas have been revered as the keepers of ancient secrets, knowledge passed down through generations, whispered in the wind, and etched into the stones of forgotten temples. In many cultures, it is believed that Nagas guard sacred texts, hidden away from those who are not yet ready to understand their power. These texts, filled with spiritual and cosmic truths, are said to contain the very essence of life itself, knowledge that can transform not only individuals but entire worlds. Nagas are often depicted as wise beings in myth and folklore, guiding those who are ready to receive their teachings. In stories, they appear to seekers at critical moments, offering guidance that is both subtle and profound. Their wisdom is not always direct, like the serpent's movements, it can be winding and difficult to follow. But for those who are patient, for those who trust the path, the Naga reveals truths that are life-changing. In many tantric traditions, Nagas are also seen as protectors of sacred knowledge, ensuring that only those who are truly prepared can access the wisdom they guard. This is not because the knowledge itself is dangerous, but because it is powerful. To hold such knowledge without understanding its full implications can be destructive. Thus, the Naga stands as a gatekeeper, a guardian who ensures that only those who are ready to walk the path of wisdom can proceed. The Naga's role as a keeper of esoteric knowledge is often symbolized in art and iconography. Serpentine figures appear in sacred paintings and carvings, their coiled forms representing the mysteries they guard. These images are not just decorative, they are a reminder of the ancient wisdom that lies within every being, waiting to be awakened. The Naga, with its fluid, graceful movements, reminds us that the path to wisdom is not linear but winding, full of twists and turns that must be navigated with patience and humility. In some traditions, Nagas are even seen as the original teachers of humankind, beings who brought knowledge from the depths of the earth to the surface, sharing their wisdom with those who were ready to receive it. This knowledge was not just about the physical world, but about the inner world, the hidden realms of the soul. The Nagas taught the importance of balance, of understanding both the light and dark aspects of existence, and of finding harmony within oneself. Nagas are often associated with water, and this connection is no coincidence. Water, like the Naga, is both gentle and powerful, nurturing life and yet capable of great destruction. In the same way, the knowledge the Naga holds can be both healing and overwhelming. It is not for those who seek it lightly, but for those who are willing to face themselves fully, to confront their fears and doubts, and to emerge transformed. In every tradition where Nagas are revered, one thing is clear: their wisdom is not easily won, but it is worth the journey. The Naga does not simply offer knowledge, it offers transformation. To receive the teachings of the Naga is to shed one's old self, to leave behind the illusions of the world, and to embrace the deeper truths that lie beneath the surface. It is a path that requires courage, patience, and above all, a deep respect for the mysteries of life. For those who seek the Naga's wisdom, the journey is not about finding something new, but about uncovering what has always been there, hidden within. The Naga is not just a symbol of knowledge, it is a reminder that the greatest wisdom comes from within, from the quiet places where the soul speaks in whispers. And it is in those quiet moments, when the world fades away and the mind is still, that the Naga's wisdom finally begins to unfold, like the slow, graceful movement of a serpent, revealing the eternal truths that guide us all. In the flicker of a dimly lit screen, a serpent's form glides gracefully, its eyes glowing with an ancient, untold wisdom. The music swells, and for a moment, the audience holds its breath, hearts pounding in unison. This is not just another scene, it's a glimpse into a world where myth and modernity intertwine, where the Nagas, those timeless beings from ancient Indian lore, still slither through the corridors of imagination, finding new life in Indian cinema, television, and literature. Nagas have always occupied a special place in India's cultural consciousness, their stories whispered across generations. But in the modern era, their presence has shifted, evolving to become something both familiar and new. In Indian cinema, the serpentine figures have found a powerful resurgence, often depicted as fierce protectors, shapeshifters, and symbols of both beauty and terror. The sheer magnetism of these characters has captured the hearts of millions, blending the old with the new in ways that resonate deeply. Who could forget the iconic Indian films where the Naga woman takes center stage? There she is, her eyes flashing like lightning, her body twisting between human and serpent form, embodying both vengeance and vulnerability. She seeks justice, love, or redemption, but always, she is more than human, a force of nature in her own right. The audience feels her pain, her longing, as she struggles between two worlds, the human and the divine. Through her, the Naga's timeless allure shines in full glory, and viewers are reminded of the mystery and power that have defined Nagas for millennia. Television too has embraced the Nagas mythos, weaving their stories into long-running serials that captivate homes across the nation. The sound of a familiar theme song might signal the transformation of a beloved character into a Naga, her body rippling as she sheds her human form to reveal the serpent beneath. These transformations are not merely physical, they carry with them the weight of tradition, of ancient powers that transcend time. Viewers sit riveted, drawn into a world where supernatural beings walk among them, their actions stirring up deep emotions. Perhaps it's the love stories, the tales of betrayal, or the never-ending quest for vengeance that grips the audience so tightly, but there's something undeniably magnetic about the Nagas on screen. But the fascination doesn't end there. Indian literature, too, has embraced the Naga figure, allowing it to slip between the pages of novels and short stories, leaving behind trails of wisdom, danger, and transformation. Writers have taken the traditional mythos and given it a modern twist, imagining Nagas in urban landscapes, or reinterpreting their ancient roles to fit contemporary narratives. The serpentine guardians have become metaphors for the unseen forces that shape human lives, for the duality of creation and destruction, love and fear. In modern storytelling, the Naga is not always the avenger or the protector. Sometimes, they are portrayed as misunderstood beings, caught between duty and desire, their very existence a testament to the complex emotions that lie beneath the surface of human relationships. These stories challenge the audience to see the Naga not merely as a mystical figure, but as a reflection of the deeper truths about life, love, and power. They ask us to look beyond the surface, to find meaning in the twists and turns of fate, just as a serpent's body winds its way through the earth. It's remarkable how Nagas have continued to evolve in Indian popular culture. In every retelling, they carry with them the echoes of ancient legends, but they also become something more, something uniquely suited to the present moment. Whether it's a blockbuster film or a quiet, introspective novel, the Naga figure adapts, reflecting the hopes, fears, and desires of contemporary society. The modern Naga is often depicted as a shapeshifter, an embodiment of the fluidity of identity. In a world where questions of belonging, transformation, and the search for truth are more relevant than ever, the Naga becomes a potent symbol of change. They are not confined to the past, but speak to the struggles of the present, the need to balance tradition with progress, the challenge of embracing one's true self while navigating societal expectations. In these stories, the Naga often takes on the role of a protector, standing guard over sacred spaces, but also over human lives. They are fierce defenders of justice, but they are also complex characters, capable of deep love, overwhelming rage, and profound wisdom. Their very existence challenges the boundaries between the human and the divine, the earthly and the ethereal, asking audiences to question what it truly means to be powerful, to be wise, to be whole. In contemporary storytelling, the Naga's duality is often explored in rich detail. They are not just heroes or villains, but beings of immense depth and contradiction. They can be tender and terrifying, graceful and deadly, wise and unpredictable. This complexity is what makes them so compelling in modern narratives. They are a reminder that life itself is not simple, that the most powerful forces are often the ones that are hardest to understand. As Indian popular culture continues to evolve, the Naga remains a constant presence, slithering through the stories that define a generation. Whether it's on the big screen, in the pages of a novel, or in the intricate narratives of a television series, the Naga's presence is felt, reminding us of the timeless allure of these ancient beings. They are a bridge between the past and the present, between myth and reality, between the known and the unknown. And as long as their stories continue to be told, the Naga will never truly disappear. They will remain with us, coiled within the collective imagination, waiting for the moment when their wisdom is needed once again. In every transformation, every act of vengeance or love, the Naga reminds us of the power of stories to shape our understanding of the world and of ourselves. In the mist-covered hills of northeast India, a heartbeat echoes, ancient, resilient, and deeply intertwined with the land itself. This is the heartbeat of the Naga people, whose identity is inseparable from the rich tapestry of mythology that surrounds them. At the core of this identity are the Nagas, not just as serpentine figures from myth, but as symbols of strength, wisdom, and survival. These stories are not merely tales of old, they are living, breathing aspects of the Naga tribes, shaping their culture, beliefs, and sense of belonging. The Naga tribes have long embraced the mythical Nagas as powerful symbols, drawing strength from their legendary status as protectors and warriors. For the people of these hills, the stories of serpents guarding treasures, hidden wisdom, and sacred places are more than folklore, they are woven into the very fabric of their existence. These myths tell of beings who straddle the worlds of spirit and earth, of creation and destruction, much like the Naga people themselves, who have balanced tradition and change, survival and resistance, through centuries of tumult. One can imagine the fierce pride that runs through these communities, a pride rooted not just in their ancestry, but in the stories that have been passed down from generation to generation. The Nagas in mythology, often portrayed as fierce protectors, are mirrored in the real-life struggles of the Naga tribes, who have fought to protect their land, their people, and their way of life from outside forces. Just as the mythical Nagas are guardians of the earth, so too are the Naga people guardians of their hills, their traditions, and their sovereignty. But the Naga identity is not just about myth, it is deeply political and cultural. The hills of Nagaland and the surrounding regions have long been a place of conflict and resistance, where the Naga people have struggled to maintain their independence and identity. The stories of the Nagas, the fierce, proud, and unyielding, have provided not only a spiritual connection but a source of inspiration for this fight. The Nagas in mythology, with their dual roles as protectors and destroyers, reflect the real-life duality the Naga tribes face. The need to defend their culture while navigating the challenges of a modern world that often seeks to erase or diminish their identity. This identity, however, is not static. It has evolved, much like the myths themselves, adapting to the changing political and social landscape. The Naga people, while holding tightly to their roots, have also embraced new ideas, blending the old with the new in ways that continue to shape their future. The mythical Nagas, with their ability to transform, to shift between forms, are perfect symbols for this adaptive strength. In many ways, the Naga tribes see themselves in these mythical beings, resilient, adaptable, and ever watchful over the legacy they hold dear. Culturally, the Nagas' connection to the serpent figures runs through the art, dance, and rituals of their communities. Traditional festivals and ceremonies often invoke the spirit of the Naga, celebrating their deep connection to the earth, nature, and the mysteries of life. The reverence for the Nagas, as both protectors and symbols of fertility and prosperity, can be seen in the way the Naga tribes respect the land and its resources, taking only what is needed and giving thanks for the bounty it provides. In modern times, the political significance of the Naga identity has taken on new dimensions. The struggle for recognition, for autonomy, and for the right to self-governance has been a long and difficult road for the Naga people. Yet, throughout this journey, the mythology of the Nagas has remained a source of strength. The stories of Nagas, fierce, independent, and unwilling to be subjugated, are reflected in the ongoing fight for the Naga people to define their own destiny. These myths, far from being relics of the past, are alive in the hearts of the people, fueling their desire for a future where their identity is recognized and respected. The Naga identity today is a blend of ancient traditions and modern realities, but at its core, it remains deeply connected to the stories of the Nagas. These stories are not just entertainment or cultural artifacts, they are expressions of a people's soul, of their resilience, their connection to the land, and their determination to survive in the face of adversity. The Nagas, both mythical and real, stand as symbols of the power of identity, the strength of culture, and the unbreakable bond between a people and their stories. In the hills and valleys of northeast India, where the mists roll in with quiet determination, the Naga people continue to live, breathe, and fight for their place in the world. Their identity, shaped by the myths of serpentine beings, is more than a cultural marker. It is a testament to the enduring power of stories to shape who we are, where we come from, and where we are going. Beneath the surface of everyday existence lies a force, ancient and powerful, waiting to awaken. This force, often described as a coiled serpent, rests at the base of the spine in the human body. Known as Kundalini, it is deeply tied to the symbolism of the Naga, the sacred serpent, whose energy flows through both spiritual traditions and the physical world. The connection between Nagas and Kundalini energy is not just metaphorical, it is the living thread that binds the human soul to the mysteries of creation, power, and awakening. In the teachings of Kundalini Yoga, the serpent represents latent spiritual energy, curled up like a sleeping cobra, waiting for the right moment to rise. As the Kundalini serpent uncoils, it ascends through the chakras, or energy centers, in the body, unleashing profound transformation. The Nagas, beings revered in myth and spirituality, embody this very energy, the power to transcend, to elevate from the earthly to the divine. The serpent, long feared and revered in many cultures, becomes a symbol of ultimate potential in Kundalini practices. Much like the Nagas, who guard hidden treasures and spiritual wisdom, the Kundalini serpent holds the key to awakening the most profound truths of existence. It is said that when Kundalini rises, the individual is no longer bound by the ordinary constraints of life. Instead, they begin to glimpse the vastness of the universe, the oneness of creation, and the pure light of consciousness. But this awakening is no easy feat. Just as the Nagas in ancient lore are both protectors and challengers, the Kundalini energy is both awe-inspiring and demanding. It requires dedication, patience, and a willingness to confront the shadows within oneself. The Kundalini serpent, once stirred, brings forth both light and darkness, guiding the seeker through the winding path of self-discovery. In the same way, the Nagas are often seen as both benefactors and forces to be reckoned with, reminding us that true power comes not without challenges, but through them. For those on a spiritual journey, the ascent of Kundalini mirrors the rise of the Naga from the depths of the earth, soaring upward with grace and power. Each chakra, or energy center, that the Kundalini passes through is like a gateway, much like the sacred thresholds guarded by the Nagas in mythology. These gates, often challenging to pass, hold the potential for spiritual growth, wisdom, and enlightenment. The Nagas, protectors of sacred spaces, embody the same force that guides and challenges those who seek spiritual ascension. As the Kundalini serpent rises, it brings with it the powerful qualities of the Naga: strength, wisdom, and transformation. Just as the serpent sheds its skin, so too does the individual shed the layers of ego, fear, and illusion. This process of renewal is not unlike the myths of Nagas as symbols of immortality and rebirth. The snake's ability to continuously renew itself mirrors the spiritual rebirth that occurs as Kundalini energy rises, breaking free from old limitations and birthing a new consciousness. In spiritual traditions, this Naga force is not only seen as a personal journey but also as a connection to the greater mysteries of the universe. The coiled serpent, symbolizing Kundalini energy, reflects the cosmic dance of creation, where opposites like life and death, light and darkness, come together in perfect harmony. The Nagas, as guardians of this balance, remind us that all power comes from understanding and embracing both the creative and destructive forces within us. In many yogic texts and mystical traditions, the Kundalini serpent is said to rise toward the Sahasrara, the crown chakra, where it merges with divine consciousness. This is the ultimate union, the moment when the individual becomes one with the cosmos, much like the Nagas who traverse between worlds. This union is not merely an end, but the beginning of a new way of being, one that is infused with the wisdom of the serpent, the insight of the Nagas, and the deep understanding that life itself is both a gift and a responsibility. The Kundalini serpent, much like the Nagas, carries a weighty significance in the spiritual path. It is not to be rushed, not to be forced. Those who seek to awaken it must approach with reverence, for the serpent does not reveal its secrets lightly. It guards the deepest mysteries of life and consciousness, much as the Nagas guard treasures and sacred knowledge in the depths of the earth and water. Yet, for those who are ready, the awakening of Kundalini is a gift beyond measure. It is the unlocking of potential that has always existed within, waiting only for the right moment to rise. Just as the Nagas rise from the depths, bringing forth their wisdom and power, so too does the Kundalini energy rise, bringing with it the profound realization of one's true self and place in the universe. In this spiritual journey, the Nagas serve as both guides and protectors. Their presence in Kundalini traditions is a reminder that we are always connected to something greater than ourselves. The serpent power, coiled within each of us, is a source of infinite possibility, a force of both creation and transformation. It teaches us that within our own depths lies the strength to rise, the wisdom to see beyond the ordinary, and the courage to embrace the divine. The connection between the Nagas and Kundalini energy is not just symbolic, it is a profound truth that has been felt by seekers for centuries. As the serpent rises within, as the Naga force awakens, it brings with it the realization that the path to enlightenment is both a personal and universal journey, a journey of rebirth, transformation, and the awakening of the spirit. In the heart of mythologies across the world, serpentine beings stand as guardians of ancient wisdom, embodying both the forces of nature and the mysteries of the cosmos. One such being, the Naga, revered in Indian traditions, shares a curious resemblance with another majestic creature that soars through the stories of East Asia, the dragon. Despite emerging from vastly different cultures, Nagas and dragons hold a unique place in the collective consciousness of humanity, representing power, transformation, and protection. Their stories, while rooted in different lands, seem to echo with familiar truths, connecting us to something far greater than ourselves. In the swirling mists of Chinese and Japanese mythology, the dragon takes flight as a celestial being of great strength and wisdom. It is not a beast of destruction, as Western myths often portray, but a creature of the heavens, closely tied to the elements, wind, water, and rain. Dragons are revered, considered bringers of prosperity and harmony. In much the same way, the Nagas of Indian lore are seen as protectors of water, fertility, and life. They reside in rivers, lakes, and the ocean, ensuring the balance of the natural world. Both creatures, born from different lands, are caretakers of the elements, shaping the rhythms of life with their presence. However, there is an undeniable contrast in their forms. Dragons in Chinese and Japanese culture often have wings, allowing them to soar effortlessly through the skies, commanding thunder and rain. Nagas, on the other hand, are earthbound, dwelling in water or beneath the soil. They are serpentine in form, sometimes depicted with multiple heads, but rarely do they rise into the air. The Naga, grounded and entwined with the land, contrasts with the dragon's skyward nature, yet both remain intimately connected to the cycles of life, creation, and destruction. Despite their physical differences, there's a profound overlap in the roles these beings play in myth. In both traditions, the serpentine creatures hold a duality, symbols of creation and destruction, beneficence and danger. In Indian mythology, Nagas are often venerated as protectors and grantaires of fertility. Yet, when angered or disrespected, they can bring floods or droughts, striking fear into the hearts of those who dishonor them. Similarly, the dragons of East Asia, while benevolent, possess a fearsome temper when provoked. They too can unleash storms and devastate entire landscapes when the balance of nature is disturbed. Both Nagas and dragons serve as intermediaries between humans and the divine. In India, Nagas are often linked to the gods, and their blessings are sought in rituals for rain and fertility. Temples dedicated to them can be found across the Indian subcontinent, where offerings are made to ensure their favor. The Chinese dragon, too, holds a divine status, often depicted alongside emperors as a symbol of imperial power and heavenly mandate. To disrespect a dragon was to risk the wrath of the heavens themselves. In this way, both creatures exist as bridges between the mortal and the divine, their favor ensuring the prosperity and survival of entire civilizations. In Tibetan and Bhutanese traditions, the Naga and dragon find themselves even more closely entwined. The Naga, often referred to as Lu in Tibetan Buddhism, takes on a role similar to the dragon, representing the energy of the earth and water. These beings are guardians of spiritual treasures, much like the dragons who protect sacred pearls of wisdom in Chinese myths. The Nagas of India are also known as keepers of hidden knowledge, particularly the Tantric teachings. This role as custodians of mystical wisdom ties both Nagas and dragons to the deeper, esoteric aspects of their respective spiritual traditions. And yet, while they guard profound truths, both are beings of immense power. The sheer strength of these creatures is awe-inspiring, but it is tempered by wisdom and balance. The Naga, with its connection to the depths of the earth and water, is often seen as a creature that transcends the physical, embodying spiritual renewal and transformation. It sheds its skin, symbolizing rebirth, much like the cyclical nature of life and death. The dragon, too, is a creature of transformation. In Japan, it is said that a koi fish that swims upstream through treacherous waters can become a dragon, symbolizing perseverance and transformation through adversity. Both beings, Nagas and dragons, invite us to consider the power of transformation within ourselves. Just as they can bring both blessings and challenges, they remind us that life is a balance of creation and destruction, of growth and hardship. Through their myths, we learn that power is not just something to be wielded, but something to be respected, nurtured, and tempered with wisdom. Interestingly, the stories of Nagas and dragons have traveled across borders and oceans, finding their way into the hearts of other cultures. In Southeast Asia, dragons are often depicted more like the Nagas, serpentine, with multiple heads, guarding sacred waters and temples. These beings, whether called dragons or Nagas, have a universal appeal, embodying the mysteries of nature and the human spirit. Yet, as much as they protect, they also challenge. The dragon, whether in China or Japan, often sets tests for the heroes who encounter it. In these trials, the hero must demonstrate both strength and humility, for only those who respect the dragon's power can earn its favor. The Naga, too, can be a force of challenge. In many Indian myths, those who disrespect or harm the Nagas face dire consequences, often suffering from curses or illness. But those who honor the Naga are granted prosperity, health, and blessings. In the end, whether we speak of the Nagas who guard the depths of Indian rivers or the dragons who soar through the skies of East Asia, we are speaking of forces greater than ourselves, forces that remind us of our connection to the world, to the divine, and to each other. These serpentine beings, born from the myths of different lands, speak a common language of power, wisdom, and transformation. Through their stories, they remind us that life itself is a delicate balance of creation and destruction, of earth and sky, and that we, too, must find our place within that balance. There is something deeply captivating about the image of a serpent, winding its way through ancient myths and stories. In the East, Nagas have been revered for centuries, guardians of water, symbols of fertility, and protectors of hidden knowledge. But as these ancient symbols travel across the world, they have found new meanings, especially in Western esoteric traditions and New Age spirituality. In the West, the Naga has transformed, its ancient symbolism woven into new spiritual frameworks. This process, while fascinating, is not without its complexities. As with many symbols borrowed from other cultures, the Naga's original depth and meaning have shifted in these interpretations, often creating a fusion between tradition and modern spiritual needs. In New Age spirituality, the Naga has become a powerful symbol of transformation. To many, the serpent embodies the journey of change, the shedding of old skins, and the birth of something new. It represents the cycles of life, death, and rebirth, much like the flow of energy that spirals through the body in yoga and meditation practices. For many spiritual seekers in the West, the Naga is no longer just a mythical being from faraway lands. It has become a personal guide in the search for inner growth and enlightenment. The allure of the serpent is undeniable. In the West, serpents have long held a dual role in mythology and religion. In the Christian tradition, the serpent is often seen as a symbol of temptation and sin, linked to the story of Adam and Eve. But in other Western esoteric practices, the serpent represents hidden wisdom, just as it does in the East. This has allowed for a natural merging of the Naga into the spiritual landscape of Western thought. In these esoteric traditions, the Naga is often linked to the concept of Kundalini energy, a powerful spiritual force that lies coiled at the base of the spine, waiting to be awakened. As this energy rises through the body, it is said to bring about spiritual transformation, leading to enlightenment. The image of the serpent, or Naga, moving through the body's energy centers resonates deeply with those on a spiritual journey, offering a visual and emotional anchor for their inner experiences. It is this transformative power of the Naga that has made it such an appealing symbol in New Age circles. But in these modern interpretations, there is often a loss of the cultural context that gives the Naga its full meaning. In India, Nagas are more than just symbols of transformation. They are living beings in myth and ritual, intricately tied to the land, the water, and the cycles of nature. They are revered and feared, capable of both great blessings and terrible wrath. In the West, however, this complexity is sometimes overlooked, with the Naga reduced to a mere symbol of personal growth, detached from its original cultural and spiritual significance. This appropriation of Naga symbolism raises important questions about how ancient symbols are used and transformed in new cultural contexts. While the Naga's journey into Western spirituality has brought new layers of meaning, it has also, in some cases, simplified or distorted its original role in Indian and Southeast Asian traditions. Yet, for many, the Naga remains a powerful guide in their spiritual practice. Its serpentine form is a reminder of the potential for change that lies within all of us. As the Naga sheds its skin, it leaves behind the old, making way for the new. This image of renewal resonates with anyone who has ever sought to break free from the past, to heal from wounds, or to grow into something greater than themselves. It is this promise of transformation that has allowed the Naga to find a home in Western hearts, even as its deeper cultural roots remain less understood. In New Age thought, the Naga is often seen as a guardian of wisdom, much like it is in Indian myth. But in these modern interpretations, this wisdom is often seen as something more internal, something that the seeker must uncover within themselves. The Naga becomes a symbol of the spiritual teacher, the inner guide who helps to navigate the complexities of life and the soul's journey. For many, the Naga is not just a mythical creature, it is a symbol of their own inner power, the force that leads them toward awakening and enlightenment. However, the power of the Naga lies not just in its ability to inspire personal transformation, but in its reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. In Indian tradition, Nagas are intimately tied to the natural world. They protect the waters, guard the forests, and maintain the balance of life. In New Age spirituality, this connection to nature is often mirrored, with the Naga symbolizing a return to harmony with the earth and the cycles of life. The Naga's role in Western spirituality is still evolving. For some, it is a symbol of personal growth and transformation, while for others, it represents a connection to ancient wisdom and the mysteries of the universe. What remains constant, however, is the Naga's ability to inspire awe, to stir something deep within the soul that speaks to the desire for change, for growth, and for a deeper understanding of the self. In this fusion of ancient and modern, Eastern and Western, the Naga continues its long journey through the human imagination. It speaks to something universal in all of us, the desire to transform, to heal, and to grow. And as long as that desire remains, the Naga will continue to wind its way through our stories, our myths, and our hearts. In the quiet of ancient forests, beneath the canopy of stars, there are stories whispered through generations, stories of serpents that hold both the power of creation and destruction. These serpents are not mere creatures but beings of immense energy, embodying both the masculine and feminine forces of nature. The Naga, often seen as a symbol of male power, stands tall in many myths, but alongside him is the Nagin, the embodiment of feminine strength, wisdom, and mystery. The Nagin, with her graceful, hypnotic presence, carries a power that is both alluring and terrifying. In countless stories, she is the one who protects, avenges, and nurtures. Her beauty is undeniable, but it is her fierce spirit that leaves the most profound mark. The balance between Naga and Nagin, between masculine and feminine serpentine energy, is delicate yet essential, each force complementing the other in ways that echo the balance of life itself. In many myths, the Nagin's power is tied to her ability to transform, not just physically, but emotionally and spiritually. She can shift between forms, a serpent one moment, a radiant woman the next, each form carrying its own unique energy. This duality speaks to her deep connection to the cycles of life and nature. Her ability to move between worlds, between forms, gives her a power that is both feared and revered. There is an undeniable strength in the feminine energy of the Nagin, one that often surpasses even the might of her male counterpart. She is not merely a reflection of the Naga's power, she stands as a force in her own right. Her love is fierce, her wrath unforgiving. In tales told by firesides, the Nagin avenges wrongs done to her family, her children, her people. She strikes fear into the hearts of those who would dare cross her, not with brute force, but with the sheer intensity of her presence. One of the most powerful aspects of the Nagin's energy is her role as a protector. In stories, she guards sacred spaces, treasures, and sometimes even the souls of the dead. Her protective nature is not born out of dominance but out of love and duty. She watches over those she cares for with an intensity that burns as fiercely as the sun. And yet, there is tenderness in her, too, a softness that comes forth in moments of vulnerability, in her nurturing of the young, in her deep connection to the earth and its cycles. But the Nagin's power is not just in her protection or her ability to transform. It is also in her knowledge, her wisdom. In many stories, the Nagin holds the keys to hidden truths, ancient secrets passed down through time. Her connection to the earth, to the waters, gives her insight into the mysteries of life and death. She is often the one who reveals the deeper meaning behind events, the one who guides heroes on their quests, not through force, but through knowledge. Yet, this immense power comes with its burdens. In some stories, the Nagin is cursed, trapped in her serpentine form until certain conditions are met. She is bound by the laws of the universe, by the cycles of time, and yet, she never loses her strength or her dignity. Even in her moments of vulnerability, when she is bound by fate or by curses, her inner power shines through. She is resilient, unbreakable, a reminder of the quiet strength that lies within all of us. The balance between Naga and Nagin reflects the balance between masculine and feminine energies in the world. The Naga, with his raw strength, represents the power of action, of protection through force. The Nagin, on the other hand, represents the power of wisdom, of nurturing and protecting through knowledge and understanding. Together, they create a balance that is essential for life to thrive. This balance is not one of dominance but of equality. The Naga and Nagin are not pitted against each other, they work in harmony, each bringing their unique strengths to the table. In this, they reflect the balance that exists in nature, where masculine and feminine forces come together to create life, to sustain it, and to protect it. In the Nagin, we see the embodiment of feminine power in its purest form. She is not just a symbol of beauty or temptation, as serpents are often portrayed in other cultures. She is a symbol of strength, wisdom, and resilience. She stands tall, her head held high, unafraid of her power, unafraid of the world around her. She knows her worth, and she does not bow to anyone. In stories of love and loss, the Nagin often plays a central role. Her love is deep, eternal, and all-encompassing. But when that love is betrayed, her wrath is as fierce as her love is pure. She avenges those who wrong her, not out of malice, but out of a sense of justice. Her power lies not just in her ability to destroy, but in her ability to restore balance, to ensure that the natural order of things is maintained. The feminine power in Nagin stories is a reminder of the strength that lies within us all, the ability to protect, to nurture, to love fiercely and unconditionally. It is a reminder that power is not just about brute strength, but about resilience, wisdom, and the ability to endure even the greatest of challenges. As the Nagin coils and uncoils in the stories of old, she weaves a tale of balance, of love and strength, of wisdom and power. She is a force of nature, a reminder that true power lies not in domination but in harmony, not in destruction but in the ability to nurture and protect. In her, we see the embodiment of feminine power in all its forms, strong, resilient, and unbreakable. In the lush landscapes of Southeast Asia, where the vibrant hues of nature meet the whispers of ancient legends, serpent worship thrives as a testament to humanity's enduring connection to these mystical beings. The stories of serpents resonate deeply within the cultures of Cambodia, Indonesia, and Thailand, reflecting a shared reverence for these enigmatic creatures that bridge the realms of the natural and the divine. In Cambodia, the myth of the Naga is rich and deeply rooted. The Naga is not just a creature but a symbol of protection and power. According to legend, the Naga is a celestial being, part human and part serpent, often depicted as a guardian of the waters and the earth. The ancient temples of Angkor, with their intricate carvings, tell tales of the Naga's significant role in the creation of the Cambodian people. It is said that the great king Norodom Sihanouk was descended from a union between a Naga and a princess, a lineage that bestows divine right and legitimacy. The Khmer people celebrate this heritage, honoring the Naga as their protector, a guardian that watches over their land and its people. Festivals and rituals echo the timeless bond between the Naga and the Cambodian people, where offerings are made to appease these sacred beings, hoping to gain their favor and protection. Traveling to Indonesia, one finds the serpent myths intertwined with the very fabric of life. In Bali, the serpent is associated with the goddess Dewi Danu, the deity of lakes and rivers. It is believed that she rides on a giant serpent named Naga Vasuki. This serpent is considered sacred, embodying the power of fertility, prosperity, and life itself. The Balinese people hold ceremonies to honor Dewi Danu, where the serpent is seen as a vital force that brings abundance to the land. Through intricate dances and vibrant rituals, the connection between the people and the serpent is celebrated, creating a sense of unity with the earth and its mysteries. The Naga is revered as a powerful protector, one who ensures that the waters flow, the crops grow, and the people thrive. In Thailand, the Naga emerges as a powerful symbol in Buddhism and mythology. The Naga is often depicted as a guardian of temples and a protector of Buddha. In the famous legend of the Naga king Mukulinda, the serpent wraps itself around the Buddha, shielding him from the storm. This act of protection is a powerful representation of the bond between the divine and the serpent, showcasing the Naga's dual role as both a protector and a figure of reverence. The annual celebrations of the Naga in Thailand are filled with rituals and offerings, where people come together to honor these sacred beings. They pray for safety, health, and prosperity, recognizing the Naga's role in maintaining harmony in their lives. The influence of Indian Naga myths has transcended borders, weaving into the fabric of Southeast Asian cultures, especially through Buddhism. As Buddhism spread throughout the region, it carried with it the rich tapestry of Naga mythology. Stories of the Naga as protectors, guardians, and powerful beings became intertwined with local beliefs and practices. In Buddhist art and texts, the Naga is often portrayed as a noble being, associated with wisdom and protection. The representation of Nagas in ancient sculptures and carvings in temples across Southeast Asia reflects this integration of cultures, where the local interpretations of serpents blend with the Indian narratives. Throughout Southeast Asia, serpent worship is not merely a relic of the past, but a living tradition that thrives in the hearts of the people. The Naga is a symbol of hope, protection, and resilience, embodying the timeless connection between humanity and nature. Whether it is through the festivals in Cambodia, the rituals in Indonesia, or the ceremonies in Thailand, the reverence for serpents remains a profound part of cultural identity. People gather in temples and sacred sites, where the air is filled with the scent of incense and the sound of prayers. Offerings of flowers, fruits, and other sacred items are laid at the feet of serpent deities, each gesture a heartfelt expression of gratitude and longing for blessings. As they bow their heads in reverence, there is a shared understanding that the Naga watches over them, that the bond between them is eternal. The myths of the Naga are more than just stories, they are the embodiment of the hopes, fears, and dreams of the people. In every tale of creation and protection, there lies a deep understanding of the cycles of life and death, the need for balance in nature, and the importance of harmony within communities. The Naga stands as a reminder of the sacredness of life, urging everyone to honor the earth and the forces that sustain it. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the temples and landscapes, the stories of the Naga continue to echo through the hearts of those who believe. Generations pass down these legends, ensuring that the spirit of the Naga lives on. The serpent, in all its forms, remains a powerful symbol of transformation, a guardian that weaves through the tapestry of life, connecting people to their past, present, and future. In this ever-changing world, where technology often overshadows tradition, the worship of serpents in Southeast Asia stands as a beacon of hope, a reminder of the importance of connection to the earth and its ancient wisdom. The Naga teaches respect for nature, a respect that fosters understanding and unity among all beings. In honoring the Naga, the people of Southeast Asia celebrate their heritage, embracing the rich traditions that bind them together, forging a future where the legacy of serpent worship continues to thrive in their hearts and lives. In the quiet corners of the earth, where ancient trees whisper secrets and the ground breathes life, snakes glide silently through the grass, their sleek bodies shimmering in the dappled sunlight. The mere sight of these creatures often sends a shiver down the spine, igniting a primal fear buried deep within the human psyche. Yet, alongside this fear lies a profound sense of reverence, a duality that has shaped the myths and legends surrounding snakes throughout history. The stories of Nagas, mystical serpents revered in various cultures, stem from a blend of ancient observations and natural history, weaving a rich tapestry of fear and fascination that continues to captivate hearts and minds. Long before modern science illuminated the mysteries of the natural world, our ancestors roamed the earth, observing the behavior of snakes. They watched as these creatures moved with grace and purpose, sensing their surroundings with an intuitive intelligence. The ability of snakes to shed their skin, emerging renewed and vibrant, sparked awe and wonder. This act of transformation became a powerful metaphor for rebirth and regeneration, concepts that would later find their way into myths across cultures. As communities formed and settled, the connection to the natural world deepened. The fear of snake bites and the potential danger they posed prompted people to interpret these creatures through a lens of both caution and respect. In many cultures, snakes were seen as messengers of the gods, powerful beings that could navigate both the earthly realm and the spiritual world. The duality of their existence, both feared and revered, shaped their portrayal in folklore, giving rise to stories that spoke of their immense power. The Naga myths, which emerged from the soil of ancient cultures, encapsulate this complex relationship. These serpent beings, depicted with the ability to transform and transcend realms, embody the mysteries of life and death. They guard treasures and knowledge, standing as protectors of the earth's resources. The tales of Nagas often involve themes of wisdom, fertility, and the balance of nature, reflecting humanity's deep connection to the serpentine creatures that slither silently through the underbrush. In various cultures, the symbolism of snakes extends beyond mere protection. They also represent the cycle of life and death. In many traditions, serpents are believed to possess the power to heal and to harm. This power is intricately linked to the natural world, where snakes are both predators and prey, existing in a delicate balance. The fear of snake venom, potent and deadly, is tempered by the recognition that certain snakes also hold the key to healing. Many cultures have turned to snakes in their quest for medicinal remedies, drawing from ancient knowledge passed down through generations. As humans faced the unknown, they began to craft stories that encapsulated their observations and experiences. The fear and reverence of snakes transformed into mythology, rich with symbols and teachings. These stories served not only to explain the mysteries of life, but also to impart valuable lessons about coexistence, caution, and respect for nature. The wisdom gained from observing snakes, their patience, stealth, and survival instincts, morphed into allegories of strength and resilience. In the sacred texts of Hinduism and Buddhism, the Naga takes on a role of great significance. They are depicted as guardians of sacred rivers, protectors of the earth, and symbols of wisdom. The reverence for Nagas illustrates how ancient observations of these creatures were woven into the spiritual fabric of culture, enhancing the connection between humanity and the natural world. By venerating the Naga, people acknowledge their own vulnerability while celebrating the life-giving power of nature. In the shadows of human culture, the fear of snakes persists, a remnant of our ancestral instincts. This fear is often exaggerated, leading to a cultural portrayal of snakes as malevolent beings, ready to strike at any moment. Movies and literature exploit these fears, portraying snakes as symbols of danger and deceit. Yet, beneath this surface lies a deeper understanding. Snakes embody the duality of existence, holding the power to create and destroy, heal and harm. In modern times, the fascination with snakes continues to thrive. Scientific exploration has unveiled their secrets, their roles in ecosystems, their adaptations, and their significance in biodiversity. This understanding fosters a sense of respect, encouraging a shift from fear to appreciation. As we learn about the crucial role snakes play in maintaining ecological balance, the ancient myths surrounding them gain new layers of meaning. The Naga, once seen solely as a mystical creature, becomes a symbol of the interconnectedness of all life. Through the lens of science, the stories of Nagas and serpents take on a new significance, resonating with the core of what it means to be human. The ancient observations that shape these myths remind us of our place in the natural world, urging us to honor the creatures that share our planet. The fear of snakes transforms into a recognition of their power, a reminder that respect for nature is essential for our survival. In every tale of the Naga, we find a reflection of ourselves, the complexities of fear and reverence, the struggle for understanding, and the desire for connection. These stories echo through time, connecting us to our ancestors and the wisdom they gained through observation. The Naga serves as a bridge between the seen and unseen, urging us to confront our fears and embrace the mysteries of life. As the sun sets and darkness envelopes the world, the gentle rustle of leaves signals the presence of snakes moving through the underbrush. They remind us of the ancient stories woven into the fabric of our existence, of the profound connection between humanity and nature. In honoring the Naga and the wisdom of snakes, we celebrate our shared journey on this earth, recognizing that the threads of fear and reverence are intricately woven into the very essence of life itself. The serpent slithers silently through the shadows, a creature both feared and revered. Its presence evokes feelings that are as complex as the winding path it takes. This duality of the serpent is a profound reflection of our own inner worlds, echoing deep psychological truths that resonate within our subconscious. Across cultures and throughout history, serpents have captured our imaginations, often emerging as powerful symbols in our myths and stories. These tales serve not only as cautionary narratives, but also as mirrors reflecting our innermost fears and desires. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, believed that symbols found in myths are expressions of archetypes, universal figures that inhabit the collective unconscious. The serpent stands out as one of these archetypes, embodying a wide array of meanings that can vary significantly depending on context. It represents transformation, rebirth, and healing on one hand, and danger, deceit, and death on the other. This duality can send chills down our spine, yet it also offers a deep well of insight into the human experience. Jung's exploration of symbolism reveals that the serpent is often linked to our primal instincts. As the serpent sheds its skin, it symbolizes renewal and the cyclical nature of life. This act is not merely a biological process, it is a powerful metaphor for personal growth and transformation. In our own lives, we undergo changes, shedding old identities and emerging anew, much like the serpent. The anxiety and fear that accompany such transformations are universal, woven into the very fabric of our existence. When we dream of serpents, we may be confronting these fears, grappling with changes in our lives, or exploring aspects of ourselves that we may not fully understand. In many cultures, serpents are also associated with wisdom and knowledge. They are often depicted as guardians of sacred truths, holding the keys to hidden wisdom. This notion resonates deeply within us, reflecting our innate desire to seek understanding and enlightenment. The serpent in dreams can symbolize the pursuit of knowledge, urging us to delve into our subconscious and confront the truths that lie within. It beckons us to examine the deeper aspects of our psyche, revealing hidden fears, desires, and the potential for personal growth. The psychological significance of serpent myths also connects to the balance of opposites. Just as the serpent can embody both healing and harm, it mirrors the dual nature of existence itself. Light and dark, good and evil, joy and sorrow, all are intertwined in the human experience. This complexity is reflected in our dreams as well. When a serpent appears in our dreams, it may signify a challenge we are facing, a hidden threat, or even a transformative opportunity. Such dreams can invoke feelings of fear and anxiety, yet they also offer the possibility of profound insight and personal evolution. The connection between serpents and the subconscious is particularly intriguing. Serpents often appear in dreams when we are grappling with our inner conflicts or unresolved issues. They serve as messengers, guiding us towards self-discovery. A serpent in a dream may represent a part of ourselves that we have repressed or ignored, a reminder to confront our fears and embrace our true selves. This can be a daunting task, yet the very act of acknowledging these hidden aspects of ourselves can lead to healing and growth. In addition to personal symbolism, serpents also appear in various cultural myths, revealing their psychological significance on a larger scale. From the serpent in the Garden of Eden to the Naga in Indian mythology, these stories highlight the struggle between temptation and morality. They explore the consequences of choices made in the face of fear and desire, reflecting the human experience in its entirety. These narratives serve as cautionary tales, reminding us of the power of our instincts and the importance of self-awareness. In many traditions, serpents are seen as transformative forces, guiding us through the process of individuation, the journey of becoming our true selves. They encourage us to confront our shadows and embrace the wholeness of our being. This journey is not without its challenges. The fear that arises when facing our innermost thoughts and feelings can be paralyzing, yet it is often in these moments of fear that we find the greatest opportunities for growth. The psychological significance of serpent myths extends to the exploration of feminine and masculine energies as well. In some cultures, serpents are linked to feminine power, representing the nurturing, creative force within us. This duality emphasizes the importance of balance in our lives, as both masculine and feminine energies coexist and influence our experiences. The presence of serpents in our dreams may highlight the need to explore these energies within ourselves, urging us to seek harmony and understanding. As we navigate the complexities of our inner worlds, the serpent serves as a powerful symbol of the journey towards self-discovery. Its presence can evoke feelings of fear and trepidation, yet it also holds the promise of transformation and healing. The tales woven around serpents resonate deeply, reflecting the struggles and triumphs of the human experience. They remind us that within our fears lie the seeds of growth, and by facing the shadows of our subconscious, we can emerge stronger and more resilient. In the stillness of night, when dreams weave their intricate patterns, the serpent often slithers into our subconscious, urging us to confront our fears and embrace our true selves. It is a reminder that the journey of self-discovery is fraught with challenges, yet it is also rich with opportunities for growth and transformation. By embracing the serpent's dual nature, we can learn to navigate the complexities of our emotions and experiences, finding the wisdom that lies within. As the stories of serpents continue to echo through time, we find ourselves drawn to their power and significance. They serve as both cautionary tales and symbols of hope, guiding us toward a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. The serpent stands as a testament to the complexities of existence, reminding us that within the shadows, we can find light, and in the depths of our fears, we can uncover the strength to rise anew. Under the shimmering surface of rivers and lakes, an ancient guardian stirs, the Naga. These mystical serpents weave through the currents of water, embodying the lifeblood of nature itself. Their presence is a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the environment, whispering stories that echo through generations. In many cultures, Nagas are more than mere creatures of myth. They are symbols of the relationship we share with the earth. They teach us about respect, protection, and the sacredness of our natural resources. When we think of water, we often take it for granted. It flows effortlessly, sustaining life, quenching thirst, and providing nourishment. Yet, the Naga myths remind us that this vital resource is not just a commodity, it is a precious gift that deserves our reverence. The tales of these serpents often depict them as protectors of water bodies, safeguarding the purity of rivers and lakes. In many cultures, they are believed to reside in the depths of these waters, watching over the ecosystems that thrive within. Imagine a village that flourishes beside a river, its people thriving in harmony with nature. In this setting, the Naga becomes a guardian spirit, ensuring that the waters remain clean and abundant. When the villagers honor the Naga through rituals and offerings, they are not only acknowledging this mystical being but also recognizing their dependence on the natural world. The Naga's presence serves as a powerful reminder that our actions have consequences. Pollution, overuse, and neglect can lead to the suffering of both the land and its inhabitants. The myths urge us to protect what is sacred, to honor the waters that give us life. Many stories recount the Naga's ability to control water, bringing rain during droughts and calming floods. These tales reflect an understanding of nature's rhythms, showing that the Nagas are not just passive protectors but active participants in the ecological balance. When we respect the Naga, we invite harmony into our lives and communities. This relationship highlights the need for stewardship of the environment, urging us to recognize that every drop of water is connected to a larger web of life. The environmental message behind Naga myths also extends to the flora and fauna surrounding water bodies. The Naga is often depicted as a serpent intertwined with lush vegetation, symbolizing the vital link between water and life. In these stories, the Naga is not just a guardian of water but also a nurturer of the ecosystems that thrive along its banks. The forests, plants, and animals all rely on the health of the waters, creating a delicate balance that sustains life. The Naga's role emphasizes the interconnectedness of all living beings, reminding us that our well-being is intricately tied to the health of the environment. In times of crisis, the Naga serves as a powerful symbol of resilience and hope. When communities face drought or flooding, they often turn to the Naga for guidance and protection. Through rituals and prayers, they seek the Naga's favor, asking for rain or the calming of turbulent waters. These practices not only strengthen the community's bond with nature but also foster a sense of responsibility towards the environment. The belief in the Naga's ability to influence weather patterns reinforces the importance of living in harmony with the earth. The Naga myths also carry a profound message about respect for all forms of life. In many cultures, the serpent is viewed as a teacher, imparting wisdom about the delicate balance of ecosystems. The Naga encourages us to observe and learn from the natural world, to recognize the signs and signals that indicate the health of our environment. This awareness fosters a sense of responsibility, urging us to protect not only the waters but also the creatures that call it home. As we navigate the challenges of climate change and environmental degradation, the lessons of the Naga take on even greater significance. The myths remind us that we are not separate from nature, we are an integral part of it. Just as the Naga protects the waters, we too must take on the role of guardians, ensuring that future generations inherit a planet rich in biodiversity and vitality. Each small act of kindness towards the environment contributes to a larger narrative of healing and restoration. In the heart of every Naga myth lies a call to action. They urge us to listen to the whispers of the earth, to recognize our place within the intricate tapestry of life. The stories remind us that we have the power to make a difference, to be stewards of the land and water. By honoring the Naga, we not only pay homage to a beloved mythical figure, but also commit ourselves to protecting the natural world. These tales resonate across cultures, connecting people to the land and each other. Whether through vibrant festivals, rituals, or artistic expressions, the Naga continues to inspire a sense of community and shared responsibility. The stories remind us that we are all part of something greater than ourselves, a collective journey towards sustainability and harmony with nature. When we reflect on the Naga's role in ecological mythology, we find a deep well of wisdom that transcends time and place. The serpent becomes a symbol of hope, a reminder that we can protect what is precious. The call to honor the waters and the land is not just an ancient story, it is a vital message for our present and future. As we face the challenges of our time, let us carry the spirit of the Naga within us. Let it inspire us to act with compassion and reverence towards the environment. Together, we can weave a narrative of healing, ensuring that the legacy of the Naga endures, reminding us of our responsibility as caretakers of the earth. The echoes of the Naga's wisdom will continue to guide us, urging us to protect the waters and cherish the beauty of our natural world. In a world racing towards modernization, where old traditions often fade into the background, the legacy of the Nagas stands tall, a proud sentinel of culture and spirituality. Picture a small village nestled beside a serene river, its people gathering to honor the ancient serpent deities. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sounds of sacred chants, creating a beautiful tapestry of faith that binds the community together. In this moment, the Nagas are more than just figures from myth, they represent a connection to the past, a link that nourishes the soul of the present. Efforts to preserve serpent worship traditions and temples are unfolding across modern India, where the echoes of ancient practices still resonate. In many regions, the reverence for Nagas is evident in the rituals, festivals, and stories passed down through generations. Local communities are taking charge, ensuring that the legacy of these mystical beings remains alive. Temples dedicated to the Nagas stand as monuments to devotion, their walls adorned with intricate carvings that narrate stories of power, protection, and transformation. The significance of these temples goes beyond mere architecture, they are the heartbeats of the communities that cherish them. Families come together to celebrate festivals like Nag Panchami, where the worship of serpents is not just a ritual but an expression of gratitude for nature's blessings. This day is marked with colorful decorations, vibrant processions, and the joyous laughter of children who learn about the Naga's importance through tales shared by their elders. The very act of gathering to honor the Nagas creates a sense of belonging and unity, reminding everyone of the shared responsibility to protect the environment and each other. Yet, as modernization sweeps through the land, the challenges of preserving these traditions grow. Urbanization, pollution, and the hustle of daily life threaten to drown out the sacred sounds of worship. Many temples stand neglected, their histories slipping away like water through fingers. However, grassroots movements are igniting a spark of hope. Local organizations and passionate individuals are coming together to rejuvenate these spaces, restoring temples to their former glory and breathing life back into the rituals that honor the Nagas. Workshops, cultural festivals, and educational programs are being organized to engage the younger generation, instilling in them the pride of their heritage. In the 21st century, the cultural significance of Nagas is undergoing a transformation. No longer confined to folklore, the Naga identity is being celebrated as a symbol of resilience and ecological awareness. As the world grapples with climate change and environmental degradation, the teachings of the Nagas become even more poignant. They embody the importance of harmony with nature, reminding us of our role as guardians of the earth. The stories of Nagas, often intertwined with themes of fertility, water conservation, and ecological balance, resonate deeply in today's context. They inspire modern movements that advocate for sustainable practices and respect for natural resources. When communities rally to protect rivers or restore ecosystems, they invoke the spirit of the Nagas, recognizing that these ancient symbols carry powerful lessons for contemporary challenges. Art and literature also play a significant role in preserving the legacy of Nagas. Writers and artists are reinterpreting these mythical beings, weaving their tales into modern narratives that speak to today's audience. Through storytelling, they keep the essence of the Nagas alive, ensuring that their significance reaches beyond the confines of traditional worship. Social media platforms and digital content have opened new avenues for sharing the legacy of the Nagas. Videos showcasing rituals, photographs of vibrant festivals, and discussions about serpent worship are gaining traction, connecting younger audiences with their cultural roots. This digital renaissance allows for a broader understanding of Nagas, transcending geographical boundaries and inviting curiosity about their stories. Moreover, academic research is shining a light on the importance of Nagas in cultural studies. Scholars are exploring the intricate connections between mythology, ecology, and social practices, revealing how the Naga symbolism continues to shape identities. Conferences and seminars dedicated to understanding serpent worship are bringing together enthusiasts and experts, fostering a rich exchange of knowledge that reinforces the relevance of these ancient beliefs. In the heart of cities, temples dedicated to the Nagas are becoming centers for community engagement. They offer workshops on traditional crafts, promote sustainable farming practices, and encourage environmental stewardship. This revival of Naga worship is not just about preserving history, it's about creating a future where people live in harmony with nature. The Nagas symbolize hope, guiding humanity towards a path of balance and respect for the environment. As the sun sets over a tranquil river, casting golden reflections on the water, the people gather once more to honor the Nagas. They light lamps and offer flowers, whispering prayers that blend gratitude with aspirations for a better future. Each flicker of the flame carries the wishes of the community, a testament to their unwavering faith in the guardians of the earth. In this modern world, the legacy of the Nagas is not just about the past, it is a vibrant part of the present, a powerful force that inspires change and promotes sustainability. By preserving their traditions, honoring their temples, and celebrating their stories, we weave a beautiful tapestry that honors both heritage and hope. The Nagas remain alive in the hearts of those who believe, reminding everyone of the sacred bond between humanity and nature, a bond that, when nurtured, has the power to create a brighter future for all. The sound of gentle waves lapping against the shore, the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the whispers of ancient stories carried by the wind create a sacred atmosphere where the power of the Naga myth thrives. The essence of these serpent deities resonates throughout India, weaving a rich tapestry of spirituality that binds communities together, transcending time and space. The Nagas, with their dual nature as protectors and guardians, embody deep-seated beliefs that resonate with the hearts of many. They are more than just figures in myths, they are symbols of resilience, transformation, and the interconnectedness of life. In temples, homes, and hearts, the Nagas hold a timeless relevance that speaks to the core of Indian spirituality. Each prayer offered and every ritual performed is a testament to the enduring power of their presence. People turn to the Nagas during times of need, seeking blessings for health, prosperity, and protection. In these moments of devotion, the act of worship becomes a sacred dialogue, a heartfelt conversation with the divine, echoing through generations. It is a reminder that the divine can take many forms, and the Naga represents the sacred bond between humanity and nature, a bond that is cherished in every corner of the country. The imagery of the Naga, coiled and majestic, is more than just a symbol, it is a source of inspiration for countless artists, poets, and storytellers. Their tales continue to flourish in literature and the arts, breathing new life into age-old traditions. Every stroke of a brush capturing the elegance of a Naga or every word penned about their mysteries evokes emotions that connect the past with the present. In these stories, the Naga embodies the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit, echoing the age-old journey of seeking wisdom and balance in an ever-changing world. As the sun sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, gatherings around sacred rivers and temples become a celebration of life, love, and community. Festivals like Nag Panchami are not merely events on a calendar, they are living expressions of culture and identity. Families come together to honor the Nagas, sharing laughter, food, and prayers. This unity in worship becomes a powerful reminder of what it means to belong to something greater than oneself. The Naga myth encapsulates the essence of Indian identity, forging connections between people, their land, and their ancestors. The impact of the Naga myth extends beyond the boundaries of spirituality. It influences the very fabric of Indian cultural identity, serving as a bridge between tradition and modernity. In an age where many feel disconnected from their roots, the Naga myth offers a sense of grounding, inviting individuals to reflect on their heritage and embrace the values that have shaped their ancestors. It is a reminder that culture is not static, it evolves, adapting to the times while holding on to the wisdom of the past. Across different regions of India, the interpretation of the Nagas varies, yet their significance remains consistent. In the northeast, the Naga tribes weave their identity around these serpent beings, seeing them as protectors of the land and its people. In other parts of the country, they symbolize fertility, abundance, and the cycle of life. This diversity of beliefs enriches the cultural landscape, showing how the Naga myth can adapt and resonate with different communities, creating a shared narrative that unites people from various backgrounds. The Naga myth also speaks to the complexities of life, acknowledging that the journey is not always easy. It reflects the human experience of navigating fears and hopes, life and death, creation and destruction. In many stories, the Nagas embody the struggles faced by individuals, reminding us that darkness and light exist together, creating a balance that is essential for growth. This duality resonates deeply with people, providing a source of comfort and understanding in a world that often feels chaotic. Moreover, the Naga myth encourages a profound respect for nature, urging communities to be stewards of the environment. As guardians of water and fertility, the Nagas remind us of our responsibility to protect the earth and its resources. In this way, they serve as a call to action, inspiring a collective consciousness that prioritizes sustainability and harmony with nature. The relevance of this message is more significant than ever, especially as the world faces environmental challenges. The Naga myth stands as a beacon of hope, guiding humanity towards a more compassionate and eco-conscious future. In the heart of bustling cities, where the pace of life can be overwhelming, the spirit of the Nagas remains a source of solace. Rituals are adapted, and celebrations may take on new forms, but the essence of honoring these serpent deities continues to thrive. Whether it is a small puja in a home or a grand festival in a community, each act of reverence is a reminder that the Nagas are not just relics of the past, but living symbols of faith, hope, and transformation. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle in the sky, stories of the Nagas continue to be shared around flickering flames. Each tale carries the weight of history, a connection to ancestors who revered these mystical beings. With every recounting, the Naga myth grows stronger, its power to inspire, protect, and unite undiminished. The Nagas remain a testament to the resilience of culture, spirituality, and the enduring spirit of humanity. The Naga myth, with all its richness and depth, will forever be woven into the identity of India, reminding each generation of the importance of love, unity, and respect for the sacredness of life. As long as there are hearts that beat with devotion, as long as there are communities that gather in worship, the legacy of the Nagas will live on, illuminating paths and guiding souls through the sacred journey of existence.